Julian Stockholm, the greatest genius in the Magus universe, stood at the end of his journey. Surrounded by thousands of hostile Magi, he was covered in wounds so severe that blood pooled beneath his feet. His black armor was shattered, one of his arms was gone, and hundreds of corpses littered the battlefield around him. There was no escape left. Every path had been sealed, and powerful Magi surrounded him from all directions. The enemies mocked him relentlessly. They laughed at the once unrivaled genius who had shaken the universe with his talent. Yet despite their taunts, none of them dared to step forward. Fear filled their eyes. Even in such a miserable state, Julian Stockholm remained someone they could not underestimate. Then, Stockholm slowly raised his remaining arm. Instantly, the surrounding Magi became alert. A pristine white lotus appeared in his palm, and the moment they saw it, greed flashed across their faces. This legendary artifact was the very treasure everyone had been fighting over. Looking at the lotus, Stockholm smiled bitterly. He realized that the burden of this artifact had always been too great for him to bear. Perhaps it had never been his destiny to possess it. Even so, he felt no regret. Throughout his life, he had pursued the highest peak of magic with everything he had. Although death awaited him today, he remained satisfied with the path he had chosen. He believed that one day someone else would inherit his will and continue the dream he could not complete. Then his smile turned cold. Since all of his enemies had gone to such great lengths to corner him, they might as well accompany him into death. The thousands of Magi immediately felt a terrifying sense of danger. Before they could react, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the battlefield. The source of that pressure was the White Lotus. As the artifact bloomed, space across thousands of miles suddenly froze. Stockholm poured every remaining drop of mana into it, causing a massive energy vortex to form around the lotus. Cracks rapidly spread through the surrounding void as reality itself began to collapse under its divine power. Panic erupted among the Magi. They desperately tried to flee, but it was already too late. One after another, their eyes lost all light. Their souls were torn from their bodies and devoured by the White Lotus. No physical wounds appeared on them. Instead, the artifact directly destroyed and consumed their souls. Stockholm himself was also reaching his limit. His consciousness gradually faded as the lotus continued to absorb countless souls. Yet he gritted his teeth and persisted, determined to drag every one of his enemies into the grave with him. Soon, the battlefield became silent. The bodies of powerful Magi, beings capable of ruling entire planets and inspiring awe in trillions across the universe, collapsed one after another. Before the power of the White Lotus, however, they were no different from ants. At last, Stockholm could no longer endure. His own soul was annihilated and absorbed by the artifact. With that, Julian Stockholm, the greatest genius of the Magus universe, perished. After devouring thousands of powerful souls, the White Lotus floated silently above the battlefield. Majestic and untouched, it hovered in the air for a brief moment before drifting toward one of the cracks in the void. Then it disappeared. The legendary artifact continued its journey through the boundless universe, silently waiting for the person destined to inherit its power and carry on the dream left behind by Julian Stockholm. After the legendary White Lotus vanished into the boundless universe, waiting for its next inheritor, far away in another corner of the world, a young boy named Adam Constantine continued chasing his own dream. More than a month had passed since Adam left the Cormier Kingdom. Traveling with a large caravan, he had already crossed 2 kingdoms on the way to Moon City, the capital of the Nightingale Kingdom. Along the journey, the group had encountered several attacks from wild beasts, but the mercenaries escorting the caravan had always driven them away. Fortunately, they had yet to encounter more dangerous threats, such as magical beasts, ogres, or trolls that roamed the untamed wilderness. That night, while the sounds of crickets and owls echoed through the forest, Adam practiced swordsmanship alone in a clearing near the camp. His upper body was bare, drenched in sweat as he repeatedly swung a rough-edged sword. His technique was simple and unrefined, but every strike carried determination. Eventually, exhaustion forced him to stop. Lying on the grass beneath the twin moons, he stared at the night sky while thinking about the journey ahead. According to what he had overheard from the other children, reaching Moon City would still take another 2 months. Moon City was famous throughout the region because it housed Clover Academy, one of the most prestigious magic academies in the area. Every year, children from neighboring kingdoms traveled there, hoping to enroll and begin the path of becoming a Magus. Adam was no exception. Ever since he was young, he had dreamed of becoming becoming a Magus. Years ago, he had met a Magus who discovered that he possessed talent for spellcasting. Learning this had completely changed his life. In a world where strength determined everything, Magi stood above ordinary people. They were revered by the masses and possessed the power to control nature itself. Adam refused to spend his life as an ordinary person. Since discovering his talent, he had trained diligently every day, determined to one day become a Magus and travel the world. Unlike many of the noble children accompanying the caravan, however, Adam was merely a commoner. Worse, he was an orphan with nobody to rely on except himself. Growing up, he worked countless odd jobs and saved every coin he could just to afford this journey. Even then, he wasn't sure he had enough money. Thinking about the academy's enrollment fee made him sigh. Still, he reassured himself that once he reached Moon City, there would be some time before the entrance examination. He would find a way to earn the money somehow. No matter what happened, he was determined to enter Clover Academy. After gathering his belongings, Adam headed to a nearby pond to wash himself before dinner. The moonlight reflected beautifully across the water, creating a calm and peaceful atmosphere. Even so, he carefully checked his surroundings for danger before stepping into the pond. The cold water quickly soothed his sore muscles. As he bathed, the surface reflected his young appearance. Dark eyes filled with innocence and determination, black hair reaching the base of his neck, and otherwise ordinary features. Just as he was about to leave the water, something caught his attention. Floating in the center of the pond was a pristine white lotus surrounded by 3 green leaves. The flower appeared ordinary at first glance, yet it seemed to radiate a subtle divine aura. As Adam stared at it, he felt strangely refreshed and couldn't look away. Nearly a minute passed before he finally snapped out of his daze. The mysterious lotus immediately sparked a thought. Could it be one of the rare natural ingredients used in magical potions? Excitement surged through him. If that was true, selling it in Moon City could easily provide enough money to pay for the Academy's enrollment fee. Without hesitation, Adam quietly swam toward the flower, careful not to make too much noise. He didn't want anyone else discovering what could be his ticket into Clover Academy. Soon, he reached the center of the pond. The lotus was finally within arm's reach. Grinning with excitement, Adam carefully extended his hand and touched the white petals. The instant his fingers made contact, the lotus vanished. At the same moment, Adam's expression froze. His eyes rolled back, and he immediately lost consciousness. The moment Adam touched the white lotus, everything around him vanished. When his vision cleared, he found himself standing on a vast green plain. Confused and alarmed, he tried to understand what had happened. Just moments ago, he had been bathing in the pond, yet now he had somehow appeared in a completely different place. Before he could make sense of it, the scenery shifted. A man clad in black armor appeared before him. The stranger had long black hair and carried himself with calm confidence. Adam instinctively stepped back and tried to speak to him, but the man showed no reaction at all, as if he couldn't see or hear him. Then thousands of people suddenly appeared around them. Some floated in the sky, while others stood on the ground. Their presence alone made it difficult for Adam to breathe. Almost immediately, he realized what they were. Magi. The armored man remained calm despite being surrounded. His posture never wavered, and fear was nowhere to be seen on his face. Although Adam couldn't understand the strange language spoken by the surrounding Magi, it was obvious they had hostile intentions. What happened next completely shattered everything Adam thought he knew about power. Thousands of Magi attacked at the same time. Countless spells erupted across the battlefield, filling the sky with devastating colors and unimaginable destruction. The earth cracked apart. The heavens seemed to split open, and the battle resembled the end of the world itself. Adam watched in stunned disbelief. Despite facing thousands of powerful opponents, the armored Magus fought back alone and even gained the upper hand. With a simple wave of his hand, he froze space itself. With another, countless enemies were reduced to nothingness. Yet his opponents were equally terrifying. They summoned meteor showers, earthquakes, thunderstorms, and massive tsunamis with their magic. As the battle dragged on, numbers eventually began to overwhelm even the armored Magus. He suffered one injury after another. At one point, a female Magus rushed toward him him at incredible speed and severed his arm, though she paid for it with her life. Without realizing it, Adam had begun rooting for the lone warrior. He watched helplessly as the armored Magus continued fighting despite his worsening condition. Then, during his final moments, the man summoned something that made Adam's heart stop. A pristine white lotus. It was the same lotus Adam had discovered in the pond. Before Adam could process what he was seeing, space froze, and the surrounding Magi desperately tried to escape. The lotus bloomed, creating a terrifying vortex that consumed everything. One by one, the Magi died, while the armored Magus slowly reached the end of his life. As Adam watched, he felt as though the dying Magus briefly looked directly at him. Even at death's door, there was no fear or regret in the man's eyes. The Magus died, standing tall. Adam's eyes became moist as he witnessed the final moments of the warrior, who had faced thousands of enemies alone. Soon afterward, the scene vanished, and Adam found himself floating inside a mysterious white space filled with glowing orbs of different sizes. He struggled to comprehend everything he had just witnessed, especially the connection between the armored Magus and the white lotus. His attention shifted to a nearby orb of light, and he cautiously reached toward it. But before he could touch it, everything changed once again. Adam suddenly found himself back in the pond. The first thing he noticed was that the white lotus had disappeared. Panic immediately gripped him. After witnessing the vision, he understood that the flower was no ordinary magical ingredient. It was an incredible artifact connected to the powerful Magus he had just seen. Frantically, he searched the pond, but the lotus was nowhere to be found. Then he noticed something strange in his reflection. Inside his dark eyes were intricate flower-shaped patterns, glowing with divine white light. A shocking possibility appeared in his mind. The lotus had fused with him. The thought filled him with excitement. Although he had no idea what the artifact truly was or what abilities it possessed, he knew it was something extraordinary that could help him achieve his dream of becoming a Magus. Gradually, the glowing patterns faded until his eyes looked normal again. After calming down, Adam left the pond, changed into fresh clothes, and headed toward the campfire where dinner was being served. Thoughts of the future filled his mind as he imagined what this mysterious inheritance might mean for him. But before he could enjoy the moment, a mocking voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. "If it isn't the farm boy." The familiar insult instantly made Adam clench his fists. Looking toward the speaker, he felt annoyance rise within him. This bastard again. The voice belonged to Jeffrey Palmer, the arrogant son of a duke from the Cormier kingdom. Dressed in expensive silk clothes and decorated with fancy ornaments, Jeffrey approached Adam with two followers trailing behind him. The trio had spent the entire journey mocking Adam. As the only commoner among the children traveling to Clover Academy, he was an easy target. In their eyes, someone of his status had no right to dream of becoming a Magus. Adam had always tolerated their insults. He knew that unlike them, he had no noble family backing him. Everything he had achieved came from his own hard work and the chance encounter with the wandering Magus who had discovered his talent and taught him to read and write. But tonight felt different. After witnessing the vision of the black armored Magus standing against thousands of enemies without fear, something had changed inside him. When Jeffrey approached, expecting the usual silent submission, Adam calmly met his gaze and asked what he wanted. The response caught Jeffrey completely off guard. His two lackeys immediately stepped forward, furious that a commoner had dared speak back. Adam ignored them and looked directly at Jeffrey. "If there's nothing, then get lost. Don't bother me from now on." Jeffrey's expression darkened instantly. He couldn't understand where this newfound confidence had come from. Enraged, he ordered his followers to teach Adam a lesson. One of the boys charged forward and threw a punch. Adam reacted immediately. Thanks to his daily training, he sidestepped the attack and countered with a punch of his own. The strike landed squarely on the boy's nose. The lackey collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain, claiming his nose was broken. Before he could continue, Adam kicked him in the face and knocked him unconscious. The second lackey froze. The sight of his companion being defeated so easily completely shattered his courage. Adam sneered and beckoned him forward. Instead of fighting, the terrified boy turned around and ran straight back toward camp. Jeffrey shouted after him, but the boy only ran faster. Now furious, Jeffrey watched as Adam crouched beside the unconscious lackey and picked up his money pouch. When Adam opened it, he was shocked by the amount of gold inside. There was more money in that pouch than he had managed to save during all his years of work back home. Jeffrey immediately accused him of stealing. Adam simply looked at him and demanded that he hand over his own money as well. well. The noble boy was completely stunned. A commoner was actually trying to extort him. Consumed by anger, Jeffrey rushed forward to fight personally. The result was immediate. Adam knocked him unconscious with a single punch to the jaw. Then he took Jeffrey's money pouch as well. It was made from fine silk and felt even heavier than the first one. Satisfied, Adam decided to consider the money compensation for all the bullying he had endured during the journey. Laughing to himself, he headed back toward the campfire. The financial problems that had worried him for so long suddenly seemed solved. Adam wasn't concerned about retaliation. They were far from the Cormier kingdom, and the mercenaries escorting the caravan had no interest in getting involved in a fight between children. After joining the line for food, he received a simple meal of black bread and meat stew and sat down away from the others. While eating, his thoughts drifted back to the White Lotus, the mysterious space filled with glowing orbs, and the vision of the black-armored Magus. He couldn't stop wondering what the Lotus truly was, or how he could return to that strange realm. After finishing dinner, he lay down on the grass beneath the stars. The image of the lone Magus battling thousands of enemies replayed repeatedly in his mind. Adam stared at the night sky with longing. One day, he wanted to become someone like that. Eventually, sleep overtook him. Meanwhile, inside one of the nearby carriages, a man wearing an olive cloak sat reading a thick book. At some point, he looked out the window and noticed Adam sleeping with two bulging money pouches clutched tightly against his body. The man's gaze then shifted toward the clearing, where Jeffrey and one of his followers still lay unconscious. After briefly examining their injuries, he simply shook his head with amusement and returned to his book. As for Adam, he continued sleeping peacefully, dreaming of the day he would become a splendid Magus. As Adam continued dreaming of becoming a Magus, another month passed during the caravan's journey to Moon City. The monsoon season had arrived, bringing heavy rainfall and difficult roads. Fortunately, the scaled horses pulling the carriages were sturdy enough to handle the rough conditions, allowing the party to continue moving without major delays. During this period, they were attacked by magical beasts several times. However, the more than 30 mercenaries escorting the caravan easily dealt with these threats. Although they couldn't wield mana, they were experienced fighters capable of handling ordinary magical beasts. Everyone knew that the real danger still lay ahead. The closer they got to the Nightingale Kingdom, the more numerous and powerful the magical beasts would become. At that point, the mercenaries alone would not be enough. Fortunately, 3 Rank 1 Magi, assigned by Clover Academy, were also traveling with the caravan. Their duty was to ensure the children's safe arrival in Moon City. So far, they had not needed to intervene, but many of the children eagerly anticipated seeing real Magi in action. Throughout the month, Adam remained focused on his training. Every day he exercised and practiced his combat skills without fail. Jeffrey Palmer had not forgotten his humiliation. Several times, he gathered other children and attempted to trouble Adam, but every confrontation ended the same way. Adam beat them soundly and somehow walked away richer than before. Eventually, the other children learned their lesson and stopped provoking him. Even so, none of them wanted to befriend him. The difference in social status remained a barrier. Adam was still the lone commoner among a group of noble children. Although this isolation hurt him somewhat, it wasn't anything new. He had spent most of his life alone. Instead of dwelling on it, he focused on the things that mattered most to him, growing stronger and becoming a Magus. While the children kept their distance, the mercenaries treated him differently. They knew Adam possessed magical talent and might one day become a spellcaster. Building a good relationship with a future Magus could only benefit them. One evening, Adam sat around a smaller campfire, sharing dinner with several mercenaries. Curious about his future destination, he asked a middle-aged mercenary named Rick about Moon City. Rick proudly declared it the finest city he had ever visited, despite traveling throughout much of the Southern Federation. He explained that the River Orie divided the city into 2 sections, the North Ward and the South Ward. The North Ward housed most of the nobles and the royal palace, while Clover Academy was located in the South Ward. Another mercenary, Lila, reminded Rick not to forget the city's most famous landmark, the Lunar Bridge. According to her, the bridge crossed the River Orie and connected the 2 wards. It was a magical structure rumored to have been built by dwarves. Whenever the twin moons, Selene and Luna, appeared in the sky, the bridge would illuminate brilliantly and reflect their splendor. Adam listened with fascination. The conversation soon shifted toward Magi. One of the mercenaries mentioned rumors of a secret neighborhood within Moon City that only Magi could access. The more Adam heard, the more excited he became. He declared that he couldn't wait to enter Clover Academy and become a Magus. Lila jokingly told him not to forget them when he became successful. Realizing why the mercenaries were so friendly, Adam simply agreed. He knew they meant no harm. The group spent the rest of the evening talking. They even convinced Adam to try ale for the first time. Unlike the noble children, Adam was easygoing and respectful, making him popular among the mercenaries. Not everyone was pleased by this scene. From another campfire, Jeffrey and several other boys watched Adam laughing with the mercenaries. One freckled boy angrily complained that Adam had taken his family heirloom sword during one of their confrontations. Jeffrey mockingly suggested he go retrieve it himself. The boy immediately fell silent, remembering the painful beating Adam had given him days earlier. Jeffrey scoffed and turned his gaze back toward Adam. As he watched the boy enjoying himself, a cold idea formed in his mind. He knew the magical beast attacks would become more dangerous as they approached the Nightingale Kingdom. And amidst that chaos, Jeffrey decided he would settle the score. After all, Adam had humiliated him and taken his money. Jeffrey silently swore that the commoner would never make it to Moon City. Jeffrey's hatred continued to grow, but the caravan had more immediate problems to worry about as it entered Crest Valley. This vast valley, surrounded by mountains and inhabited by countless magical beasts, was one of the most dangerous parts of the journey. Travelers normally followed routes that had been carefully scouted by Magi beforehand. Anyone foolish enough to travel through the valley alone was practically seeking death. From this point onward, Moon City was only about 3 weeks away. However, everyone also knew that the closer they got to their destination, the more dangerous the beast attacks would become. Looking out from his carriage window, Adam admired the scenery. Over the past 2 months, he had seen more of the world than he ever had during his entire childhood. In the distance, foxes watched the caravan cautiously while their cubs played nearby. Elsewhere, herds of horses with fiery manes ran freely across the landscape. Despite the beautiful sights, Adam understood the dangers hidden beneath the surface. From conversations with Rick and the other mercenaries, he had learned that Crest Valley claimed lives almost every time children were escorted through it. Even with Magi accompanying the caravan, casualties were common. As he thought about this, his hand instinctively tightened around the hilt of his sword. While he was looking outside, a timid voice suddenly called out to him. A girl with twin ponytails nervously asked how much longer it would take to reach Moon City. She admitted that she could barely endure the journey anymore. Adam could understand her feelings. Most of the noble children had never experienced such hardship before. Months of travel, cramped carriages, and constant danger had exhausted them mentally and physically. Repeating what he had heard from the mercenaries, Adam explained that they would reach the borders of the Nightingale Kingdom in about 2 weeks. After that, it would take another week to arrive at Moon City. The answer relieved many of the children who overheard the conversation. After surviving more than 2 months on the road, a few more weeks didn't sound too bad. At least, that's what they believed. Later that evening, the caravan stopped on elevated ground to make camp. While the mercenaries prepared tents and campfires, the blue-eyed man in the olive cloak sat inside one of the carriages reading as usual. Suddenly, he lifted his head and looked into the distance. After a moment, he calmly stated that it was time for them to make their move. The other 2 olive-cloaked Magi inside the carriage looked in the same direction. One of them coldly suggested allowing the mercenaries to handle the situation first. He believed the children needed tempering and that Clover Academy wasn't a place for weak-willed Magi. The blue-eyed Magus simply smiled knowingly and returned to his book. Only a few minutes later, the peaceful evening was shattered. A long, ominous wolf howl echoed through the valley. Then another and another. The mercenaries immediately recognized the danger. A wolf pack, and a large one. While a single magical wolf wasn't especially threatening, an entire pack was a different matter. Wolves fought together with remarkable coordination, making them far more dangerous than most beasts. The mercenary leader instantly began shouting orders. Carriages were moved into defensive positions while everyone scrambled into formation. Then, in the darkness, dozens upon dozens of glowing green eyes appeared. 100 pairs of eyes stared at the camp. The ground trembled as the creatures rapidly approached. The mercenaries quickly identified them as night wolves, a species that became especially powerful after sunset. Their speed increased, and their attacks became even more vicious. Panic spread among the children. Some began crying and calling for their parents. Others drew their weapons and tried to prepare prepare themselves. Rick's expression turned grim as he looked at them. Prepare for battle. Adam immediately unsheathed the sword he had taken from one of the noble boys. Gripping it tightly, he watched the incoming wolf pack with growing anxiety. Nearby, Jeffrey held a loaded crossbow in trembling hands as he stared at the approaching beasts. But then, he turned toward Adam, and despite the danger surrounding them, a cruel light appeared in his eyes. The wolf pack charged straight toward the camp, their jaws open and sharp teeth gleaming in the darkness. When they were only 30 meters away, the mercenary leader gave the order to fire. Dozens of arrows shot through the air and slammed into the front ranks of the wolves. Several beasts collapsed immediately and were trampled by the pack charging behind them. When the wolves drew even closer, another volley was released, killing more of them before they reached the defensive line. Then, the real battle began. The mercenary leader raised his spear and led the charge as the wolves crashed into the barricade of wooden carriages. Mercenaries, stationed between and atop the carriages, swung their weapons relentlessly, turning the battlefield into a bloody slaughter. Wolf howls, screams, curses, and the sounds of battle echoed throughout the camp. At the center of the formation, the children watched in horror. Adam's hands trembled as he stared at the carnage. He had never seen anything so brutal before. The most dangerous thing he had ever faced was a wild boar near his hometown, and even that encounter had nearly killed him. Compared to that, this battle was on an entirely different level. Closing his eyes, Adam forced himself to calm down. When he opened them again, determination had replaced fear. He decided not to recklessly join the mercenaries. Instead, he would remain near the center of the camp and kill any wolf that broke through the blockade. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for that to happen. Only a few minutes into the battle, a young mercenary was overwhelmed and eaten alive. At the same time, a badly wounded wolf slipped through the defensive line and charged directly toward the children. The children froze. Many were too terrified to move. But Adam knew someone had to act. Rather than retreating, he ran straight toward the injured beast. His heart pounded as he closed the distance. Then, as he passed by the wolf, he swung his sword in a powerful horizontal slash. The wolf suddenly stopped moving. A moment later, blood burst from a deep wound running from its neck down toward its waist. The injury wasn't clean enough to split the beast apart, but it was more than enough to finish it. The wolf collapsed to the ground, struggled briefly, and then died from blood loss. Adam stared at the corpse in disbelief. He had actually killed it. Adrenaline surged through his body, making him feel almost invincible. For a brief moment, he even considered joining the mercenaries on the front lines. Fortunately, reason prevailed, and he quickly retreated back toward the center of the camp. Only then did the other children recover from their shock. Many stared at him with disbelief. Some felt admiration, while others felt humiliated that a commoner had displayed more courage than they had. Still, his actions had inspired them. The children's morale rose, and many finally readied their weapons. Jeffrey had witnessed everything. Watching Adam charge toward the wolf and emerge victorious forced him to ask himself whether he could have done the same. Deep down, he already knew the answer. For a moment, he hesitated, but his pride and resentment quickly overwhelmed any uncertainty. In his eyes, Adam's accomplishments only made him more intolerable. Adam had taken his money, beaten him in front of others, and now was earning admiration during the battle. Jeffrey couldn't forgive it. He decided that tonight, Adam would die, and if killing him proved impossible, then he would at least cripple him and destroy any chance he had of becoming a Magus. Meanwhile, the battle grew increasingly desperate. More mercenaries were killed as wolves broke through the defenses. Several children were forced into combat, and 2 of them lost their lives. Despite the worsening situation, the 3 Magi accompanying the caravan still had not intervened. Anxiety spread through both the mercenaries and the children. Adam continued fighting with everything he had. He slashed, stabbed, and hacked at every wolf that came near him. Blood covered his body, some belonging to the wolves and some his own. Completely immersed in the struggle, he focused only on surviving. Then Jeffrey spotted an opportunity. From a relatively safe position, he loaded a bolt into his crossbow and carefully aimed at Adam. To everyone around him, it looked as though he was trying to help. "Adam, let me help you." The moment he shouted those words, he pulled the trigger. The bolt shot through the air, and a wicked grin spread across Jeffrey's face. As Jeffrey's bolt flew through the battlefield, Adam was locked in a desperate struggle against a wolf. After fighting continuously for nearly 10 minutes, he was already exhausted. When he heard Jeffrey call out that he was coming to help, Adam was confused. Of all people, Jeffrey was the last person he expected to assist him. Then the bolt struck. It pierced straight right through his left shoulder. Adam's eyes widened in shock. Before he could react, the wolf seized the opportunity and lunged at him. Its jaws clamped down on his left arm, pinning him to the ground as its teeth tore into flesh. A scream of agony escaped Adam's lips. Meanwhile, Jeffrey watched from afar and cursed inwardly. He had been aiming for Adam's head. Seeing that his target was still alive, he briefly considered firing another shot. However, he quickly abandoned the idea. One accidental hit could be excused, but a second shot might attract the attention of the three Magi. Satisfied that the wolf would finish the job, Jeffrey turned away and resumed shooting at other wolves. On the ground, Adam struggled desperately. The beast was too strong. No matter how hard he fought, he couldn't break free. Blood poured from his wounds, and his arm slowly began losing sensation. Tears mixed with blood as despair threatened to consume him. But then memories flashed through his mind. His difficult childhood, the mysterious white lotus, and the black-armored Magus who had stood alone against thousands of enemies. A savage determination ignited within him. That man had fought countless powerful Magi without surrendering. How could Adam die to a single beast before even becoming a Magus? He refused to accept it. Driven by sheer willpower, Adam found strength he didn't know he possessed. He grabbed the bolt lodged in his shoulder and violently ripped it out. The pain was unbearable, but he ignored it. With a roar, he plunged the bolt directly into the wolf's eye. The beast immediately released his arm and tried to retreat. Adam didn't allow it. Wrapping his legs around the wolf's body, he trapped it in place and repeatedly slammed his fist against the protruding bolt. Again and again and again. The bolt sank deeper until it pierced the wolf's brain. Only after the creature stopped moving completely did Adam finally release it. His body felt drained of all strength. He pushed the corpse aside and slowly stood up. His left arm had been mangled by the wolf's teeth and looked horrific. Blood covered him from head to toe, giving him the appearance of a demon risen from a battlefield. Then he looked around and found Jeffrey. The moment Adam remembered the bolt that had struck him, an unprecedented killing intent erupted inside him. For the first time, he realized that some people genuinely wanted him dead. Broken sword in hand, he began walking toward Jeffrey. "I'll kill you." His voice was low and filled with bloodlust. Jeffrey froze. Seeing Adam alive was shocking enough. Seeing him approach, covered in blood with murderous intent, made his legs give out beneath him. Terrified, he fell to the ground and desperately tried to explain that it had all been a mistake. Adam didn't listen. He continued, moving forward. Just as he was about to reach Jeffrey, the blue-eyed Magus in the olive cloak suddenly appeared between them. The man calmly looked at Jeffrey before turning his attention to Adam. He stated that this was neither the time nor the place for their dispute. Adam tried to protest, but the Magus cut him off firmly. Relief flooded Jeffrey's face. He immediately thanked the Magus for saving him. The response he received was anything but comforting. The blue-eyed Magus coldly ordered him to shut up and made it clear that he knew exactly what Jeffrey had done. Jeffrey's face instantly turned pale. At that moment, the other two olive-cloaked Magi appeared beside the blue-eyed man. All three wore the four-leaf clover insignia of Clover Academy. Looking beyond the battlefield, one of them noticed an unusually large night wolf. It appeared to be on the verge of advancing into a rank 2 magical beast. The blue-eyed Magus immediately understood. That explained why such a large wolf pack had gathered and acted with unusual coordination. The woman among them suggested ending the battle quickly. Without another word, the three Magi leaped beyond the carriage barricade and landed directly before the wolf pack. The surrounding wolves instinctively retreated, sensing the overwhelming danger radiating from them. Cracking his knuckles, the blue-eyed Magus looked ahead and prepared to act. At last, the Magi were finally entering the battle. With the three Magi finally stepping onto the battlefield, the tide of the battle immediately began to change. The alpha wolf howled furiously and ordered the remaining wolves to attack them. Although the wolves instinctively feared the Magi, they had no choice but to obey their leader's command. The silver-haired Magus, Kelly, moved first. Crouching down, she pressed both palms against the ground as a glowing magic circle appeared beneath her hands. Using a spell called Spill Water, she generated a large amount of water that rapidly spread spread across the battlefield. The spell itself caused no direct harm, but it soaked the ground and prepared the battlefield for what would come next. Immediately afterward, the burly Magus, Ivan, stepped forward. Stomping the ground, he cast Shape Earth. The terrain beneath the wolves instantly transformed into deep mud. Many of the charging wolves lost their footing and crashed into one another. However, even this wasn't enough to stop the pack entirely. Then Alex made his move. The blue-eyed Magus formed several hand signs before lightning began crackling across his palm. Using shocking grip, he slammed his electrified fist into the muddy ground. The result was devastating. The water and mud instantly became a sea of lightning. Electricity surged across the battlefield, electrocuting the wolves trapped within it. Their bodies convulsed as their fur burned black. Within moments, nearly 100 wolves were dead. The surviving children stared in shock. For many of them, it was their first time witnessing real Magi fighting. Even the veteran mercenaries couldn't hide their amazement. The way the three Magi combined their spells so seamlessly was breathtaking. Adam watched the lightning spread across the battlefield. Although he had once witnessed the far greater power of the black-armored Magus from his vision, he still couldn't look away. The desire to become a Magus grew stronger inside him. One day, he wanted to wield such power himself. Then, without warning, Adam felt his soul tremble. Meanwhile, the alpha wolf was consumed by rage after seeing so many members of its pack slaughtered. Throwing its head back, it released a furious howl before gathering a sphere of darkness inside its mouth. The energy ball rapidly expanded before launching toward the three Magi. Ivan immediately stepped forward. Using mold earth, he raised two massive earthen walls directly in front of the attack. The sphere of darkness smashed into the walls, creating a deafening explosion that sent dust and debris flying everywhere. By the end of the collision, both the attack and the walls had been completely destroyed. Before the dust could settle, Alex and Kelly rushed forward. The alpha wolf attempted to gather another dark sphere, but the two Magi were already upon it. Working together once more, they simultaneously cast Thornvine and Acidic Splash. A thick green vine materialized and lashed toward the wolf. At the same time, Alex coated the vine with corrosive purple acid. The acidic vine wrapped tightly around the alpha wolf, restricting its movement while burning through its fur and poisoning its flesh. The spell, gathering inside its mouth, instantly collapsed. For the first time, panic appeared in the beast's eyes. Then the ground behind it suddenly exploded. Ivan burst out from beneath the earth, wielding a massive black warhammer infused with mana. Without hesitation, he brought the weapon crashing down on the wolf's head. The impact was catastrophic. The alpha wolf's skull exploded instantly, leaving behind nothing but mangled flesh and shattered bone. The moment their leader died, the remaining wolves lost all courage and fled into the darkness. The battle was over. Kelly looked at the ruined corpse and lamented the fact that they could no longer sell it for money. Ivan awkwardly apologized, while Alex reassured him that he had done well. With the threat eliminated, the three Magi returned to camp. The surviving children and mercenaries erupted into cheers, praising the Magi's incredible teamwork and overwhelming strength. Alex and Ivan, however, paid little attention to the admiration. They were already accustomed to such reactions. As they walked back, Alex suddenly noticed someone standing completely motionless amid the celebrations. It was Adam. Unlike everyone else, he seemed completely unaware of what was happening around him. His consciousness had already drifted back into the mysterious space connected to the White Lotus. While everyone celebrated the Magi's victory over the wolf pack, Adam's consciousness drifted elsewhere. He suddenly found himself back inside the mysterious white space connected to the White Lotus. At first, he was startled, but that shock quickly turned into excitement. Ever since obtaining the Lotus, he had tried countless methods to return to this strange place, yet none of them had worked. Now, without warning, he was finally back. Curiously, he looked around at the countless glowing white orbs floating throughout the endless white space. Then he noticed something strange. More and more orbs were appearing. The light slowly materialized around the edges of the space, and before long, nearly 100 new orbs appeared at once. Adam stared in disbelief, unable to understand what was happening. Determined to learn more, he swam toward the nearest orb. After gathering his courage, he reached out and touched it. For a few moments, nothing happened. Then an indescribable feeling washed over him. His mind became calmer than ever before. A profound sense of tranquility filled him, and it felt as though his very soul had been nourished. His thoughts became clearer, and he experienced a level of mental clarity unlike anything he had ever felt. When he finally opened his eyes, he felt completely refreshed. Although he didn't truly understand what a soul was, he instinctively knew knew that these glowing orbs were strengthening something within him. Looking around at the thousands of floating lights, Adam couldn't help imagining what would happen if he absorbed all of them. Excited by the possibility, he immediately moved toward another orb. But before he could touch it, a hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder. The white space vanished. Adam snapped back to reality and found Alex standing before him. Confused, he looked around and realized the battle was over. The wolves had been defeated and the survivors were tending to the wounded. Alex jokingly asked whether he had somehow fallen asleep while standing. Relieved that the danger had passed, Adam tried to respond. Instead, exhaustion finally caught up to him. The brutal battle, his severe injuries, and the massive blood loss overwhelmed him, and he immediately collapsed unconscious. When Adam woke up again, sunlight was streaming through the window of a moving carriage. Slowly opening his eyes, he discovered that his left arm had been heavily bandaged. The moment he tried moving it, a sharp pain shot through his body. As he winced, a cheerful voice greeted him. Looking up, Adam saw a brown-haired girl smiling at him. He was surprised. Until now, none of the noble children had ever spoken to him willingly. Another boy in the carriage answered his question about their location, explaining that they were already deeper inside Crest Valley. As the conversation continued, Adam quickly realized why everyone was suddenly acting differently. During the battle, he had fought off numerous wolves and unknowingly protected several children. The others had witnessed his courage and strength firsthand. In a world where power was respected above all else, their attitudes toward him had naturally changed. For the first time, the children treated him with friendliness instead of contempt. Adam accepted their kindness, but his attention soon drifted elsewhere. He gazed out the carriage window and thought about the White Lotus. The experience inside the mysterious space had already begun producing noticeable effects. His perception felt sharper, his thoughts flowed more smoothly, and his mind seemed to operate more efficiently than before. Everything pointed toward his earlier suspicion being correct. The glowing orbs had strengthened him in some way, but more importantly, Adam had gained a new realization. He now had a strong feeling that he finally knew how to enter the mysterious space within the White Lotus whenever he wished. Now that Adam knew how to enter the mysterious space inside the White Lotus at will, he began piecing together the clues surrounding the artifact. As the children excitedly discussed how the three Magi had slaughtered more than 100 wolves with only a few spells, Adam's thoughts drifted elsewhere. The number of new white orbs that had appeared inside the Lotus space was suspiciously similar to the number of wolves killed during the battle. The coincidence was too great to ignore. Remembering the vision he had witnessed after touching the Lotus, Adam recalled how the black-armored Magus had activated the artifact and wiped out thousands of enemy Magi. The Lotus had devoured all of their souls. Slowly, a terrifying realization formed in his mind. The number of glowing orbs inside the mysterious space seemed to match the number of Magi who had died in that vision. Cold sweat covered his back. The White Lotus wasn't merely storing souls, it was absorbing them, and even more frightening, Adam could consume those souls to strengthen his own. The discovery left him both excited and uneasy. Possessing such an artifact could become an incredible advantage on his path to becoming a Magus, but if others learned about it, the consequences could be unimaginable. He immediately decided that the Lotus would remain his greatest secret. Still worried, Adam questioned the children around him about what had happened after he lost consciousness. When they told him that Alex had personally carried him back to the carriage before a mercenary treated his wounds, Adam became nervous. Had Alex somehow discovered the Lotus? After calming down, he concluded that he was probably overthinking. An artifact capable of hiding within a person's body couldn't be exposed that easily. With that concern temporarily set aside, Adam focused on testing his latest theory. Closing his eyes, he entered a calm state and concentrated on the Lotus. Moments later, he successfully returned to the mysterious white space. His guess had been correct. Looking around, he confirmed that the number of floating orbs closely matched the number of souls devoured during the black-armored Magus's final battle. Adam carefully examined the countless lights surrounding him. Some were tiny and emitted a gentle feeling. Others were as large as watermelons and radiated a pressure that made him uneasy. There were even some larger than his own body. Instinctively, he knew he wasn't ready to absorb those larger souls. While observing the orbs, he noticed one that looked different from the others. Unlike the pure white souls around it, this one occasionally flashed with various colors. Curious, Adam approached it. After studying it for a while and sensing no danger, he decided to absorb it. The moment he touched the orb, the familiar sensation of soul strengthening returned. But this time, something else happened. A flood of information exploded into his mind. Back in the real world, Adam's body suddenly began trembling inside the carriage. Sweat poured from his forehead as pain twisted his expression. The children around him panicked, asking what was wrong. For several agonizing minutes, it felt as though countless ants were crawling through his brain. His face turned red, veins bulged at his temples, and he struggled to endure the overwhelming sensation. Eventually, the pain subsided. Adam assured the others that his wound was simply acting up and claimed he needed rest. Then he closed his eyes and focused inward. As he sorted through the torrent of information, he gradually realized what had happened. The colored orb hadn't merely strengthened his soul, it had contained memories. More specifically, fragments of memories belonging to one of the Magi whose soul had been devoured by the White Lotus. The memories clashed with his own for hours as he painstakingly organized them. Thanks to the strengthening of his soul, he eventually succeeded. By the time the sun was beginning to set, Adam finally opened his eyes. A strange expression appeared on his face as he processed the knowledge he had inherited. Among the fragments he received, one field of expertise stood out clearly: herbalism. Another 2 weeks passed, and the caravan finally approached the borders of the Nightingale Kingdom. The dangerous wilderness gradually gave way to fertile farmlands, and signs of civilization began appearing once more. Villages and small hamlets dotted the landscape, lifting the spirits of the children who had spent over 3 exhausting months on the road. Since the wolf attack, the caravan had not suffered another major incident. While a few groups of magical beasts had appeared, the 3 Magi dealt with them before they could become a threat. The wolf attack itself had claimed the lives of roughly half a dozen children. Although the Magi could have saved them, they chose not to intervene. The journey served as an unofficial test. In the eyes of the Magi, talent alone wasn't enough to become a Magus. Courage, judgment, and the ability to survive under pressure were equally important. Those who survived the wolf attack had proven they possessed at least some of these qualities. As a result, only around 60 children remained in the caravan. During these 2 weeks, Adam's injuries prevented him from practicing swordsmanship. The mercenaries had already run out of healing potions, and he didn't feel comfortable asking the Magi for assistance. Instead, he devoted all of his attention to the White Lotus. Every day, he entered the mysterious space and absorbed small soul fragments. Alongside the strengthening of his own soul, he continued assimilating the memories related to herbalism. The results were remarkable. Not only did he gain knowledge, but he also inherited practical experience. The information felt natural, as if he had personally spent years studying herbs and brewing potions. The more Adam learned, the more excited he became. Herbalists and potion masters were highly valued in the Magus world, and many of them were wealthy. If he could make use of this knowledge, he might finally solve his future financial problems. With every absorbed soul fragment, his perception improved. His thoughts became faster and clearer, and his mind operated more smoothly than ever before. One evening, as the caravan stopped beside a lake to make camp, Adam stepped outside and breathed in the fresh air. The children had changed significantly over the course of the journey. Tasks such as setting up tents and preparing campfires would once have been beneath noble children, but months of hardship had forced them to mature. As Adam looked around, his gaze landed on Jeffrey. The moment their eyes met, Adam's expression turned cold. Jeffrey immediately looked away and distanced himself. Ever since the wolf attack, he had avoided Adam completely. Watching him leave, Adam silently vowed that he would settle that debt someday. Soon afterward, Adam noticed the 3 Magi sitting by the lakeside. Ivan and Kelly were reading books, while Alex sat alone, casually skipping pebbles across the water. Seeing an opportunity he hadn't had before, Adam approached him. Alex immediately recognized him. Adam respectfully thanked him for helping after the wolf attack. Alex casually dismissed the gratitude, explaining that he had merely thrown Adam into a carriage rather than truly taking care of him. Even so, the conversation reassured Adam somewhat. Alex didn't seem to know anything about the White Lotus, though Adam still decided to remain cautious. Then Alex unexpectedly asked where Adam had learned swordsmanship. Feeling proud, Adam began explaining that he had mostly taught himself. Before he could finish, Alex bluntly concluded that this explained why his swordsmanship was so crude and barbaric. Adam's face immediately stiffened, but he could only awkwardly promise to improve. After recovering from the embarrassment, he seized the opportunity to ask something that had been on his mind for a long time. Taking a deep breath, Adam looked at Alex and asked about the entrance examination for Clover Academy. Alex patiently explained that Clover Academy's entrance examination consisted of 3 separate tests. The first was a comprehensive aptitude test. The second focused on analytical ability, and and the third was a combat test. Adam was surprised to learn that combat was part of the evaluation process. Alex also revealed that students who performed exceptionally well during the examination would receive rewards from the academy. Hearing that, Adam became even more eager to prove himself. After thanking Alex for sharing the information, he prepared to leave. However, Alex stopped him with one final piece of advice. Killing was strictly forbidden inside Moon City and on Clover Academy's grounds. Anyone who violated that rule would face severe punishment. Then, Alex casually added that settling scores outside the city was a different matter entirely. Adam immediately understood the meaning behind those words. Alex was clearly aware of the conflict between him and Jeffrey. Thanking the Magus once more, Adam returned to the campsite. As he passed Jeffrey, the two exchanged cold looks, but neither made a move. Ever since Alex's warning, Jeffrey had stayed away from Adam. Both boys wanted revenge, but neither could act for now. Their feud would have to wait. Soon, another week passed. At last, after more than 3 months of travel, the caravan reached its destination. In the distance, the silhouette of Moon City appeared. The moment the children saw it, excitement exploded throughout the caravan. Everyone leaned out of the carriage windows and stared in awe. Even from afar, the city looked enormous. Massive buildings rose above the skyline, while countless giant trees could be seen throughout the city. Known as the Jewel of the South, Moon City was the most famous city in the southern region of the continent. Adam couldn't stop smiling as he stared at it. Even the South Ward alone looked many times larger than his entire hometown. As the caravan drew closer, the city's defenses became visible. 3 layers of towering walls surrounded Moon City. Each wall was taller than the one before it, and silver-armored knights patrolled the battlements above. When the caravan arrived at one of the main gates of the South Ward, the guards immediately stopped them. The leader of the Crescent Mercenary Company presented the necessary documents and explained that they were escorting children who would be taking Clover Academy's entrance examination. Although the guards recognized the mercenary company, they still inspected every carriage according to protocol. Ivan impatiently complained about the delay, but after recognizing the Clover Academy insignia on his clothes, the guards respectfully apologized and continued their inspection. Eventually, the caravan received permission to enter. Since Adam's carriage was near the back of the convoy, he entered later than most of the others. As his carriage passed through the massive, 18-foot-tall adamantine gate, he could only stare in amazement. The moment they entered the city, a completely different world unfolded before him. The streets were crowded with people from many races. Besides humans, Adam saw elves, dwarves, and gnomes for the very first time in his life. Everything around him felt vibrant and alive. The caravan traveled along South Lunar Avenue, one of the city's major roads. Cobblestone streets stretched in every direction, lined with bustling shops and crowded market stalls. One thing stood out to Adam more than anything else. Trees were everywhere. Some were taller than buildings, some buildings were taller than trees, and in certain cases, the trees themselves were the buildings. Adam even spotted bridges made from enormous branches and towering trees filled with windows where people lived. The abundance of vegetation gave the city a refreshing atmosphere, unlike anything he had experienced before. Combined with the thriving trade and countless merchants, it was obvious why Moon City had become the greatest mercantile city in the Southern Federation. After traveling through the city for about 20 minutes, the caravan finally came to a stop. Standing before them was a magnificent marble archway. At its center was a symbol Adam instantly recognized, a 4-leaf clover. Seeing it, excitement surged through him. After months of hardship, danger, and endless travel, they had finally arrived. They were at Clover Academy. The moment the caravan arrived at Clover Academy, the children eagerly grabbed their belongings and rushed toward the entrance. But before anyone could enter, Alex, Ivan, and Kelly stepped in front of them. Alex congratulated the group for enduring 3 difficult months of travel, surviving dangerous situations, and finally reaching Moon City. The children erupted into cheers. For many of them, the journey had been the hardest experience of their lives. Some were so overwhelmed with relief that they nearly cried. Then Alex immediately shattered their excitement. Despite reaching the academy, none of them were students yet. The entrance examination was still 7 days away, and until they passed it, they were forbidden from entering the academy grounds. The children instantly exploded into protests. Some demanded explanations, others complained about the unfairness of the situation, and a few even started crying. Ivan silenced everyone with a single shout. Alex then informed them that they would be staying at Sherman's Inn for the next week. Since the inn belonged to Clover Academy, prospective students would receive a discount. Unfortunately for the children, a discount still meant they had to pay. The complaints only grew louder. Many of the noble children were horrified that they would have to spend their own money. Among those suffering the most were Jeffrey and the other children Adam had beaten and robbed during the journey. Their money pouches were now sitting comfortably on Adam's belt. Realizing their predicament, Adam couldn't resist mocking them. He deliberately showed off his bulging pouch and grinned at them. Jeffrey and his companions nearly exploded with rage. After enjoying their frustration, Adam turned his attention back to Alex. The Magus gave one final piece of advice. Moon City was safe, but the children should avoid wandering the streets after sunset. Most importantly, they were required to return to the academy entrance 7 days later at sunrise for the examination. With that, the three Magi departed to report the completion of their mission. The mercenaries also said their farewells and went their separate ways. Soon, the children split into groups and began exploring Moon City. Meanwhile, Jeffrey's group quickly descended into panic. Without money, they had no way to pay for lodging or the academy entrance fee. The others immediately blamed Jeffrey for their situation. After arguing for a while, Jeffrey suggested taking their jewelry and valuables to the Mercantile Guild to pawn them for money. The group reluctantly agreed. As they left, Jeffrey's hatred for Adam deepened even further. Unable to find him in the crowd, he silently swore revenge. While Jeffrey dealt with his problems, Adam began exploring the South Ward. The scale of Clover Academy amazed him. The campus occupied most of the district, while the remaining area was filled with markets, inns, taverns, and businesses that served students. Eventually, Adam reached the bustling market district beside the river Ore. The harbor was crowded with ships, sailors, merchants, and travelers from many races. Everywhere he looked, people were buying, selling, bargaining, laughing, and entertaining one another. Compared to his hometown, the scene felt almost unreal. Adam wandered through the streets in awe while carefully protecting his money pouch. The deeper he ventured into the market, the more fascinated he became. There were exotic goods, dwarven-crafted weapons, fresh produce, roadside stalls, and elegant shops. After spending a long time exploring, he finally found the place he had been searching for, a store decorated with flowers and unusual plants. Above the entrance hung a wooden sign, "Herbs and More." Ever since the wolf attack, Adam's injured arm had continued bothering him. Now that he possessed extensive herbal knowledge from the memories he had absorbed, he wanted to see if he could find something to help treat it. Gently rubbing the bandages wrapped around his arm, Adam pushed open the door and stepped inside. The moment he crossed the threshold, his eyes widened. Without warning, a massive two-headed vulture let out a piercing screech and lunged straight at him. Its enormous maw closed in rapidly, and for a brief moment, Adam froze. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Why was a magical beast attacking him inside Moon City? Wasn't killing forbidden within the city? Was he really about to die the moment he arrived? Then, deep within his soul, the White Lotus suddenly stirred. The artifact slowly rotated and released a calming aura that instantly cleared his mind. As his panic vanished, Adam noticed something strange. The terrifying vulture had become translucent. Realization struck him immediately. The creature wasn't real. A moment later, the vulture passed harmlessly through his body and disappeared into thin air. Before Adam could process what had happened, a surprised voice echoed through the shop. Someone remarked that it was impressive for him to see through the illusion. Adam hurriedly looked around, but couldn't find anyone. Then the voice told him to look down. Standing before him was an elderly gnome with a bald head, pointed ears, and a thick white beard. The old gnome was smoking from a pipe while carefully observing him. Excited, Adam initially mistook him for a dwarf. Unfortunately, the gnome responded by smacking him on the head with his pipe and angrily correcting him. He was a gnome, not a dwarf. After apologizing, Adam listened as the old gnome questioned how he had seen through the illusion. According to him, ordinary people without mana shouldn't have been able to recognize it. Adam immediately realized the White Lotus was responsible. However, there was no way he could reveal that secret. Instead, he innocently claimed that he had simply felt the vulture was fake. The gnome stared into his eyes for several moments before eventually letting the matter drop. When Adam asked why the illusion had been cast in the first place, the old man simply replied that life needed a little excitement. Ignoring the gnome's strange sense of humor, Adam began exploring the shop. The interior center was far larger than it appeared from the outside. Shelves filled with herbs, flowers, spices, books, potions, ointments, and oils covered the walls. Thanks to the herbalism memories he had absorbed from the White Lotus, Adam recognized many of the items immediately. Eventually, his attention landed on a healing potion. Without thinking, he picked up the vial and examined it. The moment he uncorked it, the knowledge inside his mind automatically began analyzing its ingredients. He calmly listed several components used in the potion and even pointed out an unfamiliar earthen powder that appeared to be part of an experimental modification. The gnome froze. He stared at Adam, then at the potion, and then back at Adam again. This made no sense. Adam clearly wasn't a magus, yet his knowledge of herbalism rivaled that of trained professionals. When questioned, Adam quickly claimed that he only possessed a bit of theoretical knowledge and wasn't a real herbalist. After a long silence, the gnome finally confirmed that Adam's analysis was largely correct. The mysterious powder had indeed come from one of his personal experiments using the shell of a lake worm. Satisfied, Adam politely requested to buy the healing potion. The answer nearly made him choke. The potion cost 5 platinum coins, or 50 gold coins. The price was far beyond what Adam expected. Seeing his reaction, the old gnome grinned mischievously. Then he offered an alternative. Instead of paying, Adam could receive the potion for free. Adam immediately became suspicious. After everything that had happened since entering the shop, he knew there was definitely a catch. Carefully eyeing the old gnome, he asked what the man wanted in return. The old gnome, impressed that Adam could identify potion ingredients just by sight and smell, agreed to hand over the healing potion on one condition. He wanted to meet Adam's herbalism teacher, believing such skill could only come from an extraordinary master. Caught off guard, Adam had no real teacher to offer. After a smack on the head for hesitating, he spun a convincing lie. He claimed that years ago, a mysterious, injured woman had wandered into his life. He nursed her back to health, and in gratitude, she taught him everything she knew about herbalism and confirmed his talent for spellcasting. Once fully healed, she left for unknown lands, but not before pointing him toward Clover Academy. The story blended truth with fiction. A wandering magus really had tested his talent and set him on this path, but the rest was invented on the spot. The gnome bought the story, stroking his beard as he mused about kindness leading Adam to the path of a magus. Losing interest, once he realized he couldn't actually meet this teacher, he returned to his counter and agreed to sell the healing potion for 5 platinum pieces. Adam, ever thrifty, tried to haggle for a discount, annoying the gnome further. In the end, he paid 50 gold pieces instead of platinum, keeping his precious platinum coins untouched since he'd learned they were needed for the academy's entrance fee. Despite his gruff exterior, the gnome couldn't help smiling after Adam left, amused by the boy's antics. With the potion secured, Adam made his way to Sherman's Inn, the place Magus Alex had recommended. There, a cheerful young receptionist greeted him and explained the lodging rates after a student discount. A week's stay would cost 10 silver and 50 bronze pieces, which included meals 3 times a day. Adam balked at the price, calling it expensive, but paid in full anyway, silently cursing the cost. A young inn worker led him through the property and into a large courtyard where an enormous tree stood at the center. To Adam's amazement, guests were staying inside rooms built directly into the tree's trunk. His room was located at the very center of the trunk, and once the boy escorted him inside and left, Adam took a moment to admire the surprisingly luxurious setup. Curious, he wandered toward the balcony to check out the view, and the moment he looked outside, what he saw left him utterly stunned. The view from the balcony left Adam speechless. Stretching out before him was the Lunar Bridge, the famous landmark connecting the south and north wards, glowing under the light of the twin moons, Selene and Luna. It looked like it was woven from countless stars, and Adam stood there, marveling at the beauty of the magic world. Back inside, he unwrapped the bandage on his crippled left arm and drank the healing potion in one gulp. A sweet taste gave way to bitterness, and soon an itching sensation spread through his arm as the bones, tendons, muscles, and skin all began regenerating. Within minutes, his arm was completely healed. Amazed at the potion's power, he showered, enjoyed the luxury of his room, and went to bed excited for the entrance exam just a week away. The week passed quickly, and the day of Clover Academy's entrance examination arrived. Adam walked through the crowded streets in his worn but clean clothes, his hair now grown to his shoulders. Reaching the academy's white marble archway, he was stunned to find hundreds of children, at least 500, already lined up from across the Nightingale Kingdom and beyond. Standing quietly in line, Adam quickly became a target for mockery. Other children sneered at his shabby clothing, calling him a farm boy and telling him to go back to the fields. Adam ignored them, focused only on the exam ahead. A freckled youth in front of him decided to provoke him further, grabbing his shoulder and repeating the insults. But when Adam opened his eyes and coldly told him to back off, the boy's knees buckled. Overwhelmed by an inexplicable pressure and a sudden headache, the freckled boy fled to the back of the line, leaving the others confused but unwilling to bother Adam again. The reason became clear over the past week. Adam had spent his time absorbing souls and studying herbalism, growing his soul strength immensely. That hidden power was now strong enough to emit pressure capable of frightening others just from eye contact. In fact, his soul had already reached the level of a newly ranked Rank 1 Magus. Yet he also sensed himself nearing a limit, feeling increasingly full from consuming so many motes of light within the mysterious space of the White Lotus, unsure of what would happen once he could no longer absorb any more. Before he could dwell on it further, a group of instructors in dark green cloaks bearing the four-leaf clover crest emerged from the academy. An old man at the center addressed the crowd, declaring that the entrance examination was about to begin and instructing everyone to follow him. The children were led into the academy grounds for the first time, walking past beautiful stone and wood buildings surrounded by greenery until they reached a clearing filled with tents. There, the old Magus announced the first hurdle, the aptitude test. Anyone below a C-grade aptitude would be eliminated immediately, since the academy had no interest in nurturing students without real talent. Nervous murmurs spread through the crowd, since none of the children knew what grade their talent actually was. Confused about the grading system, Adam asked the boy standing next to him, a chubby noble dressed in fine black silk robes. Unlike the others, this boy, Edward, didn't mock Adam for his appearance. He explained that aptitude was ranked from A to F, skipping E for reasons even he found strange, and that a higher grade meant a greater potential to advance as a Magus. Adam introduced himself, and the two shared a brief, friendly exchange before being called to enter the testing tents separately, parting on good terms. Inside his tent, a Magus instructed Adam to stand at the center of a glowing formation for as long as he could endure. As the formation activated, Adam felt increasing pressure crushing down on his body, though his mind remained largely unaffected. After enduring 4 minutes of intense strain, sweat pouring down his face, he finally gave in and asked for it to stop. The examiner reviewed the results and declared that Adam had passed with a B-grade aptitude, though only barely. Relieved, Adam filled out a form with his personal details and moved on to the next tent, noticing that the crowd of children had thinned significantly. Only about 55% of examinees were making it past this first test, and the elimination rate was expected to rise further in the next round. At the next tent, Adam met a burgundy-haired lady administrator who reviewed his form and praised his B-grade aptitude. She explained that this next stage was an analytical test. With a snap of her fingers, an incomplete geometrical pattern appeared floating in the air before him, missing several lines, angles, and shapes. She instructed him to complete the model. Confused and unsure how to even begin, Adam admitted he didn't know how to proceed, only to be told with a smirk that figuring that out was exactly what the test was meant to determine. With only 2 minutes on the clock and no idea what he was doing, Adam forced himself to focus on the glowing pattern. Studying the lines and shapes carefully, he suddenly realized the model wasn't flat at all. It was a three-dimensional figure, with its shapes mirroring each other at different points. His mind, sharpened from months of soul absorption, worked at incredible speed as he began connecting point after point, drawing lines that materialized in the air before him. What started slow soon became instinctive, his hands moving fluidly as he pieced the model together like an artist finishing a masterpiece. Just seconds before time ran out, he completed the final connection, and the model burst into light before dissolving into motes of light. The burgundy-haired examiner sat stunned, barely able to hide her shock. She praised Adam's performance and sent him through the back exit to the next test, but internally she was reeling. That geometrical pattern had actually been an incomplete spell model for a rank 1 spell, and passing only required completing 25% of it. Adam had gone far beyond that. In the Academy's long history, only a handful of students had ever fully completed this test, and every one of them had gone on to become powerful Magi. Recognizing the implications, she immediately used a mana-infused disc to alert the Academy's higher-ups that special attention needed to be given to this boy. Unaware of the storm he'd just caused, Adam stepped out into a grand square filled with fountains, white-paved streets, and children who had passed the first 2 tests. He settled under a tree to rest, wondering about about the final combat test ahead when Edward found him and excitedly confirmed he'd also passed with a B-grade aptitude. Edward explained that while A and B grades were rare in the world at large, Clover Academy handpicked only the best students, making B grade common here. When Adam asked whether aptitude could increase over time, Edward firmly said no. Only skills like analysis and combat could be sharpened, but aptitude was fixed from birth. This left Adam quietly wondering if the White Lotus's nourishment was responsible for his own growing aptitude, though he had no way to confirm it. Soon, the Academy's headmistress, Professor Godfrey, emerged with a group of Magi to address the crowd. She revealed that although the entrance exam had 3 parts, only the first 2 were required for admission. The third and final combat test existed solely to determine first-year rankings. Realization dawned on the students as she announced that everyone present, having passed the first 2 trials, was officially accepted. Of the more than 700 children who had started the day, only around 350 remained. With a warm smile, Professor Godfrey welcomed them all as the newest members of Clover Academy. The square erupted in cheers as the news sank in. Every child there had just been accepted into Clover Academy, the most prestigious institute for magic in the entire southern continent. Adam, overjoyed, threw his hands up and even hugged Edward while jumping around in excitement. Watching over the celebration, Professor Godfrey observed the students with quiet interest. Her gaze passed over a cold, composed girl with blonde hair, green eyes, and round glasses, then landed on a smug blonde boy crossing his arms, Jeffrey. Both, she noted, had A-grade aptitudes. Finally, her eyes settled on Adam, still jumping around joyfully with Edward, and she smiled to herself, recognizing him as the prodigy with monstrous comprehension skills that had already caught someone named Berger's attention. Once the excitement settled, Professor Godfrey instructed everyone to head into the auditorium for the combat assessment, which would determine first-year rankings. The top 3 performers would receive rare and valuable rewards. The students followed the professors into a massive auditorium filled with hovering octagonal mats. Godfrey explained that these mats were inscribed with illusion formations. Sitting on one would pull a student's mind into a simulated battle. This surprised everyone who had expected a real physical fight. She then delivered a passionate speech about why Magi needed combat skills despite their ability to cast spells, explaining that a true Magus must be ready to fight even without magic, standing firm against all odds. Her words about being scholars, warriors, and Magi ignited the students, who cheered in unison, Adam included, his resolve hardening at her message. Final year students in olive cloaks then arrived to help oversee the new students entering the illusion formations. Among them was a striking young woman with black hair and blue eyes, who playfully surprised Edward with a hug from behind, teasing him and praising him for getting in. She turned out to be Elaine, Edward's older sister. When introduced to Adam, he was immediately flustered by her beauty, awkwardly fumbling his own introduction before turning red with embarrassment. Elaine found this endearing, giggled, and went off to help other students. Adam then jokingly asked Edward if he was adopted, unable to reconcile Edward's appearance with his sister's, leading to more lighthearted bickering between the 2 friends. As the first batch of students began taking their seats on the illusion mats, the assessment began. Within a minute, half of them were ejected from their formations, clearly defeated inside the simulation, many looking terrified and some even fainting from the ordeal. But amid the chaos, one student stood out. The girl with the A-grade aptitude was doing something remarkable inside her illusion, extraordinary enough to leave even the watching professors stunned. The professors watching the illusion formations were thoroughly impressed by the girl's combat skills, remarking that it was rare to find someone gifted in both magic and fighting at such a young age. Professor Godfrey asked for her background and learned her name was Lisa DeClaire, an A-grade aptitude student from Faber Province, hailing from the DeClaire Magus family. Godfrey recalled that the DeClaire family head had been killed years earlier in a conflict with the Gracie family, and realized Lisa must be his daughter, rising as a genius from her family's ruin. After battling wild beasts inside the simulation for 5 minutes, Lisa was finally overwhelmed and ejected, calmly stepping off her mat. The other students were stunned by her performance, recognizing it as a likely record and confirming her as the strongest fighter among the new recruits. Watching from nearby, Edward grumbled about her aloof attitude, while Adam quietly took note of the bar she'd set. As the second batch of students entered the formation, Adam spotted Jeffrey among them and grew visibly cold with anger, though he brushed off Edward's questions about it. To change the subject, Adam asked why no elves, dwarves, or other races attended the academy, and Edward explained that different races required different magical training methods, so Clover Academy was exclusively for humans. When the second batch began, Jeffrey was ejected in embarrassing fashion just moments after the 1-minute mark, confirming Adam's suspicion that Jeffrey had always been all bark and no bite, someone who only caused trouble when backed by others. Adam couldn't help but laugh at his poor showing. The top performer of this batch turned out to be a friendly-looking, sturdily built boy who lasted 4.5 minutes, taking second place overall. Adam made mental notes of both this boy and Lisa as benchmarks. Finally, it was Adam and Edward's turn. Before entering, a final-year student explained the rules. They'd fight wild, non-magical beasts with rankings based on kills and survival time, and importantly, no one could actually die in the simulation. Though the pain from injuries would feel completely real, reassured that death wasn't a real risk, Adam felt free to fight without holding back. Once the formation activated, Adam found himself on a vast plain that felt astonishingly real, deepening his fascination with illusion magic. A voice prompted him to choose a weapon, and dozens of options appeared before him. He selected a sword, the weapon he was most familiar with, even though he had no real skill with it. Moments later, 6 hyenas emerged in the distance, growling and slowly trying to surround him. Without hesitation, Adam charged straight into the pack, laughing wildly as he threw himself into the fight. The moment Adam charged into the hyena pack, the illusion proved shockingly lifelike, the beasts reacting with real shock and ferocity. Adam grinned wildly, leaping and cutting one down mid-air before landing amidst the pack and unleashing a chaotic slaughter. His swordsmanship was rough and untrained, but instinct carried him through, dodging attacks and striking beasts down one after another as more crawled in to replace the fallen. Watching him fight, it became clear Adam was discovering just how much he genuinely enjoyed combat. On the stage, the professors reacted with mixed opinions, some calling him barbaric and mercenary-like, others recognizing raw, unpolished talent that could be shaped into something formidable with proper training. As the 4-minute mark passed, Adam had taken heavy damage after 3 minutes of being unscathed, blood loss slowing him down as wounds piled up with every kill. Still, knowing he couldn't truly die, he pushed through the pain and kept fighting. When the clock hit 4 minutes 30 seconds, he claimed second place, pushing the previously ranked burly youth down to third. Lisa, still holding first place, watched Adam intently, growing tense as he crept closer to her 5-minute record. Back inside the illusion, Adam took brutal hits, bitten, tackled, and nearly overwhelmed, but he fought back mercilessly, killing hyena after hyena despite dwindling strength. Surrounded by dozens more beasts and barely able to stand, he let out a defiant roar and charged forward anyway, determined to find his limit. When the 5-minute mark passed, the crowd erupted. Adam had broken Lisa's record and claimed first place. Everyone watched in disbelief as he remained the only student still active in the simulation, drenched in sweat and shaking, yet unyielding. Jeffrey and his friends seethed with resentment, humiliated that a so-called peasant had outperformed an A-grade aptitude holder like Jeffrey. Edward, on the other hand, was thrilled and cheered him on. Lisa felt a mix of anger and disappointment, upset at losing both her top ranking and the reward that came with it. As the clock passed 6 minutes, disbelief turned into full-blown shock among the students, who understood firsthand how brutally the simulation's difficulty escalated with time. On stage, the professors remained impressed, despite some discomfort with Adam's reckless fighting style. Though they acknowledged he likely embraced this aggression because he knew death wasn't truly possible inside the illusion, Professor Godfrey merely smiled, sensing something was about to happen. Finally, as the 7-minute mark arrived, Adam's eyes snapped open. The moment Adam woke up, he instinctively grabbed his neck in panic, having just witnessed a hyena sink its teeth into his throat right before being ejected. Relieved to find himself unharmed, he stood up to find every mat empty and hundreds of students staring at him in stunned silence. Professor Godfrey broke the silence, announcing that Adam had lasted an incredible 7 minutes and 18 seconds, officially placing him first among all first-year students. The auditorium erupted in applause, with even the aloof Lisa begrudgingly joining in for a couple of seconds. Only Jeffrey and his group refused to clap, seething with resentment. Curious, Adam asked Godfrey what the all-time record for the entrance exam was. She revealed it was 7 minutes and 45 seconds, meaning Adam's performance ranked third in the Academy's entire history, a history spanning hundreds of years, predating even the Nightingale Kingdom itself. The revelation left the students speechless. Start from here. With rankings settled, Godfrey directed everyone to complete registration at the administrative building before heading to their dormitories, reminding them that orientation would happen the next day and classes would begin 2 days later. The students filed out excitedly, and registration proceeded quickly, filling out personal details and paying the required 10 platinum piece enrollment fee, which the Academy accepted only in platinum. Each student was then given a wooden trunk and assigned a dorm. Adam and Edward, having already bonded, chose to room together rather than leave it to random assignment. They arrived at their dorm, 52A, on the 3rd floor of the boys' residential building. Adam was amazed by the space: an elegant living room with a chandelier, plush carpeting, a marble bathroom, bunk beds, closets, and a small study area. Edward, used to luxury, was far less impressed and immediately claimed the bottom bunk. Settling in, the two opened their trunks together. Inside, Adam found the Academy's olive-colored uniform cloak bearing the 4-leaf clover insignia, which filled him with pride as he tried it on and posed dramatically. He also found 2 textbooks, Introduction to Arcane Magic and Basics of Spellcasting, along with a mysterious black book radiating a strange aura. Edward explained it was a grimoire, a magical notebook with effectively endless pages used by Magi to record spell models and notes. Adam flipped through its blank pages before setting it aside. Continuing through the trunk, he found a leather box containing his reward for placing first in the rankings: a crystal vial of body-cleansing essence oil, a rare and expensive substance that purified and strengthened the body, and a crystal ball containing knowledge of the powerful rank 1 spell, Eldritch Beam, worth 15 platinum pieces on the market. Carefully setting these treasures aside, Adam turned his attention to the 2 remaining items in the trunk: a flask and a scroll, the most valuable of them all, since these were the very things that would finally set him on the path to becoming a true magus. Adam resisted the urge to use the flask and scroll right away, remembering a professor's warning that both items needed to be used with a calm state of mind. Patient as ever, he decided to wait until after orientation the next day. That day, senior students and faculty gave the new students a full tour of the Academy's facilities, taking up nearly the entire day. Once everyone returned to their dorms in the evening, Adam finally decided the time had come. He and Edward grabbed their flasks and scrolls, tucked them into a satchel, and headed out to meet Elaine, who had promised to help them through the advancement process. The two ran to Elm Grove, a small forest on campus, and found Elaine waiting in a gazebo with a friend. Elaine introduced her as Jenna, explaining that she would be the one guiding Adam through his advancement. Jenna, initially unimpressed by Adam's plain clothing, softened slightly after he thanked her sincerely. She made clear she was only helping because Elaine had asked. Adam then thanked Elaine as well, and she affectionately ruffled his hair, telling him to simply call her Elaine, leaving him blushing and looking away. With introductions done, Jenna got straight to business, instructing Adam to sit at the center of the gazebo. She guided him to unfurl his scroll and press it to the ground. Mysterious symbols spread from the scroll onto the floor, forming a circular formation around him while transmitting hidden knowledge directly into his mind. Next, Jenna told him to drink the potion of hope from his flask. Adam swallowed the strange green liquid in one go, and it immediately spread through his body and mind as gas, pulling him into a trance-like state. When he emerged from it, he could sense something new in the world around him, mana present everywhere, though invisible to normal sight. Jenna then instructed him to circulate the mana extraction technique, the final step of the process. This too had been transferred into his mind through the scroll. It was Clover Academy's own secret method, the Clover Mana Extraction Technique. Adam began practicing it immediately, visualizing mana as tiny fireflies being drawn into his body. As the mana entered his flesh, his body trembled as it worked its way deep inside him. After about 10 minutes, feeling as though he'd reached his limit, Adam stopped, and in that moment, he knew with certainty that he had become a rank 1 magus. Elaine and Edward cheered for him, genuinely happy, and even Jenna gave an approving nod. Adam began to smile back at them, but his expression suddenly froze. From deep within his soul, he felt a powerful resonance surge through him, one he recognized instantly. It was the White Lotus. Sensing the resonance, Adam immediately dove into his own mind, and what he found left him stunned. Where he once entered directly into the mysterious space of the White Lotus, he now hovered above a vast, boundless body of water, with the lotus itself transformed pristine plain white, surrounded by 3 verdant leaves floating at the center. Recalling fragments of knowledge he'd absorbed about higher Magus ranks, Adam realized in shock that this endless water resembled a sea, something that shouldn't exist at his current rank at all. Before he could process it further, Edward's voice pulled him back to reality. Adam brushed off his daze, claiming he was simply overwhelmed by the new sensations of becoming a Magus, then stepped aside as Elaine guided Edward through his own advancement ritual. Throughout the process, Adam remained lost in thought, certain that what had just happened to him should only occur upon reaching rank 2, yet somehow, thanks to the White Lotus and the fragmented knowledge from the soul he'd once absorbed, it had happened prematurely. Once Edward successfully became a Magus, Adam pushed his troubling thoughts aside to celebrate with his friend. Elated at their shared success, the two hugged, and Edward invited Adam back to their dorm to crack open a bottle of fine wine to celebrate. Adam, having developed a taste for alcohol during his travels, happily agreed, partly to celebrate and partly to settle his own inner turmoil. The two got thoroughly drunk that night. The next morning brought consequences. Badly hungover, Adam and Edward sprinted through the academy's halls, desperately trying to reach their first class on time, only to arrive 30 minutes late. Their fiery-haired professor was furious, cutting off Adam's attempt at an excuse and punishing both of them to stand at the back of the room holding their ears for the remainder of the lecture, much to the class's amusement. Despite the humiliation, the lecture continued, covering the fundamentals of rank 1, known as the Mana Foundation stage. The professor explained that this rank consisted of 5 minor stages: the flesh stage, muscle stage, bone stage, organ stage, and finally the neural stage, each representing mana, progressively nourishing deeper parts of the body until it reached the brain and nervous system, forming mana channels throughout the body. A student asked whether the final stage was dangerous, given its effect on the brain, and the professor confirmed it was indeed the most perilous milestone a Magus would face. Failure could result in irreversible brain damage. He reassured the class that proper guidance from the academy would help them navigate this risk safely, though he offered no details about what came after rank 1, as such knowledge was considered highly confidential. Yet Adam already understood what lay beyond the neural stage. Advancing to rank 2 required 2 things: guiding mana through the body's channels to condense it at the center, and forming what was known as the spirit sea, something that only followed after the brain had been fully nourished by mana. And thanks to the White Lotus, Adam had already accomplished this impossible feat, forming a spirit sea despite still being merely a rank 1 Magus. 5 days had passed since Adam began his studies at Clover Academy. The early lessons focused purely on foundational knowledge and mastering the mana extraction technique, giving new students time to adjust to life as Magi before diving into more complex subjects. By Friday, with classes done for the week, Adam reminded Edward that he wanted to visit the herb store to buy supplies. He needed a special water solution that, combined with his body-cleansing essence oil reward, would produce a far more potent effect knowledge he'd gained from the absorbed memories inside him. He also planned to invest in a set of potion brewing apparatuses, a costly purchase but one he expected would pay off once he started selling his own potions. The two dropped their things at the dorm and headed into the lively streets of South Ward, making their way to the harbor market as the city lit up under the glow of the lunar bridge. Before entering Herbs and More, Adam couldn't resist pulling a prank, mockingly bowing and calling Edward Lord Edward to feed his friend's ego. Edward, delighted, played along and strutted through the door, first only to freeze in terror at the sight of a 3-headed dog glaring at him. He screamed and fell to the ground before realizing it was nothing more than an illusion conjured by Adam, who burst out laughing at his reaction. Edward, embarrassed and furious, swore revenge, though his anger cooled once he realized only a skilled Magus could cast something so realistic. Inside, Adam greeted the old gnome Burger respectfully, having picked up some etiquette from Edward. Burger teased him for suddenly acting refined, then turned his attention to Edward, immediately recognizing him as Victor's son. Edward was stunned that he knew his father, and Burger explained that he was the one who had long been supplying the medicine that treated Edward's mother's illness. Overwhelmed with emotion, Edward bowed and thanked him tearfully, only to get smacked on the forehead with Burger's pipe for getting too sentimental. Composing himself, Edward properly introduced himself and thanked Magus Burger. Turning to Adam, Burger asked what he needed. Adam handed over a prepared list of ingredients and supplies for potion brewing. Burger, unsurprised, acknowledged that Adam was finally starting his brewing journey and quoted a price of 450 gold pieces. stunned by the steep cost. Adam nonetheless braced himself when Burger offered a discount with his usual mischievous smirk, leaving Adam with an uneasy sense of déjà vu as he cautiously asked what the old gnome wanted in return this time. Burger studied the list carefully and correctly deduced that Adam intended to brew healing potions, strength potions, venom antidotes, and explosion potions. Impressed by his own accurate read, he then asked about 3 unusual ingredients on the list: mana-infused distilled water, citrus extracts, and sanguine leech, which didn't fit any of the potions he'd already identified. Adam explained that these were meant to create a water solution that would enhance the effects of his body-cleansing essence oil, detailing how the citrus extract and mana-infused water would expand the body's pores, while the sanguine leech acted as a primer to bind the solution with the oil. Burger was stunned by the cleverness of the method, remarking that such ordinary ingredients could produce such a powerful effect. He asked if Adam's mysterious wandering teacher had taught him this, and Adam lied smoothly, confirming it. Burger warned him, however, that while the combination would make the oil far more potent, it would also cause tremendous pain. Adam shrugged off the warning, declaring he was willing to endure it, which earned a rare nod of approval from the old gnome. Burger then led Adam and Edward up to the second floor, revealing his personal laboratory filled with glassware, ingredients, and finished potions. Adam was awestruck, dreaming of one day having a lab of his own. At the center of the room stood a large cauldron filled with swirling green liquid. With a snap of his fingers, Burger summoned empty vials that filled themselves with the liquid, amazing the 2 boys who hadn't yet learned spellcasting at the academy. When Burger ordered the cauldron to be moved, a towering, 6-foot humanoid figure made of black metal emerged from the shadows, terrifying Edward. Burger calmly explained it was a golem, a magically created construct used as a mindless, obedient servant, expensive, but incapable of speech or independent thought. The golem then gathered several items Burger requested: a Ganish wooden tub, citrus fruits, and sanguine leeches. Burger then instructed Adam to bring out his body-cleansing essence oil so he could personally observe the process. When Adam pointed out the oil was back in his dorm room, Burger dismissed the concern, pulling out a small metallic whistle and blowing it silently. Moments later, the space in front of him distorted and tore open, releasing a small black puppy that bounded out and affectionately jumped on Burger, licking his face. Adam and Edward stared in disbelief at witnessing a creature casually tear open a rift in space itself. Burger, amused by their shock, remarked that this was something the Academy would never teach them. Adam and Edward stood frozen in disbelief, watching the tiny black puppy playfully tug at Burger's beard, still reeling from the fact that this adorable creature had just torn open a rift in space to appear before them. As the crack in the void began sealing itself, Adam caught a brief glimpse of what lay beyond a place of overwhelming, intensely saturated colors unlike anything he'd ever seen. The sight left his head spinning, and by the time he recovered, the rift had already closed. Shaken, Adam asked Burger what that place was. The old gnome, surprised, remarked that Adam possessed unusually high spiritual power for someone who had just become a Magus. Confused, Adam turned to ask what he meant, only to notice Edward already collapsed on the ground. Drooling, a single glance at the place called the Spirit World had knocked him out cold. Burger brushed off any concern for the boy's condition. When Adam pressed for more details about spiritual power and the Spirit World, Burger dismissed his questions, telling him to ask his professors at the academy instead. Burger then asked where Adam kept his essence oil, and upon learning it was in his dorm trunk, instructed the puppy, Blackie, to fetch it. Before running off, Blackie circled around Adam and casually urinated on him, leaving Adam indignant. Burger explained this was simply the puppy's way of marking him affectionately. Blackie then tore open another crack in space and disappeared through it. Adam roused Edward awake, but moments later, another, larger rift opened in front of them. Adam shut his eyes in time, but Edward caught sight of the spirit world again and immediately fainted a second time. Blackie emerged from the rift, his tail stretched out and wrapped around Adam's wooden trunk, which he delivered proudly to Burger. Pleased, Burger rewarded the puppy with a fist-sized purple crystal, which Blackie swallowed whole before licking Burger's face and disappearing back into another space crack, barking farewell to Adam on the way out. Left standing in stunned silence, Adam's mind raced with unanswered questions about the spirit world, the strange puppy, and how it had bypassed the Academy's defenses to retrieve his trunk. His thoughts were interrupted when Burger instructed him to bring out the body-cleansing essence oil so they could begin the body remodeling process. The golem poured the mana-infused water into the wooden tub, and Burger extracted extracted citrus essence with a snap of his fingers to mix into the solution. Adam retrieved the essence oil from his trunk and handed it over, then stripped down and climbed into the tub, bracing himself nervously for the pain ahead. Burger reassured him he would do his best to ease the suffering. Taking a deep breath, Adam steeled his resolve and prepared to begin. With a small magic circle at his fingertips, Burger poured the body-cleansing essence oil into the wooden tub where it mixed with the mana-infused water and citrus extract. Nearby, enchanted parchment and quills began recording the entire process on their own. Almost immediately, the mixture started expanding Adam's pores, sending waves of agonizing pain through his body. Burger calmly cast a rank 2 enchantment spell, Ease Emotions, tricking Adam's mind into perceiving less pain even though the sensation itself remained. Gritting through it, Adam endured as the essence oil slowly seeped into his skin. After a few minutes, the oil hit a natural barrier and could no longer penetrate deeper, so Burger ordered the golem to pour in 5 pounds of sanguine leeches. Drawn to Adam's blood, the tiny creatures burrowed straight into his body, tunneling through flesh, muscle, and bone, before dying from the very blood that sustained them. Their deaths left behind microscopic paths that allowed the essence oil to seep even deeper, intensifying Adam's pain to unbearable levels. Burger, fascinated, mused aloud about the brilliance of the herbalist who had supposedly taught Adam this technique, wondering if she hailed from the Uriel continent. As Adam neared the edge of unconsciousness, Burger urged him to push through, reminding him of his own earlier boast, no pain, no gain. Reapplying the Ease Emotions spell, Burger gave Adam just enough clarity to grit his teeth and endure. Steam poured off the tub as the liquid evaporated rapidly, and Adam's body began undergoing a visible transformation. Though he had once been bulky from childhood strength training, his frame now shrank and reshaped itself, his bones strengthening while his muscles and tendons became leaner, yet infinitely more powerful. Throughout it all, Burger's quills captured every detail, giving the old gnome valuable insight into human anatomy that he knew would fuel future experiments. After several more minutes, the water in the tub fully evaporated, and the steam finally cleared to reveal Adam stepping out of the tub, transformed. His height had grown slightly, but the real change was his physique no longer bulky, but lean, sculpted, and defined as if crafted by a master artisan. Feeling the surge of raw power now coursing through his body, Adam clenched his fists and grinned, declaring that all the pain had been worth it in the end. Edward stared at Adam in complete disbelief, unable to process how the body-cleansing essence oil had transformed his roommate so drastically, making him taller and leaner. Before Adam could respond to Edward's astonished question, exhaustion from the brutal transformation finally caught up with him, and he collapsed face first, only to be caught mid-fall by the adamantine golem, which gently carried him to a guest room on Burger's orders. Concerned, Edward asked if Adam would be all right, and Burger reassured him it was simple exhaustion, nothing more. The old gnome then handed Edward a metal flask, explaining it was medicine for his mother. Overjoyed and grateful, Edward thanked him sincerely before rushing out of the store, determined to deliver it as quickly as possible. He sprinted through the market, across the glowing lunar bridge, and into the noble district of the North Ward, arriving at a grand mansion where guards respectfully greeted him as young lord. Ignoring the bowing servants, Edward hurried up to his mother's room, where he found her lying in bed, pale and clearly unwell. She weakly acknowledged him, and a maid helped her sit up to drink the potion Edward had brought. It was revealed that Edward's mother had fallen gravely ill shortly after his birth, her condition never diagnosed, despite Burger's efforts, and she had survived all these years only because of her husband's connections and Burger's medicine. This unresolved guilt had led Edward to believe his birth was somehow responsible for her suffering, driving a wedge between him and his father. As Edward broke down crying at her bedside, his mother, Elia, gently comforted him, telling him not to worry since she felt better after the medicine. She asked how he'd come to deliver it himself instead of his father's usual messengers, and Edward explained he'd learned the truth about Burger while visiting the store with his roommate. Elia spoke warmly of Burger's wisdom and the help he'd given her over the years. The two spent time catching up, since this was Edward's first visit home since starting at the academy. He shared stories about his life there and his new friendship with Adam. As the medicine began taking effect and Elia grew drowsy, Edward tenderly said goodnight, kissed her forehead, and promised to return the next day before heading back to his own room. Once alone, Elia could no longer hold back her tears. Quietly, she admitted to herself that she didn't know how much longer she had left to live, wishing only that Edward, Elaine, and Victor could go on to live happy lives after she was gone. She wasn't afraid of death itself, only of the pain her family would endure once she was no longer there. As sleep finally took her, she drifted off, dreaming of a better future she knew, deep down, would never come. 2 days later, Adam woke up in an unfamiliar room to find his clothes fitting oddly small because he'd grown taller. Catching his reflection in a nearby mirror, he was stunned by what he saw. His height had increased, his body had become lean and muscular, and his skin looked remarkably smooth and healthy. His jawline and cheekbones were more defined, and while the transformation hadn't made him strikingly handsome, he now looked distinctly more pleasant than before. Admiring the changes, he lamented that the body-cleansing essence oil could only ever be used once. Heading downstairs, Adam found Burger at his usual spot, reading. The old gnome asked how he felt, and Adam enthusiastically confirmed the transformation had worked wonders. Burger noted that the water solution Adam had devised boosted the essence oil's effects by more than 30%, which explained the dramatic results. When Adam cheekily asked for a discount, Burger scoffed at his cheapness, then admitted that observing the entire remodeling process had been genuinely valuable to him. Still, true to his principles, he refused to give anything away for free, offering instead to sell all the equipment and ingredients for 350 gold pieces after a 100 gold discount. Given his limited funds, Adam hesitated, but Burger revealed he intended to honor his belief in fair and equal exchange. Impressed by how ordinary ingredients had unlocked new possibilities in his own herbalism understanding, Burger pulled out an ancient tome and offered it to Adam, explaining it contained knowledge about the spirit world, something he'd recovered from ruins during his younger adventuring days. However, reading it required knowledge of a secret language used by Magi, a detail Burger refused to elaborate on, smacking Adam for asking too many questions and telling him to consult his professors instead. Burger then extracted a glowing white thread from his own forehead and flicked it toward Adam, who instinctively recoiled before the thread burrowed into his mind, flooding him with knowledge. To his astonishment, it turned out to be a rank 1 illusion spell, gifted based on Burger's assessment that Adam possessed unusually strong spiritual power suited for the school of illusion. Choosing not to press further questions, Adam gratefully accepted the transaction, handing over nearly all his remaining money in exchange for the tome, spell knowledge, and materials, feeling the trade was more than worth it. As he prepared to leave, Adam asked if Burger would be open to trading arcane knowledge in exchange for herbalism knowledge in the future. Intrigued by what Adam's mysterious teacher might have taught him, Burger agreed, reaffirming that any exchange would remain fair and equivalent based on the quality of information shared. Thrilled at the prospect of trading his absorbed herbalism knowledge for genuine arcane teachings, Adam thanked Burger warmly and left the shop with his new tome, ingredients, and equipment in hand, eager to return to his dorm and finally begin brewing his own potions. Class began with an old, kindly professor asking the students to name the schools of magic. Lisa DeClaire, the entrance exam's second-place finisher, answered confidently, listing all 8: warding, summoning, divination, enchantment, invocation, illusion, alteration, and necromancy. The professor praised her enthusiastically, much to Edward's quiet irritation as he grumbled about her constantly answering everything, all while secretly snacking on a sweet bun. The professor explained that these schools of magic, developed over hundreds of thousands of years, served as the categories under which all spells were organized. He began detailing 4 of them. The School of Warding covered protective and defensive magic, with its highest practitioners capable of banishing targets to another dimension, entirely a revelation that stunned the class and immediately reminded Adam of the mysterious spirit world he'd glimpsed earlier. Next was the School of Summoning, which handled summoning creatures, objects, and effects, and at its highest level, enabled teleportation itself, allowing Magi to manipulate space. This left Adam pondering whether the terrifying spells he'd once witnessed a black-armored Magus use, freezing space and disintegrating enemies, had come from this school or something else entirely. The professor moved on to the School of Divination, describing it as the most mysterious, allowing Magi to glimpse the future and uncover hidden knowledge, though he clarified that accurate divination still required relevant information to work from. Finally, he introduced the School of Enchantment, which focused on manipulating minds, emotions, and thoughts, along with curses and hexes, requiring sharp observational skill from its practitioners. Running low on time, the professor assigned the remaining 4 schools as homework, promising to quiz the class next lesson. He also announced that the following class would cover how to construct spell models, finally teaching them the components needed to actually cast spells. With that, class was dismissed. As students filed out, Edward complained about the upcoming combat training entertaining and suggested skipping it to sneak off to a great restaurant he knew, tempting Adam further by mentioning its excellent wine. Adam immediately agreed, and the two happily made their way toward the exit, already daydreaming about food and drink. Before they could leave, however, Lisa DeClaire stepped directly into their path. Edward, annoyed, snapped at her, but she ignored him entirely, locking eyes with Adam instead. With unwavering determination, she declared her challenge. Adam Constantine, I challenge you to a duel. Caught completely off guard, Adam wondered if he'd somehow offended Lisa. Edward immediately jumped to his defense, mocking her as a nerd, only for Lisa to snap back by calling him fatty, a jab that oddly stung far more coming from her than it ever did from Adam, leaving Edward fuming. Trying to calm his friend, Adam asked Lisa directly why she wanted to fight him, genuinely puzzled since he sensed no real hostility from her. Lisa explained flatly that fighting in an illusion was nothing like fighting in reality, and she refused to accept that she could actually lose to him in a real one-on-one match. Realizing she simply couldn't stomach losing her pride after the entrance exam, Adam lost interest entirely and flatly refused her challenge, walking away with Edward in tow. The reaction was immediate and intense. Refusing a duel was practically unthinkable among Magi, who valued their reputation as fierce warriors as much as scholars. The onlooking students were stunned, and Lisa angrily accused Adam of cowardice. Unbothered, Adam mockingly agreed that yes, he was a coward, and continued walking away, dragging an embarrassed Edward with him. Lisa chased after them and blocked their path again, this time offering a wager of 50 gold pieces on the fight's outcome. The moment money entered the conversation, Adam's attitude flipped instantly. He eagerly accepted, practically laughing with excitement, since he was in genuine need of funds after spending nearly everything on Burger's ingredients and equipment. He casually told her to wait 10 days before walking off, leaving Lisa flustered and unable to respond right away. She quickly recovered and declared the duel would take place at the Academy's arena in 10 days, then stormed off without waiting for his reply. News of the confrontation spread like wildfire through the first-year students. Many mocked Adam as a coward for initially declining, framing him as a peasant who only agreed once money was involved, while Lisa's many admirers rallied around her, hyped by the idea of watching their popular A-grade classmate face off against the batch's top-ranked student. That evening, Adam and Edward sat drinking rice wine at a restaurant in South Ward. Edward voiced his concern, pointing out that Lisa's A-grade aptitude gave her far greater mana reserves and faster mana replenishment, both major advantages in combat. Adam acknowledged the point, but argued that mana alone didn't decide a fight's outcome. When Edward pressed him on his confidence, Adam grinned and admitted he was sure of victory, bolstered by the 2 rank 1 spells already in his possession, with plans to soon master spell model construction. But beyond that, he also had one more hidden advantage waiting in reserve, something drawn from the power of the White Lotus. The next day, once classes ended, Adam and Edward returned to their dorm, where Edward promptly collapsed onto his bed for a nap, while Adam got straight to work brewing potions. Standing over his cauldron, he carefully followed the herbalism knowledge absorbed from the expert's memory, timing each step precisely as he worked with a bubbling red liquid. While waiting for the mixture to simmer, Adam reviewed his notes from class on the remaining schools of magic. He read about the School of Invocation, which focused on manipulating magical energy for devastating effects, and was the source of his Eldritch Beam spell. He also studied the School of Illusion, which manipulated perception and senses, the same school as the spell Burger had gifted him, along with the School of Alteration, which transformed the properties of objects and creatures, and the School of Necromancy, which dealt with life, death, and spirits, occupied by practitioners who could either bring peace to the dead or wreak chaos, depending on their intent. Turning back to his brewing, Adam crushed violet leaves and earthen roots into a fine paste and added it to the cauldron at the precise moment, infusing the mixture with a thread of his own mana. But the liquid turned dark and murky, instead of taking on the desired effect his 7th failed attempt at brewing a healing potion. Undeterred, despite his disappointment, he reminded himself that even with absorbed expert knowledge, success still required real effort, and he began again. Hours passed as the twin moons rose and Edward slept soundly, snoring through it all. By his 11th attempt, Adam had grown calmer and more focused with each failure, treating every mistake as proof of progress rather than a setback. This time, as he infused mana into the mixture, the liquid shimmered brilliantly, glowing red with hints of green, a clear sign of success. Elated, he burst into laughter, having finally brewed a genuine healing potion after more than 6 hours of trial and error. He carefully bottled the potion into 6 crystal vials, calculating that at a market price of roughly 50 gold pieces each, he'd nearly recovered his initial investment in ingredients and equipment. Pleased with himself, he wondered whether Burger might be willing to buy them. After storing the vials safely in his trunk, Adam went to wake Edward for dinner, kicking him awake. Edward grumbled about being disturbed and claimed he was on a diet, rolling over to go back to sleep. But the moment Adam mentioned heading to Sherman's Inn for a 12-course meal, Edward's resolve crumbled instantly, and he leapt out of bed to chase after his roommate, diet forgotten entirely. After their heavy dinner, Adam spent the rest of the night brewing potions, successfully producing 4 more healing potions after another round of trial and error. The process consumed him so completely that he lost all track of time, leaving him exhausted and unable to stay awake in class the next day. While Adam slept soundly with his head on the table, Edward mischievously painted his face like a circus clown. Meanwhile, the fiery-haired Professor Jock lectured the class on the 3 components required for spellcasting, explaining that different spells required different combinations of these elements. Spotting Adam asleep and already holding a grudge from their first-day tardiness, the professor stormed over and shouted his name, demanding he answer a question. Startled awake, Adam leapt up in a defensive stance, only for the entire class to erupt in laughter at the sight of his painted clown face. Mortified, Adam tried to explain himself, but Professor Jock, notorious for his short temper, exploded and ordered him to stand at the front of the class, holding his ears. Edward, caught laughing at his own handiwork, was smacked and sent to join him. Once order was restored, Professor Jock resumed the lecture, and as always, Lisa eagerly answered first, explaining the 3 spell components in full. The model component, which required constructing a spell model using spiritual power and injecting it with mana. The physical component, involving precise hand or finger motions, and the material component, which required sacrificing a physical material to power the spell. The professor praised her thorough answer, while Lisa shot Adam a smug glance afterward, further irritating him. As the lecture continued, Adam privately reflected on how expensive learning magic truly was, especially given the cost of material components. Understanding now why the path of a Magus was largely reserved for the wealthy, he felt fortunate that the knowledge he'd absorbed from the White Lotus gave him an edge he otherwise never would have had. A curious student then asked about magic combat techniques mentioned earlier, and Professor Jock briefly explained that this was typically taught starting in the 3rd year, describing it as the fusion of physical combat and magic, where Magi imbue their weapons with mana to unleash powerful techniques. When class ended for the day, Adam planned to head to Burger's store to sell his 10 healing potions, but not before dealing with Edward. Confronting his roommate over the clown makeup, Adam was met with more mocking laughter, which only provoked him further. He pounced on Edward and delivered a thorough beating right there in the classroom, drawing a crowd of amused classmates who cheered and placed bets on the spectacle. Lisa, walking past the chaos, simply shook her head in disapproval, muttering about how such behavior tarnished the dignity of Magi everywhere. Still wearing his ruined clown makeup, Adam made his way through the bustling, multicultural streets of South Ward, home to a diverse mix of humans, elves, dwarves, and gnomes living together in harmony, a city rumored to have been modeled after the long-lost elven city of Fapor. Despite his best efforts, nothing could scrub the paint from his face, drawing bewildered stares from passers-by who had never seen a Clover Academy student looking like a street performer. Adam simply gave up trying to fix it, choosing not to dwell on things outside his control. Arriving at Herbs and More, Adam's clown face immediately caught the attention of the customers inside. Before he could react, Blackie came bounding out from behind the counter, delighted to see him. Adam happily crouched down to greet the puppy, but Blackie darted away, leading him on a playful chase, before suddenly turning around and urinating on his foot, then bolting to hide behind Burger. Furious, Adam chased after him through the store, to the horror of the customers, who couldn't believe anyone would dare provoke Burger's familiar. Amused by the chaos, Burger simply dismissed the other customers from his shop, and they scrambled out without hesitation, unwilling to defy a powerful Magus. Once the store cleared out, Burger told Adam to give up chasing the dog, as he'd never catch him. Defeated, Adam vowed revenge on Blackie, who merely smirked and curled up smugly in Burger's lap for head scratches. Burger then asked what Adam had come for, and Adam presented his wooden box of healing potions, only to get smacked on the forehead for not opening it himself. When Adam finally revealed the vials. Burger was initially unimpressed until he noticed the potions had an unusual reddish liquid with green tints, distinct from a standard healing potion. Intrigued, he uncorked one and took a whiff, immediately recognizing it as an entirely new recipe. Excited, he asked how much Adam wanted for the formula, but Adam smugly refused to sell it outright, though he teasingly suggested he might give it away for free instead. Caught off guard by being refused for what seemed like the first time in a long while, Burger smirked, recognizing the tables had turned, and asked what Adam wanted in exchange. With his clown-painted face twisting into a mischievous grin, Adam began to state his price. Burger burst into laughter the moment Adam named his price, immediately agreeing to the deal only for Adam's stomach to drop as both Burger and Blackie mocked him. It turned out Adam had massively undervalued his own recipe, trading it for a mere rank 1 spell, which Burger explained was worth far less than an unknown potion formula. A rank 1 spell typically sold for around 10 platinum pieces, while an original recipe was worth many times more. Adam desperately tried to renegotiate, only to get smacked with Burger's pipe each time, the old gnome insisting that mistakes needed consequences to actually teach a lesson. With the trade finalized, Burger received the new healing potion recipe, while Adam received the rank 1 spell, Hide, an illusion school spell that rendered a single target invisible to one observer for 3 minutes, requiring only the model and physical components with no material cost. As Burger studied the recipe with obvious delight, praising its clever use of common ingredients, Adam privately wondered whether the gnome would still be impressed if he knew about some of the far darker herbalism knowledge buried in his absorbed memories. Shaking off that thought, Adam asked if Burger would buy his 10 healing potions. After carefully inspecting each vial, Burger asked, somewhat suspicious, if this was truly Adam's first time brewing. Adam confirmed it was, admitting his success rate was under 40% and offering to demonstrate on the spot if given free ingredients. Impressed despite himself by such a success rate for a total beginner, Burger agreed to buy all 10 potions at market price, 5 platinum coins each, sealing the deal immediately. Adam was thrilled, having already earned back more money than he'd ever held before, more than covering his earlier investment. Emboldened, Adam then asked to buy horned black sheep's fleece, the material component needed for another spell he'd received earlier, the Dinky Illusion. Burger quoted 5 gold pieces per 10 grams, prompting Adam to try haggling again, earning another smack from the pipe for his trouble. Grudgingly, he paid 5 platinum pieces for 100 grams, watching as Burger magically extracted the exact amount using a floating jar and delivered it into a paper bag. Realizing just how costly the path of a Magus truly was, Adam resolved to keep brewing potions to sustain his growing expenses, thanked Burger, and hurried back to his dorm. After Adam left, Blackie mentally communicated something to Burger, who smiled knowingly and stroked the puppy's ears in response. Both of them had already sensed something unusual about Adam. Not just the unusual purity of his soul, which occasionally appeared in gifted Magi, but his rare and inexplicable affinity with creatures from the spirit world. Blackie, who normally reacted to strangers with hostility or indifference, seemed completely at ease around Adam. Intrigued, Burger mused quietly to himself, wondering just what path this strange gifted boy would ultimately choose to walk. A crowd of curious first-year students gathered outside dorm 52A, drawn by the sounds of crashing, yelling, and cursing coming from within. Speculating wildly about what chaos Adam and Edward had caused this time, the students got their answer when the door burst open and Edward came charging out, crashing straight into several bystanders. He immediately doubled over laughing, only to get smacked in the face by a flying shoe which somehow didn't stop his laughter as he taunted Adam and fled the scene. Moments later, an enraged Adam stormed out, demanding to know what Edward had done to his face, only for the gathered students to burst into laughter themselves, revealing that his clown makeup was still very much intact. Humiliated, Adam retreated back into his room and desperately tried scrubbing his face clean in the bathroom mirror, but nothing worked. It had already been 2 days since Edward painted him, and the paint refused to budge, seemingly some kind of stubborn magical dye. Giving up for the time being, Adam gathered some supplies and headed to the north end of campus, ignoring the stares his clown face drew along the way. He made his way underground to a rental facility where a half-asleep, crooked-nosed old woman nearly mistook him for an actual clown before recognizing his academy uniform. She informed him that renting a training room cost 1 platinum piece per hour. Adam winced at the price and attempted to negotiate a discount, but was met with a deadpan insult, questioning his intelligence, leading to an awkward, silent standoff before he reluctantly paid full price and was directed to room 5. Inside the training room, Adam found the walls made of a dark alloy inscribed with runes he recognized as noise-canceling and energy absorption formations, along with 3 sturdy training dummies at the far end. He had come to finally test his spellcasting abilities. Of the 3 spells in his possession, only one, the rank 1 spell, Eldritch Beam, was actually offensive in nature. The other 2 were purely illusion-based deception spells. Kneeling down, Adam swiftly performed the 11 hand and finger movements required for the spell's physical component, having practiced the motions extensively beforehand. He then grasped his wrist, aimed 2 fingers at the central dummy, and channeled his spiritual power, causing a glowing magic circle to form at his fingertips. With both the physical and model components complete, dark purple energy began gathering and crackling at his fingertips. Overwhelmed with excitement at casting his very first real spell, Adam took a moment to steady himself and focus entirely on the technique. Then, just as the energy reached its peak, Adam's eyes widened in shock and alarm. The spell exploded. The spell erupted from Adam's fingers in an unpredictable crackling zigzag rather than a straight beam, completely missing the training dummy and slamming into the ceiling instead. The recoil sent Adam flying backward, and he looked down in horror to find his hand had gone completely numb. He realized that without the constant mana nourishment his body had undergone during the foundation stages, the spell's backlash could have seriously injured him, a sobering reminder of why the rank 1 mana foundation stages mattered so much. Staring at the glowing purple mark on the ceiling where the runes were absorbing the stray energy, Adam broke into a cold sweat, imagining what would happen if such a spell struck an ordinary person. It would surely tear a bloody hole through them. Awed and unsettled by the sheer destructive power of Eldritch Beam, one of the most fearsome rank 1 attack spells, he reset his stance and prepared to try again, determined to master it before his duel with Lisa. What had begun as a fight motivated purely by money had shifted now that his potion sales were bringing in steady income. Adam genuinely wanted to test himself against a true genius with an A-grade aptitude. With renewed determination, he completed the components again and unleashed another explosive cast. Meanwhile, Lisa was training just as intensely elsewhere on campus. Despite her natural talent, she remained relentlessly hardworking, sparring against a dozen wooden training dummies with both spellcasting and hand-to-hand combat. As the dummies surrounded her, she calmly triggered Shape Earth, a rank 1 alteration spell, causing the ground to ripple and destabilize the dummies' footing. She then moved through them with her staff, destroying several in quick succession with precise, powerful strikes. As the fight continued, Lisa dodged and countered with fluid grace, at one point somersaulting over a lunging dummy and casting Frostbite directly onto its head using nothing but a touch, before smashing it apart mid-air with her staff. The last 2 dummies charged her simultaneously, but she summoned Shape Earth once more, this time manifesting earthen spears from the ground to impale them both, finishing off the encounter in under a minute. Catching her breath and adjusting her glasses, Lisa surveyed the destruction she'd caused, only for the sound of applause to interrupt the silence. A voice praised her performance warmly, calling her "Dear Lisa." Instantly, Lisa's fists clenched, and something like anger and hatred flickered across her face. But the moment she turned to face the speaker, that emotion vanished, replaced by a smile, though clearly a forced one. The voice belonged to Kevin Gracie, a wealthy, refined-looking second-year student and heir to the powerful Gracie family that ruled Faber Province. Standing beside him was Jeffrey, who had apparently wormed his way into Kevin's circle since joining the academy. Lisa approached Kevin with a forced, bright smile, greeting him respectfully as he stepped closer and touched her cheek, remarking on her beauty with unsettling familiarity. Though she trembled with disgust beneath the surface, she masked it perfectly, replying with practiced grace. Kevin's gaze lingered over her possessively as he declared she was the only one worthy of becoming his wife, referencing that night in a way that visibly shook her. He tightened his grip on her face and whispered that he'd be watching her upcoming duel against that farm boy, expecting a good show. Jeffrey cruelly added that she should try to cripple Adam if she could. Lisa said nothing, standing frozen, and the 2 boys left with cold laughter, indifferent to her silence. Once alone, Lisa collapsed to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably as she pounded the ground in anguish, repeatedly screaming, "Why?" The truth behind her forced engagement was revealed years earlier. The Gracie family had slaughtered her father during a resource dispute, and only her agreement to marry Kevin had spared the rest of her family. Even now, the Gracie family kept her her relatives under constant surveillance, threatening her younger brother, Jamie, to ensure the DeClaire family stayed obedient. Thinking of him intensified her grief, but eventually she wiped her tears and resolved to grow stronger so she'd never again have to bow her head. She held no illusions about avenging her father against a rank 2 Magus. As powerful as the Gracie family head, her only real goal was protecting what remained of her family, while quietly yearning for freedom and strength. This drive was also why she'd challenged Adam, hoping the duel would push her further. Composing herself, Lisa left the training facility and headed back toward her dorm, only to spot a bizarre sight in the distance: a clown-faced boy chasing a boar-like figure across the campus grounds. Realizing it was Adam still chasing Edward, she marched over and intercepted them, forcing herself into a stern pose to hide her amusement at his ridiculous painted face. She warned him not to disappoint her in their upcoming duel before quickly turning and walking away before her composure could break. Watching her leave, Adam quietly noted that despite her calm exterior, his heightened perception told him she was deeply troubled. Before he could dwell on it further, Edward kicked him from behind, sending him sprawling, and took off running while taunting him. Adam scrambled up and resumed the chase, the two continuing their game of cat and mouse across campus. From beneath a tree in the distance, Lisa watched the two friends play, a bitter smile crossing her face as she clutched her hands to her chest and murmured wistfully how much she wished she could be as carefree and happy as they were. That's all for this video. We'll be back again with another one soon, so drop a like and do subscribe if you enjoyed it and want more of the same. Adam spent the morning practicing mindfulness, the daily method required by the mana extraction technique, allowing mana to gather and nourish his body toward the next stage of mana foundation. Though still far from breaking through, he noticed something curious. The fullness he used to feel when absorbing soul fragments inside the White Lotus had been steadily easing since he became a Magus. He theorized that strengthening his body through the technique might directly increase his capacity to absorb souls, and excitedly jotted the speculation down in his grimoire, vowing to one day uncover the secrets of the soul. Turning practical again, he checked his reflection and was relieved to find the stubborn clown paint had finally worn off. Today was the day of his duel with Lisa. Meanwhile, Lisa prepared with equal seriousness, reviewing her recorded spell models and gathering material components, determined to win and emerge a stronger Magus. As Edward made his way to the arena, he was stunned to find hundreds of students flooding toward the gates, realizing the entire first-year class had turned out to watch. Squeezing through the crowd, he found Elaine sitting with Jenna and friends. When he asked why so many people cared about a first-year match, Elaine explained that Lisa's A-grade aptitude alone would draw a crowd, but then revealed something that shocked him further. Adam had scored a perfect result on the analytical test, a feat only a handful of Magi in the Academy's history had ever achieved, arguably even more impressive than an A-grade aptitude itself. Edward, who had barely scraped by with 25% completion, was floored to learn Adam had completed the model entirely, with no prior magical training. Jenna admitted she'd underestimated him because of his humble background, and the rest of Elaine's friends nodded in agreement, newly impressed. Elsewhere in the arena, inside a luxurious private viewing box, an unusual gathering had formed. Nearly all the faculty who taught first years, along with several professors from the senior years, had shown up, standing respectfully rather than sitting despite empty chairs being available. Even Headmistress Godfrey herself was in attendance, a rare occurrence for a first-year duel. But what truly stunned the assembled professors wasn't Godfrey's presence, it was who sat beside her. Sipping wine with amusement, Godfrey turned to the figure next to her and remarked that she was surprised he'd bothered to show up, though not entirely shocked either. She addressed him by name. Burger. Burger, dressed in his usual gray robe and puffing his pipe, casually ignored Professor Godfrey's greeting, a level of disrespect only he could get away with, owing to their long friendship and shared history as adventurers in their youth. Both were, in fact, powerful rank 3 Magi, an exceptionally rare rank matched by only the King of the Nightingale Kingdom within Moon City itself. Catching the scent of Godfrey's wine, Burger identified it as lychee wine from the Akkadian Empire, which she confirmed she'd paid handsomely to import. She conjured a cup and offered him some. He downed it in one gulp, calling it too sweet for his taste, though it clearly stirred a wave of nostalgia in him. In turn, he revealed a small pouch containing kem leaves, excitedly explaining that his puppy familiar, Blackie, had retrieved them from the spirit world. The mention of the spirit world immediately caught the attention of the surrounding professors, who leaned in curiously only for Burger to angrily bark at them to sit down, sending even the notoriously hot-tempered Professor Jock scrambling back into his seat. Burger then prepared a second pipe with the chem leaves and offered it to Godfrey, promising it was something special. Despite sensing mischief behind his smile, she gave in to temptation and smoked it alongside him. Moments later, both exhaled colorful smoke and sank into their seats, overcome with blissful euphoria, leaving the watching professors stunned, quietly realizing their headmistress and the mysterious gnome were essentially getting high in front of them. Meanwhile, Lisa made her way to the largest of the arena's 6 dueling platforms, where her match with Adam would take place due to the sheer size of the crowd that had gathered. Despite her outward composure, she was nervous, marking her first time fighting before such a massive audience. As she stood waiting with her eyes closed, her fans among the first years cheered loudly for her, chanting her name and urging her to defeat that clown. But as noon arrived, Adam was nowhere to be found. Minutes ticked by 5, 10, 20, 35, and both Lisa and the referee grew increasingly furious at his blatant disregard for dueling customs. Just as the referee prepared to disqualify him, footsteps echoed from the entrance, and the crowd turned to see Adam stumbling in, dressed in tattered, stitched-together rags, clutching a wine gourd, and visibly, thoroughly drunk. Gasps rippled through the stunned crowd, and even the professors, as Adam wobbled onto the platform toward Lisa, spread his arms wide, tilted his head back, and let out an enormous, echoing burp. Wiping his mouth and laughing heartily, he turned to Lisa with a taunting grin and held out the gourd. "Oi, want some?" Lisa's rage boiled over as she stared at Adam's drunken, disheveled state, disgusted that he'd shown up late and intoxicated for a formal duel. Before she could act, the referee grabbed his collar and furiously demanded to know where his manners were, only to get burped in the face mid-lecture. Enraged, the referee raised a hand to strike him, but Lisa intercepted it, coldly declaring that she'd handle Adam herself and loudly proclaiming that scum like him never deserved a place at the academy. Her words ignited the crowd, who erupted into a chorus of insults against Adam, branding him unworthy trash who didn't belong among Magi. Even those who'd previously admired his analytical skills, including Elaine, Jenna, and her friends, turned against him in disappointment, while Edward stood stunned, unable to reconcile this behavior with the friend he knew. Seeing the crowd's overwhelming hostility, Lisa softened slightly, feeling she may have gone too far, and offered Adam a graceful way out, apologized publicly, and she'd let him yield without further humiliation. The crowd praised her mercy. In the professor's viewing box, Professor Jock voiced his disapproval, calling for Adam's severe punishment or even expulsion for disrespecting Magus customs. Burger, however, dismissed his outrage as short-sighted, pointing out that Adam was clearly outmatched by Lisa in every measurable way: spells, mana, background, experience. So naturally, he'd have to rely on trickery instead. Godfrey chuckled in agreement, and Burger urged Jock to look closer and ask whether Adam was truly drunk at all. On the platform, Adam lowered his head as if preparing to apologize, hiding a brief smirk before feigning remorse. Just as the crowd waited for his contrite words, his demeanor snapped, instantly sober, and he bellowed that he was apologizing to absolutely nobody. Stunned silence gripped the arena before Lisa's fury exploded, and Adam hurled his wine gourd directly at her. Reacting on pure instinct rather than caution, she smashed it out of the air with her staff, causing it to shatter and release a cloud of green gas that engulfed her before she could retreat. Panicking briefly at the thought of poison, she held her breath and quickly identified it as some kind of relaxant rather than a hallucinogen, realizing too late that Adam's entire drunken act had been a calculated ruse. As she scrambled to begin casting a spell, Adam burst through the gas cloud and slammed his fist into her face, sending her flying into the arena's invisible barrier. Watching her crumple to the ground, Adam grinned in triumph. Stunned silence gripped the arena until Edward broke it, leaping to his feet, cheering wildly for Adam, who flashed him a confident grin and thumbs up in return. The crowd erupted into chaotic debate, torn between disbelief at Adam's deception and outrage over what they saw as underhanded, treacherous tactics. In the bleachers, Kevin's expression darkened as he learned Adam and Jeffrey hailed from the same kingdom. Coldly, he suggested sending mercenaries to slaughter Adam's family as punishment, sending a chill through the group until Jeffrey revealed that Adam was already an orphan, raised alone, doing odd jobs after his parents' deaths, before being discovered by a wandering Magus and given a path toward the academy. Kevin sneered at the idea of a slave daring to strike his future wife, vowing to deal with him later. His attention then shifted to Edward, cheering nearby, but paused upon recognizing Elaine beside him. Learning that Edward was her brother and the son of the Mercantile Guild master, Kevin grudgingly admitted he couldn't touch him without consequence, but Adam remained fair game, and he smiled coldly at the thought of making his life miserable. Jeffrey, quietly relieved to have Kevin's backing for his own revenge, said nothing. Back on the platform, Lisa rose and wiped blood from her lip, realizing with growing clarity that Adam's entire drunken performance, his lateness, his beggar's attire, his mockery of dueling customs had all been a calculated act designed to catch her off guard. Despite herself, she felt a flicker of grudging admiration for his cunning, though she resolved not to be fooled twice. She acknowledged his acting skill aloud, catching Adam slightly off guard with her sudden composure, though he answered with an exaggerated theatrical bow that only annoyed her further. Without another word, Lisa began casting a spell. Adam, seeing an opportunity, charged forward, hoping to interrupt her hand motions before she could complete the spell components, the surest way to cause a spell to fail. But her speed far exceeded his expectations, and she slammed her palm to the ground, erecting a thick earthen wall with shape earth before he could reach her. Undeterred, Adam moved to flank the wall, only to watch Lisa recast the same spell against the barrier itself, sculpting nearly a dozen earthen spikes that launched directly at him. Rather than dodge, Adam ran straight toward the incoming projectiles, eager to finally test an ability he developed with the power of the White Lotus. Sphere of Resonance. Adam's reckless charge into the storm of earthen spikes wasn't suicidal bravado, it was made possible by Sphere of Resonance, a technique he'd personally developed from the heightened perception granted by absorbing soul fragments through the White Lotus. The ability compressed his senses into a hyper-focused three-dimensional radius of roughly 2 meters, letting him detect the smallest changes around him with perfect clarity, though sustained use came at the cost of a punishing mental strain. With this technique active, Adam dodged every single earthen spike by the barest margins, weaving through the volley with minimal, precise movements that left the entire arena professors included stunned into silence. Capitalizing on the shock, he leapt over Lisa's earthen wall and unleashed Eldritch Beam directly at her. But rather than panic, Lisa calmly pulled out a block of dry ice mid-threat and used it to construct a defensive ice dome, absorbing the explosive impact just before it could reach her. When the dust cleared, the crowd erupted in disbelief at her composure under such pressure, marveling that she'd successfully combined Ice Wall and Shape Water to block one of the most feared Rank 1 attack spells. The audience, having swung from disdain to admiration for Adam, now found themselves equally awestruck by both combatants. In the professor's viewing box, Berger explained that Adam's unnervingly high spiritual power likely fueled an equally extraordinary level of perception, which he'd probably harnessed into some kind of self-developed technique. When Godfrey asked whether Adam had truly created it himself, Berger shrugged, reminding her that a student capable of a perfect score on the analytical test was more than capable of inventing entirely new techniques. Back on the platform, the ice dome began trembling violently, and Adam prepared to unleash another Eldritch Beam, the moment it broke only for the ground beneath him to erupt, as 2 massive earthen hands seized his leg, disrupting his spellcasting entirely. The ice dome then shattered, and Lisa leapt into the air wielding 2 ice shards, her hands moving with blinding speed to complete both physical and material components simultaneously. To the shock of everyone watching, 2 magic circles ignited on her palms at once, firing twin beams of frost ray that struck Adam in the shoulder and knee, dropping him to the ground. What stunned the crowd and professors alike wasn't just the hit, it was the impossible fact that a mere rank 1, flesh stage Magus had just successfully dual-cast 2 spells at once. The revelation hit like a thunderclap. Dual casting was normally reserved for Magi who had reached the neural stage, where mana fully nourished the brain and nervous system to enable such mental complexity. For a mere flesh stage, Magus to pull it off should have been impossible. The entire arena sat in stunned silence. Confident in her victory, Lisa approached approached the kneeling, defeated Adam, praising him as a formidable opponent who'd taught her much. Feeling a flicker of sympathy, she asked if he yielded. His mumbled, barely audible reply, "Behind you," confused her. But before she could react, a hazy figure appeared behind her, seized her arms, and slammed her to the ground. Struggling against the hold, she twisted to look and was shocked to see her attacker, then turned back just in time to watch the Adam in front of her dissolve into gray smoke. It had been an illusion all along. The real Adam stood behind her, grinning, echoing her own question back at her. Did she yield? To the crowd, the fight had looked bizarre. Lisa's frost ray striking empty air, then her walking over to talk to seemingly nothing while Adam stood invisible behind her the entire time, stifling laughter. In the professor's viewing box, Berger revealed the full mechanics of Adam's trick. He'd actually cast 3 spells total, dual casting Dingy Illusion and Hide, simultaneously weaving a stationary illusory image of himself kneeling while cloaking his real body from sight, then casting Dingy Illusion a second time to mimic his voice. Since the spell could only project either sound or image at once, and only to a single target, the illusion had fooled Lisa completely, while the rest of the arena simply watched her seemingly talk to herself. Back on the platform, Lisa pieced together the full scope of Adam's plan, realizing the relaxant gas from earlier hadn't just been a distraction, it had dulled her senses just enough to let Hyde work effectively against her. Accepting she'd been outmaneuvered from the very start, she sighed and formally yielded. Adam released her, helped her to her feet, and the two shared a genuine smile as the referee finally declared him the winner. The crowd erupted into thunderous cheers, chanting Adam's name and giving both fighters a standing ovation for the spectacular display of illusion, magic, and unexpected sportsmanship. A flustered but pleased Adam took a theatrical bow in every direction, closing out his elaborate performance. Watching from the stands, Berger smiled quietly to himself, recognizing that Adam had chosen the path of the illusionist. A month had passed since Adam's electrifying duel with Lisa, and its ripple effects were still being felt across the academy. While some professors disapproved of his rebellious antics, the majority of students had come to admire him, with many even developing a newfound interest in the School of Illusion because of his performance. Adam had also gained an unexpected wave of young female admirers, and though initially shy about the attention, he quickly grew comfortable enjoying it. On this particular day, Adam was deep in concentration brewing potions in his study, while Edward and Jonathan, a fellow first year and the entrance exam's third-place finisher, relaxed nearby playing cards. Jonathan, a battle-obsessed student who had grown close to Adam after being inspired by his duel with Lisa, reminded him not to forget the materials needed for tomorrow's familiar ceremony. Adam agreed outwardly, though he privately smirked, already anticipating that his own ritual would look nothing like the others. After successfully brewing 5 vials of Broken Oath, a strength potion with a steep drawback, Adam packed them away and headed to Herbs and More to see Berger. Inside the shop, Adam unknowingly walked in on a heavy conversation. Berger was somberly informing a large, well-dressed man, Victor Turner, the guildmaster of the Mercantile Guild and the striking image of Edward and Elaine's father, that there was still no cure for his wife's illness, only potions to slow its progression. Berger admitted this disease, one that seemed to drain a person's mana and life essence, was unlike anything he'd encountered in his long life, and it deeply frustrated him as a master herbalist unable to solve it. Adam burst in cheerfully to show off his latest potion, only to freeze in embarrassment upon realizing he'd interrupted something serious. As he tried to retreat, Victor called out to him, recognizing his name. Confused about how a stranger knew him, Adam was even more baffled when Victor revealed he was Edward's father. The realization hit him like a shockwave. His best friend was the son of one of the wealthiest men in the Southern Federation. Touched that Adam's friendship with his children had clearly been genuine and free of ulterior motives, Victor warmly introduced himself, mentioning that both Edward and Elaine had spoken highly of him. He gifted Adam a crystal discount card offering 35% off at any guild-affiliated shop across the Southern Federation, told him to simply call him Uncle, and invited him to visit for a meal sometime before departing with a fond farewell to Berger. As Adam stood frozen in stunned disbelief, Berger's smoking pipe suddenly flew across the room and smacked him squarely in the forehead, snapping him out of his daze. While Adam nursed his sore forehead, Berger examined the potions and noted with mild disappointment that this batch of Broken Oath was identical to what was already available on the market. having half expected another innovative recipe. Still, he acknowledged Adam's clear improvement in herbalism, which Adam accepted with smug confidence, privately attributing his rapid growth to the thousands of years of absorbed experience in his head. Burger priced the 5 vials at 4 platinum coins each, standard for strength potions, given their lower value compared to healing potions. But money wasn't Adam's priority today, especially with his savings nearing 150 platinum coins from his potion sales. Instead, he presented the ancient black tome Burger had given him, revealing he had finally learned the Maori language needed to read it at the cost of a small fortune spent studying at the Savant Tower. Burger explained that the language had been jointly created by the ancient mind dragons and the first gnomes, blending draconic and gnomish influences, and was essential for any magus working with the spiritual aspects of magic. Intrigued, Adam asked how gnomes had come to work with dragons at all, and Burger proudly explained that gnomes possessed the highest natural affinity for illusion magic among all races, making the partnership a natural one. Curious to understand more, Adam asked about the spiritual aspect of magic and its connection to illusion magic. Since Adam had shown genuine interest in walking the path of an illusionist, Burger decided to share real knowledge instead of brushing him off. He explained that the 8 schools of magic split into physical and spiritual aspects: invocation, alteration, and warding, falling under the physical side, while illusion, enchantment, and divination belonged to the spiritual side. When Adam asked about summoning and necromancy, Burger revealed they were unique, belonging to both aspects simultaneously, though he refused to elaborate further, teasingly claiming the potions Adam brought could only buy so much information. Adam gritted his teeth at the old gnome's stinginess, but let the matter go, knowing the academy would eventually teach him anyway. Refocusing on his real reason for visiting, Adam dug through his absorbed herbalist memories and found something valuable to trade a wine recipe, since he knew Burger's fondness for drink and tobacco. He wrote it out and handed it over, and Burger's delight was immediate, laughing heartily at the quality of the recipe. With Burger in good spirits, Adam finally revealed his true request. He wanted the old gnome's help setting up a ritual to contract a spirit familiar. Intrigued by Adam's request, Burger explained the concept of spirit familiars, magical creatures bonded to a magus that shared abilities in both directions, distinct from ordinary material world familiars because they hailed from the spirit world itself, just like Blackie. Adam admitted he simply thought having one would be cool, and Burger warned him that spirit familiars wouldn't remain constantly by his side, preferring to spend most of their time in their own realm. Unbothered, Adam said he had no intention of relying on a familiar for everyday tasks, which pleased Burger, given how often Magi grew complacent after bonding with one. Burger also cautioned that the success rate for such a ritual was extremely low, since resonating with a spirit world creature was rare. When Adam asked how he'd managed it with Blackie, Burger revealed he'd found the puppy badly injured on a visit to the spirit world years ago and healed him with a potion, forging a bond that had lasted ever since, though he quickly shut down Adam's sentimental reaction with a smack from his pipe. Still determined, Adam asked Burger to help him attempt the ritual anyway, reasoning he could always fall back on a normal familiar if it failed. Burger agreed, estimating a week to prepare and noting the wine recipe Adam had given him already covered the cost several times over. When Adam generously offered to let Burger keep the rest as a gift, the old gnome exploded in fury, smacking him repeatedly and scolding him for dressing like a hobo instead of spending his money on decent clothes, ultimately kicking him out of the shop. A week later, Adam sat cross-legged on his bunk, practicing mindfulness, feeling mana finally breach past his skin and reach his muscles, a clear sign of breaking through to the muscle stage, the second minor stage of Mana Foundation, nearly 2 months after enrolling at the academy. Thrilled, he called Edward to head out, and Edward's newly hatched familiar, a baby griffin named Aquila, fluttered excitedly in response. The two ran to the academy's main gate, where Lisa was waiting with her own familiar, a small white fox cub. Since their duel, Lisa and Adam had grown close, bonding over shared study of arcane spells, and through Adam, she and Edward had also warmed up to each other despite an initially rocky dynamic. Jonathan had wanted to join as well, but was called away by his father at the last minute. With everyone gathered, Adam suddenly sprinted off toward Burger's shop, declaring that whoever arrived last would be paying for dinner. Lisa, smiling faintly, immediately took off after him, while Edward scrambled to keep up, complaining loudly about the unfairness of it all. At Herbs and More, Adam eagerly called out for Burger, Burger and led Lisa and Edward upstairs to the gnome's laboratory, where the adamantine golem was carving out an intricate ritual formation on the floor. Lisa, examining it closely, recognized similarities to the familiar binding rituals taught at the academy, noting subtle differences in the first and fourth quadrants. Burger confirmed her observation, explaining that the first quadrant's runes would open a portal to the spirit world, while the fourth quadrant served as an anchor, one that prevented Adam's spirit from becoming permanently stranded there. This revelation visibly unsettled both Adam and Edward, though Adam insisted, despite trembling knees, that he was ready to proceed. Burger reassured him that Blackie would help if things went wrong, prompting the puppy to appear and pounce on Adam, who happily hugged him and half-jokingly begged for his loyalty, promising a reward. Blackie glanced toward Burger for approval, before reluctantly agreeing, then settled comfortably atop Adam's head. When Lisa curiously reached out to pet him, Blackie growled warningly, and she quickly withdrew her hand, quietly unnerved by the creature's protectiveness toward Adam. Once the golem finished the formation, a pentagram inside a circle, itself enclosed in a square, decorated with 9 spirit world ingredients. Burger instructed Adam to sit at its center. Blackie inspected the formation approvingly before giving Adam a reassuring nod. Burger then explained the nature of the spirit world to all 3 children, a place of heightened, overwhelming sensory extremes filled with abstract symbolism that could shatter one's sanity if they tried too hard to understand it, where time and space held no meaning, making the anchor absolutely essential for survival. The explanation left Edward and Lisa deeply concerned, and Adam, though visibly shaking with fear, refused to back down when Burger tested his resolve, declaring firmly that he would go through with it. Before beginning, Burger issued one final warning. The spirit world was home to spirits both benevolent and malevolent, best avoided entirely, and deep within it dwelled hidden entities far more powerful than even Burger himself, beings Adam needed to stay completely off the radar of. With that unsettling reminder hanging in the air, Burger gathered an enormous amount of mana in his hands, awing everyone present, and slammed his palms together to trigger the ritual. The formation blazed with light, enveloping Adam completely as the space above it tore open, forming a direct portal straight into the spirit world. The moment the portal opened, Adam stared in awe at the swirling sea of colors and symbols that made up the spirit world, calling it beautiful despite his fear. Burger urgently warned him not to respond to anything he saw or heard inside, just as Adam felt something tugging violently at him from within, and his soul suddenly tore free from his physical body, leaving it slumped motionless on the formation. Floating above himself, Adam marveled at his glowing ethereal form, only to notice Burger staring at him in genuine shock, while Edward and Lisa struggled to even remain standing under the pressure radiating off him. Internally stunned, Burger recognized that Adam's spiritual power rivaled that of a rank 2 Magus, forcing him to hastily erect a protective barrier to shield the 2 children from being knocked unconscious. Composing himself, he instructed Adam to prepare, then wove additional hand motions to summon a massive rune-covered chain that shot into Adam's soul, anchoring him securely to the ritual formation. With a final blessing that a true spirit familiar would find him on its own if fate allowed it, Burger completed the ritual, and Adam's soul shot through the portal, sealing the tear in the void behind him. Shaken, Lisa asked how Adam's soul body could possibly be so much larger than his physical form, nearly 3 meters tall and powerfully built, compared to his lean, under 2-meter physical body. Burger admitted he didn't know the answer himself, and sternly warned both children to keep what they'd witnessed secret, fearing that knowledge of Adam's abnormal soul could attract dangerous Magi eager to experiment on him. Turning his attention back to the formation, Burger watched the ethereal chain disappear into the depths of the spirit world, following wherever Adam had gone. Inside that realm, Adam found himself falling endlessly through disorienting nothingness, unable to tell up from down, growing increasingly terrified as strange voices called out to him and unseen presences seemed to watch him from every direction. Eventually, he crashed into an enormous mirror which shattered into countless fragments, each reflecting a different unsettling version of his own face, some smiling, some screaming, some crying. One shard reflected no image of him at all, showing instead dozens of ominous eyes staring back, though when he turned to look, he found only shifting, chaotic colors. Then, a distant light began rapidly growing larger, accompanied by the sound of crashing waves. Frozen in the emptiness, with no way to flee, Adam watched in horror as a massive glowing tsunami barreled toward him, moving impossibly fast. Remembering Burger's warning not to make sense of anything in this realm, he instinctively reached for the chain anchoring him, desperate to return to the material world. But before he could complete the motion, the wave crashed over him, swallowing him whole. When Adam finally opened his eyes after being swallowed by the tsunami, he found himself floating in a breathtaking radiant ocean beneath a sky filled with what looked like an entire cosmos of stars, the most beautiful sight he'd ever witnessed. Regaining control of his body, he drifted aimlessly through the boundless water, gradually losing his desire to return to the material world at all, captivated by the strange pull of this place. His awe deepened when a whale the size of Moon City breached the surface nearby, followed by a joyful pod of dolphins many times larger than their real-world counterparts. One dolphin nuzzled him affectionately while its calf playfully splashed him with its tail, and to Adam's astonishment, he realized he could understand them. They confirmed the calf was indeed the mother's child, and the pair seemed to want him to come along. Trusting them, he climbed onto the mother dolphin's back and let the pod carry him off into the vast ocean, completely absorbed in the experience. What Adam didn't realize was that the chain anchoring him to the material world had already snapped. Back in reality, over an hour had passed with no sign of Adam's return, and Burger grew visibly grim. An outsider's soul would slowly erode the longer it remained in the spirit world. And now, with the anchor chain mysteriously broken, the danger had escalated. Edward and Lisa panicked, bombarding Burger with questions until he silenced them with smacks from his pipe, though he reassured them he had a contingency plan. Blackie confidently volunteered to help, and Burger explained that since the puppy had already left a mark on Adam, he could track him down. With a wave of his paw, Blackie opened his own portal and dove into the spirit world to search for him. Meanwhile, Adam's dolphin pod carried him into a river, branching off from the ocean, winding through a valley framed by mountains made of pink crystal. Lost in the wonder of it all, he suddenly heard a faint, desperate voice pleading for help inside his mind. Confused, he asked the dolphins if they'd heard it too, but got no clear answer. The plea grew more urgent, and despite Burger's explicit warning never to respond to voices in the spirit world, something about its desperation made Adam ignore his better judgment. He shouted out, demanding to know who was calling, but received no response. Only the voice's continued cries. Giving in, Adam directed the dolphins toward the source of the voice. After a long journey, the pod stopped at the edge of a massive waterfall, and Adam balked in fear, questioning whether the voice was truly leading him toward it. As the pleas continued, a floating island suddenly materialized across the falls, revealing an ancient, decrepit citadel surrounded by a dark forest of purple-leaved trees, with shadowy figures moving eerily among them. Before Adam could suggest turning back, the dolphins vanished without a trace, and he found himself standing alone at the edge of the dark forest. Paranoid and disoriented, Adam struggled to make sense of the surreal environment surrounding him, growing increasingly uneasy at the thought that whatever guided that voice might have deliberately lured him here. Behind him lay a sheer drop into what felt like an endless, malevolent abyss, and ahead lay the ominous forest, yet the voice's desperate pleas continued, tugging at him until he finally resolved to investigate, reassuring himself he could always activate the chain to escape if things went wrong. Stepping into the forest, Adam realized his glowing soul body was the only source of light in the darkness, causing the shadowy creatures lurking among the trees to retreat from him despite radiating clear hostility. Something he suspected was tied to the White Lotus's protection. Eventually, he emerged from the woods and reached an ancient, crumbling citadel atop a cliff, its primeval, decaying grandeur suggesting an age beyond comprehension. Inside, he found himself in a massive hall littered with the corpses of hundreds of strange spirit world creatures, some intact and others reduced to bones. Terrified by the implication that something powerful had killed them all, Adam spotted a scaled, rune-covered egg resting atop a pile of freshly dead bodies near an enormous pillar stretching into darkness. Realizing the egg was the source of the voice calling to him, he climbed the grim pile and grabbed it only for the egg to instantly vanish into the lotus insignia on his forehead the moment he touched it. Before he could process what happened, the massive pillar began to shake, revealing two enormous, furious furious red eyes glaring down from the darkness above. A colossal white snake lunged at him, and Adam fled in sheer panic, sprinting for the narrow corridor he'd entered through, hoping the beast would be too large to follow. The snake, enraged at having its meal stolen, smashed through the corridor in pursuit anyway. Adam tried activating the chain to escape back to the material world, only to discover in horror that it was still missing. Forced to keep running, Adam narrowly dodged the snake's repeated strikes as it tore through the forest behind him, the shadowy creatures scattering in terror at its approach. With the trees thinning and the cliff's edge fast approaching, Adam realized he had no escape route left, and in a desperate final act, he leapt off the cliff. The snake stopped short at the edge, hissing furiously but refusing to follow. Plummeting into total darkness, Adam discovered the abyss around him was composed of countless shadowy tendrils, each bearing malevolent black eyes fixed on him with hatred. Curling into a fetal position as the tendrils began wrapping around his limbs, he sank into despair, convinced he'd fall forever and never return home. Just as the tendrils prepared to consume him, a radiant white butterfly appeared, drifting gracefully through the abyss as the darkness recoiled from its presence. Adam reached for it instinctively, finding unexpected comfort in its warmth, and the moment it landed on his finger, the entire sea of tendrils shattered like glass and vanished entirely, leaving only the butterfly, which fluttered peacefully away into the depths of the spirit world. Slowly regaining his bearings, Adam found himself floating in a chaotic sea of colors that refused to blend together, far calmer than the nightmare he'd just escaped. Unable to figure out how to return home without his broken chain, his frustration boiled over as he cursed himself for ever following the egg's voice in the first place. But before he could dwell on it, he felt the unsettling sensation of being watched again, this time by dozens of mountain-sized eyes whispering maddening words directly into his mind. The assault on his sanity intensified, but the white lotus bloomed from deep within his soul, radiating a calming aura that sharpened his focus and strengthened his glowing form. Sensing that their prey wasn't affected as expected, the eyes drew closer and pressed harder, causing Adam to scream in agony as the attack tore directly at his soul. Just as he reached his breaking point, an enormous black wolf materialized and swallowed him whole in a single bite, then vanished after shooting a warning glance at the watching eyes, which promptly retreated. Adam awoke groggy and disoriented in the familiar surroundings of Burger's guest room, his memory hazy until Blackie bounded in and jumped onto his lap. Piecing things together, Adam eyed the puppy suspiciously, realizing Blackie had been the wolf that saved him and that his adorable puppy act had been just that, an act, since he was actually a wolf all along. Blackie avoided eye contact while smugly hiding a grin. Burger entered and checked on him, visibly startled that Adam had emerged from hours stranded in the spirit world with nothing worse than a headache, when by all rights he should have died or been left catatonic. Pressing for details, Burger asked what had happened and how the anchoring chain had broken. Adam recounted everything: the tsunami, the dolphins, the citadel, the serpent, the abyss of tendrils, and finally the sea of colors surrounded by hostile hidden entities, leaving Burger stunned at the sheer scope of what the boy had experienced on his very first visit. When Burger asked if Adam had failed to secure a familiar after all that, Adam smugly summoned the gray egg from his mind, which Burger examined with fascination, remarking he'd never seen a creature able to reside inside someone's mind this way, unaware it was actually sheltering inside the white lotus rather than Adam's mind itself, a secret Adam had no intention of revealing. Burger confirmed the creature inside had already bonded strongly with Adam, likely because he'd saved it from the serpent, and Adam gratefully thanked both Burger and Blackie for getting him through the ordeal. Burger then casually mentioned that 10 days had passed, prompting Adam to panic over missed academy tests, though Burger reassured him he'd already spoken to someone named Helene to smooth things over, deflecting Adam's curious questions with a smack of his pipe. As Adam rushed off to return to the academy, Burger watched him go with a weary sigh, marveling that the boy hadn't just survived an extended stay in the spirit world, but had somehow managed to attract the attention of its most dangerous hidden entities along the way, an unprecedented and deeply troublesome feat. 4 months had passed since Adam's first venture into the spirit world, but his familiar egg still refused to hatch or respond to him in any way, at one point leaving him genuinely fearful it had died before Burger confirmed the creature inside remained alive. Watching his friends grow closer with their own bonded familiars stung a little, a reminder that that, despite everything he'd been through, he was still just a 15-year-old boy. Academically, Adam had slipped from his position as top-ranked first year, overtaken by Lisa and several others, not for lack of ability, but because theoretical coursework simply didn't interest him the way practical spellcasting did, and he wasn't bothered by the drop. His herbalism, however, had flourished to the point where even Berger openly praised him, and his potion sales had made him genuinely wealthy. Yet, true to the frugal habits carved into him by a harsh childhood, he still refused to spend money on anything beyond necessity, sticking to his same simple clothes. What outpaced even his herbalism was the growth of his soul. Months of near-daily soul absorption inside the White Lotus's mysterious space had pushed him to the edge of another bottleneck. The only way past it would be advancing in Magus rank. A slow and difficult process, he remained a rank 1, muscle stage Magus, though notably ahead of most first years still stuck in the flesh stage. Despite the looming bottleneck, his strengthened soul had finally reached a point where he could safely attempt to absorb a particularly powerful soul fragment containing a deceased expert's memories, one he'd eyed for a long time but never dared touch out of fear of injuring himself. Confident in his growth, Adam eagerly pounced on the glowing, multicolored orb, eager to see what knowledge it might grant him this time, having previously gained deep herbalism expertise from a similar fragment. Back in the real world, Edward and Jonathan were playing cards and drinking in the dorm's living room, with Jonathan teasingly asking if Edward's recent weight loss was for a girl. Edward denied it, insisting it was for personal development. As Jonathan bragged about a smooth pickup line he'd used on a girl named Shelley, he suddenly noticed Adam's body violently convulsing on the top bunk, about to fall. He rushed over just in time to catch him, while Edward panicked and tried desperately to wake him, Adam's face twisted in agony and drenched in sweat. Just as Edward considered running for medical help, Adam suddenly gasped awake, startling them both, though their relief quickly turned to unease at the unsettling expression on his face. Ignoring his splitting headache from absorbing the expert's soul, Adam broke into a maniacal fit of laughter, clenching his fists with a wild grin. He had been hoping to gain new spells from the memory fragment. Instead, he'd found something far more valuable. Edward and Jonathan scrambled into a corner, clutching each other in terror at Adam's sudden shift from agony to unhinged laughter, convinced he'd been possessed. Adam, catching their reaction, quickly realized they'd been reading too many urban legends and decided to prove his identity the simplest way possible by exposing their secrets. He called out Edward for secretly having a crush on Lisa, then turned to Jonathan and revealed he was courting both Shelley and Hillary at once, information neither an evil spirit nor anyone but Adam himself could have known. Mortified, the two immediately turned on each other, Jonathan teasing Edward about his sudden weight loss being for Lisa, and Edward accusing Jonathan of being shameless for juggling two girls. Adam simply left them to bicker and headed off to bathe before dinner. Soaking in the tub, Adam finally had time to process the staggering scope of what he'd absorbed from the expert's memories. Far beyond the spells he'd hoped for, he'd gained an entire body enhancement technique called the Astral Tyrant Manual, an internal mana cultivation method distinct from external spellcasting. One that used stored mana to augment the body itself, came bundled with magic combat techniques and a mobility technique, and continuously refined the practitioner's body toward physical perfection. It was a technique unheard of anywhere on the Uriel continent, possibly even unprecedented on the entire planet. But the true shock came from what the memories revealed about the wider universe. Humanity and the world Adam knew were far from alone. Through the expert's own experiences, Adam witnessed vast cosmic travels across countless inhabited planets, each home to its own magical civilizations in varying stages of development, and countless alien species he'd never imagined existed. He also learned the expert had discovered the Astral Tyrant Manual in the ruins of a long-extinct magical civilization, only to regret finding it too late. The technique required practitioners to begin training at rank 1, since it fundamentally reshaped one's physiology in a way impossible to adopt after advancing further, and demanded unusually high spiritual power relative to rank. Adam realized, almost miraculously, that he fit these strict prerequisites perfectly. Overwhelmed, but far from frightened, Adam embraced the revelation with excitement rather than fear, resolving to treat the vastness of his own ignorance as fuel for growth rather than despair. The memories also gave him a faint grasp of the common language spoken across much of the universe, the very same language he'd once heard, uncomprehending, in his first vision of the black-armored Magus battling thousands of enemies. Now, piecing together fragments of that memory, Adam finally learned the name of the warrior he'd long idolized as his role model, Magus Julian Stockholm. Determined, Adam vowed to walk the same path and one day become a Magus worthy of that legacy. At dinner, Edward noticed Adam still seemed distracted after his earlier episode, but Adam brushed it off, claiming he was simply preoccupied with the upcoming team mission, though in truth, he was still reeling from the staggering scope of what he'd learned about the wider universe. The three friends were dining at Serafina, one of the most exclusive and hard-to-book restaurants in Moon City's North Ward, an easy indulgence given that both Edward and Jonathan came from wealthy, influential families. The mention of the mission led Edward to needle Jonathan, realizing his earlier reluctance to team up with them was really about wanting to join Shelley and Hillary instead. Jonathan cheerfully admitted as much, adding that his arrangement had conveniently opened a spot for Lisa to join Adam and Edward's team, which only further flustered Edward. Watching his friends tease each other, Adam felt a quiet swell of gratitude, contrasting his once lonely hard-scrabble life with the warmth and abundance surrounding him now. Edward explained that all first-year students were required to depart for their team missions by the end of the week, part of the academy's structure that split each year between theoretical study on campus and a hands-on mission lasting 4 to 6 months, designed to test students against real-world danger and build teamwork, a cycle that would repeat throughout all 5 years at Clover Academy. Tomorrow, Adam, Edward, and Lisa planned to visit the administrative building to select their assignment, while Jonathan revealed he and his 2 romantic interests had already applied for theirs, drawing further mockery from Edward about it being little more than a sexual escapade, rather than a real mission. Jonathan simply laughed off the jab, secretly amused at Edward's obvious jealousy, and Adam couldn't help but smile at his friend's surprisingly lecherous side beneath his otherwise kind demeanor. Elsewhere in the restaurant, Kevin and Jeffrey dined privately, with Jeffrey stealing resentful glances toward Adam's table, still frustrated that Kevin had repeatedly stopped him from acting against Adam over the past several months. Wary of confronting Kevin, who held a higher cultivation stage despite matching his A-grade aptitude, Jeffrey silently seethed rather than voice his complaints. Kevin, sensing his unspoken frustration, calmly explained that he'd held Jeffrey back specifically so he wouldn't become a suspect in what was about to happen. He then produced a Rank 2 family heirloom artifact, activating a barrier to block any divination attempts on their conversation, explaining that it would shield them from all but the rarest Rank 3 diviners. With Jeffrey's curiosity and unease both piqued, Kevin revealed his true intention with cold, deliberate malice. He planned to kill Adam during the upcoming team mission. Jeffrey shot up in alarm at Kevin's revelation, pointing out the obvious danger Edward would be with Adam during the mission, and if Adam died, Edward's powerful family background guaranteed a thorough investigation and potential retaliation, not to mention the risk of Edward himself getting caught in the crossfire. Kevin sneered at his cowardice, but privately acknowledged the concerns were valid, assuring Jeffrey he'd already accounted for every contingency, having poured significant time and money into the plan. Jeffrey silently resented being tangled up with someone so paranoid, though he understood exactly why Kevin was targeting Adam despite the two having never even met. It was because Adam was on Lisa's team. Believing Kevin was essentially doing his dirty work for him, Jeffrey remained unaware that Kevin was simultaneously using him. The assassins he'd hired from a secretive guild were bound to take their own lives if captured, but any information they might reveal under interrogation had been deliberately arranged to implicate Jeffrey instead of Kevin. The next day, Adam and Edward headed to the administrative building, Edward nursing a rough hangover while marveling at Adam's apparent immunity to alcohol's effects, unaware that Adam could simply will the White Lotus to instantly clear his mind, one of its many passive benefits alongside his enhanced perception and soul strength. At the mission board, they met up with Lisa, who scolded Edward for constantly being either drunk or hungover, holding Adam up as the example of composure a Magus should embody. Much to Edward's indignant protest, Adam smoothly deflected the moment and pulled his friends toward the board to review available missions together. After weighing several options, beast infestations, tribal invasions, resource-gathering assignments, the trio settled on a mission posted by Count Hannes of the Fabio Kingdom. At the assignment counter, the elderly professor greeted Lisa warmly, but grumbled at the sight of Adam and Edward, whom the first-year faculty generally disliked for being troublesome. In contrast to Lisa's status as a model student, she questioned whether Lisa really wanted to team up with those two idiots. But Lisa firmly stated she trusted them despite their unreliable appearances, leaving Adam and Edward oddly touched despite the backhanded compliment. The professor detailed the mission. An unknown threat, marked by traces of dark magic, had been causing families and livestock to vanish across Count Hannes's territory in southern Fabio Kingdom. Their task was to investigate and eliminate the source, restore peace, and their final grade would depend on how thoroughly they resolved it. She handed Lisa a recording orb to document their progress periodically, warning that losing it or failing to check in would result in mission failure, along with a map marking the safest route to Hoffman County and other key locations. With the professor's blessing, the trio departed. Unbeknownst to them, one of Kevin's underlings had been lurking nearby, listening in on every detail of their assignment. As the three walked away, he smiled coldly to himself. Hoffman County, in the Fabio Kingdom. A few days later, the trio prepared for their departure, gathering supplies at the Mercantile Guild's flagship store ahead of a mission that would keep them away from the academy for at least 5 months. Adam stood watching store employees load chest after chest of herbalism ingredients, spell components, and freshly purchased rank 1 spells into their carriage, his expression torn between excitement and financial pain. Even with the 35% discount from Victor's crystal card, the expense stung. That pain faded, however, at the sight of a small chest containing his newly bought gauntlets, the weapon suited to the combat style of the Astral Tyrant manual he'd begun training in, eager to finally test it in real combat. When Lisa and Edward emerged and saw the mountain of purchased ingredients, Edward pointed out that Adam hadn't bought a single piece of clothing. Adam, confused, insisted his current clothes were fine, prompting Lisa to finally confront him directly about his appearance, explaining that his commoner attire was likely why other Magi looked down on him. Adam dismissed her concerns entirely, arguing that respect should come from strength, not appearance, and rambled on about his indifference to Lisa's growing frustration until she snapped, punched him to the ground, and dragged him off by the ear toward a clothing store, ignoring his protests while Edward followed, thoroughly amused. At a luxurious clothing store in the North Ward, Lisa and Edward sat having tea with Mira, a beautiful elf with cascading blonde hair. While several elven attendants took Adam's measurements much to his flustered, blushing enjoyment, Mira jokingly remarked that if Lisa hadn't identified Adam as a friend, she'd have assumed he was a servant, embarrassing Lisa into silence. Edward explained that Adam was simply stingy, despite his considerable wealth as a herbalist, a revelation that immediately shifted Mira's opinion of him from cheapskate to intriguing, eccentric, a reputation herbalists were known for. Approaching Adam directly, Mira introduced herself and inspected him with practiced professionalism, circling him while he grew increasingly nervous under her elegant, charming presence, much to the amusement of the giggling attendants. When asked about his preferences, Adam requested black clothing and otherwise left the decision to her judgment. After a moment's thought, Mira smiled confidently, declaring she already had the perfect outfit in mind for him. Mira presented Adam with a full set of Magus robes she'd personally designed, blending classical style with modern function. The violet inner garment carried a defensive spell that cushioned physical blows, while the black outer robe offered protection against magical attacks and could mend itself if torn. Adam eagerly tried them on, initially finding the fit baggy and impractical, until Mira instructed him to infuse mana into the robes and activate combat mode, which caused the garments to tighten instantly around his body while remaining fully mobile. Testing the outfit, Adam ran through a series of precise combat movements from the Astral Tyrant manual, stunning everyone in the store with his skill. When Mira asked what technique he'd used, Adam brushed it off as random punches and kicks, though she privately suspected he'd inherited some hidden Magus lineage and chose not to press further. After adding matching pants and boots crafted from rank 1 magic beast hide together, forming the equivalent of a rank 1 defense artifact, Edward and Lisa stared in disbelief at Adam's transformation, both remarking he looked like an entirely different person. Sensing something still missing, Mira retrieved a tall, pointed black Magus hat and insisted Adam wear it, despite his reluctance, believing it made him look elderly. The moment he put it on, his entire presence shifted, radiating the dignified aura of the great Magi of old. impressing even Mira herself. Thoroughly pleased with his reflection, Adam thanked her graciously until she named the price. 70 platinum pieces, instantly freezing his smile and prompting him to try returning everything on the spot. Lisa intervened forcefully, refusing to let him give up the first outfit that had ever made him look like a proper Magus, offering to pay up front so he could repay her later. Stubbornly, Adam insisted on paying himself and instead begged Mira for a discount, which she'd clearly been anticipating, and happily granted. As the trio made their way back through North Ward, Edward questioned why Adam still seemed troubled, despite receiving a 50% discount. Adam grumbled about Mira's condition that he prioritized selling his potions to her, worried about being endlessly obligated to produce for her. Lisa reassured him that someone as well-connected as Mira surely already knew about his relationship with Berger and wouldn't dare exploit him, leaving Adam confused about what Berger's involvement had to do with anything. Lisa nearly explained that Berger was in fact as powerful as the headmistress herself, but ultimately decided against revealing it, reasoning that if Berger hadn't told Adam himself, it wasn't her place to do so. Remembering he needed to visit Berger before leaving the city, Adam split off from the group, asking Edward to head back to arrange servants for their journey. Lisa offered to help him with that task, causing Edward to blush and stammer his agreement, prompting Adam to shoot him a knowing wink before the three went their separate ways. Planning to reconvene for dinner at Sherman's Inn, Adam burst into Herbs and More carrying a wooden barrel, announcing his arrival loudly enough to startle customers, though the regulars, well accustomed to his antics, simply ignored him, knowing his unique bond with Berger. Berger, unimpressed, brushed off Adam's proud display of his new outfit and asked what he wanted. Adam revealed the barrel contained homemade wine crafted from Enochian wild grapes and Mangrovian yeast, aged 4 months with the help of a mana formation. Berger sipped it critically, praising it as solid work for a first attempt, though he noted it would have been far better aged for 2 to 3 years. Pleased with the rare compliment, Adam poured himself another glass. Adam then informed Berger that he'd be departing the next day for the Academy's annual mission, expecting to return by year's end. When Berger asked what he wanted in exchange for the news, Adam simply said he'd come to say goodbye, a genuine gesture born from the close, almost familial bond he developed with the old gnome over the past 6 months, someone who'd become both mentor and grandfather figure to him. Berger gruffly dismissed the sentimentality, though not without warmth beneath his gruffness. He then presented Adam with 2 parting gifts, a holding pouch, a rare and valuable extra-dimensional storage item worth hundreds of platinum pieces, capable of preserving organic materials indefinitely, and a small bronze whistle capable of summoning Blackie. Berger firmly forbade Adam from using the whistle to have Blackie fight his battles for him, insisting he needed to face his own challenges to grow as a Magus, but explained it could be used to send letters through the spirit world, or, in genuine life-threatening emergencies, to call for help. Touched by the gesture, Adam grew sentimental, only to be smacked repeatedly and chased out of the store, though his smile never faltered as he shouted his thanks on the way out. Alone again, Berger grumbled to himself, feigning indifference despite his obvious affection for the boy. The next day, the trio departed South Ward with a small traveling party of 3 carriages and a dozen armed mercenaries. Adam rode at the center in his new black robes, flanked by Edward in blue and Lisa in green, the latter cradling her familiar, a white fox named Enea, while Edward's griffin Aquila soared overhead. Adam questioned the need for so many hired mercenaries, worried they'd slow the group down, given they already had servants for chores, but Edward insisted it was within the Academy's rules, only hiring Magi was forbidden, and urged him to trust the arrangement. Relenting, Adam grabbed his reins and eagerly called out for their journey to begin. Onward to the Fabio Kingdom. 6 weeks into their journey, the traveling party had crossed 2 kingdoms with relatively few incidents. Occasional bandit attacks handled effortlessly by the hired mercenaries. Adam, grateful for the convenience wealth provided, used the uneventful travel time to fully immerse himself in training the Astral Tyrant manual. Having entered the Fabio Kingdom and camped by a creek just days from Hoffman County, the group settled into their usual routine, Lisa reading grimoire notes by the water, with Enea lounging beside her. Edward and Aquila passed out asleep, and the servants preparing camp. Meanwhile, the dozen mercenaries gathered eagerly near a tree, anticipating Adam's daily training display, having grown to deeply respect his practical combat skill, a stark contrast to the typical bookish Magi they'd encountered before. One mercenary even recalled how he'd defeated all of them in sparring the previous day without using a single drop of mana. As the group hushed in anticipation, Adam began his practice, moving through Phantom Dance, the foundational technique of the Hand of Doom, a set of 10 unarmed combat techniques from the Astral Tyrant manual designed to make the practitioner into a living weapon. Though most of the advanced techniques required more mana than Adam currently possessed, his execution of even the basic form left the mercenary stunned, his movements alternating between deceptively slow and blindingly fast, each strike from fists, palms, elbows, knees, and feet generating visible ripples of displaced air on impact. He then transitioned into stellar steps, a silent, unpredictable footwork technique, before finally unleashing a burst of speed to appear before a massive boulder, driving a mana-infused palm strike into it with such force that the 4-meter stone shattered into pieces. The mercenaries were awestruck and quietly unnerved, imagining what such a strike could do to a person. Adam, however, remained unsatisfied, collapsing to his knees from mana exhaustion and lamenting that he was still far from mastering the Hand of Doom's true potential, a move that, in theory, could level a mountain when perfected. Undeterred, he rose with renewed enthusiasm and called out for a sparring partner, only to find that every mercenary had already fled the scene. Sighing, he resigned himself to shadow training alone, while the mercenaries, watching from hiding in the bushes, grumbled among themselves about his relentless obsession with training instead of behaving like a normal bookish Magus. More than half a year had passed since Adam acquired the gray-scaled egg in the spirit world, and it remained frustratingly silent, showing no response no matter how hard he tried to communicate with it, as if the creature inside had fallen into an endless slumber. Tucking it back safely within his spirit sea, he turned his attention to Edward's excited call, discovering they'd finally reached the outskirts of Hoffman County's capital. Beyond the city walls, Adam caught his first glimpse of the ocean, dotted with dozens of sailing ships, leaving him momentarily awestruck. Edward explained that Hana City, known as the City of Sails, was the Southern Federation's second-largest mercantile hub after Moon City, having visited once before with his father due to the Mercantile Guild's business ties there. As a coastal city bordering the sea, it attracted no shortage of pirates operating under the radar, and its trade significance stemmed largely from its established route to the Nahua continent to the south. As they approached the gates, Adam suggested avoiding an immediate meeting with the Count, and Lisa reasoned that investigating independently first would give them greater freedom to operate. Edward agreed instantly, prompting Adam to note wryly that Edward would have argued endlessly had he been the one to suggest it instead of Lisa. After waiting in a long line, the party reached the heavily guarded entrance, where a vigilant, armored officer questioned their purpose. Adam claimed they were simply nobles from the Leander Kingdom on a sightseeing tour, and after noting their fine horses and mercenary escort, the guard ordered a full inspection of their carriages. Everything checked out, and after paying the entry toll, the guard offered a final warning as they passed, advising them to avoid wandering the city at night due to recent strange occurrences. Before Adam could press for details, the guard had already walked off, leaving him with an uneasy feeling. Inside, the city assaulted their senses with noise, crowding, and the mingled odors of sea salt and unwashed masses, a jarring contrast to the clean, green harmony of Moon City. Unlike their homeland's multicultural streets, Hana City was almost exclusively human, with elves and dwarves a rare sight, reflecting the city's clear lack of welcome toward other races. Despite its grime and roughness, the city carried its own distinct charm, steeped in the spirit of commerce and freedom. After asking locals for directions, they arrived at the Blue Mermaid, a modest 3-story inn that Edward complained wasn't nearly impressive enough for their standards. Adam brushed off his concerns and followed Lisa inside, while the mercenaries settled the carriages and horses in the back alley, and the servants waited nearby. Just before entering, however, Adam paused at the doorway, his playful demeanor vanishing as his eyes sharpened and scanned the crowd behind them. Though he found nothing suspicious after a careful search, an unshakable unease gripped him. Someone had definitely been watching them. Edward stormed out of the inn, furious that it lacked enough rooms for their entire party, loudly venting his frustration to anyone within earshot. He blamed Adam for not simply going straight to the Count, insisting the accommodations offered would have been far superior. Adam calmed him down, pointing out the inn owner had at least directed them to a manor available for rent. Lisa interjected, arguing that renting an entire manor was actually preferable to scattered inn rooms, and reiterated their earlier decision to investigate independently before involving the Count. Edward, flustered, insisted he'd only been concerned about Lisa having proper accommodations after such a long journey, earning an unimpressed stupid from her as she looked away. Adam redirected the group toward the Western District to negotiate for the manor, cheekily assigning Edward to handle the bargaining given his mercantile family background, urging him to secure the lowest possible price. Edward puffed up proudly and rose to the challenge, while Lisa and the mercenaries exchanged looks, quietly amused at how stingy this particular Magus turned out to be. By sunset, the party arrived in a peaceful, upscale neighborhood in the West District, where Edward successfully negotiated a fair price for a spacious two-story manor with a sizable backyard, much to everyone's satisfaction. As the servants unpacked and settled the household, Adam pulled aside Garish, the mercenary captain, for a private word. Despite being much younger, Adam commanded genuine respect from Garish, who had witnessed firsthand his extraordinary strength. Adam instructed him to double the nighttime security, ensure the mercenaries always traveled in groups of 3 if they left the manor, and strictly forbade anyone from venturing out after sunset. Though Adam offered no explanation beyond better safe than sorry, his uncharacteristically serious tone left Garish uneasy, sensing this mission wouldn't be as simple as expected. Elsewhere in the city, a drunk young noble stumbled out of the Black Pearl Tavern, swigging from his wine gourd and grumbling about losing money betting on the wrong fighter. Disoriented and lecherous, he wandered into an unfamiliar dark alley, laughing off his confusion and setting his sights on finding a woman for company. Unbeknownst to him, a shadowy, pale-skinned figure with clawed hands and glowing red eyes crept silently behind him. Before the man could react to the beast-like growl at his back, the creature pounced, cutting his terrified scream short. Moments later, the alley fell silent once more, leaving nothing behind but a few drops of blood on the muddy cobblestones. While the others slept, Adam spent hours in his makeshift lab attempting to brew the potion of aqua breathing, drawn to the recipe given his proximity to the sea. Despite having all the necessary ingredients, the process proved far more difficult than expected. After carefully mixing illy fish lung extract with the base liquid and infusing it with mana, the mixture shimmered promisingly into a bright blue hue, only to suddenly curdle into a foul, murky green at the final stage, marking yet another failure. Frustrated, Adam hurled his ladle against the wall and slumped into a rocking chair by the window, watching the sunrise while wrestling with self-doubt, reminding himself that even the White Lotus and absorbed memories meant nothing without genuine effort. Still frustrated over the wasted ingredients, he consoled himself with a swig of his homemade wine, savoring it as he reviewed where his brewing process had gone wrong. Lisa entered shortly after, unimpressed to find him drinking so early, and wrinkled her nose at the source of a foul smell, the pile of failed potion residue in the corner. Adam sheepishly admitted he hadn't considered that the stench might wake the household, then dissolved the mess with a vial from his holding pouch before the two headed down for breakfast. After eating, the trio ventured into the bustling bazaar district, the city's lively commercial hub stretching from one end of Hannes City to the other. Edward, puzzled by the detour from their investigation, suspected Adam simply wanted to shop for wine, given the city's fame for producing it. Adam feigned offense, explaining that taverns clustered densely throughout the bazaar district were actually the best places to gather information from ordinary people, since outsiders like them would get little cooperation from city guards or merchants. Edward, convinced by the logic, dropped his suspicion and agreed to the plan, excited to begin their first real investigative lead. Lisa, however, simply facepalmed, silently unconvinced that Adam's motives were quite as pure as he claimed. After all, taverns served wine too. The trio arrived at the Black Pearl Tavern, one of the busiest spots in the bazaar district, known for both its lively local crowd and its famous wine that drew even reputation-conscious merchants despite the venue's rough reputation. Stepping inside, they were hit with the thick smell of alcohol and sweat, though Adam seemed strangely nostalgic, revealing that taverns like this had once been places where he'd find odd jobs as a child, prompting Lisa and Edward to realize just how little they actually knew about his past. Finding a table on the crowded second floor, they were greeted by a cheerful young server whose revealing outfit left both Adam and Edward visibly distracted, staring shamelessly until Lisa kicked them both under the table, snapping them out of it in embarrassed silence. Regaining his composure, Adam ordered a light meal of herrings with bread and cheese, along with a bottle of Caldera wine he'd been eager to try. As the server left to fetch their order, Edward quickly redirected attention by teasing Adam about clearly coming just for the wine, successfully diverting Lisa's lingering irritation away from his own earlier staring. Adam then laid out two possible strategies for gathering intel, eavesdropping patiently on nearby conversations, or attempting to buy information from tavern staff, though the latter carried no guarantee of cooperation from wary locals. Lisa, unimpressed by his roundabout suggestions, coldly cut to the point. Since Adam knew spells from the School of Enchantment, he should simply charm the information out of someone directly. Startled by her bluntness, Adam reluctantly agreed, privately noting how unsettling she could be when focused. When the server returned with their food and wine, Adam discreetly wove a complex series of hand signs beneath the table, casting a spell that required no visible components. As she turned to leave, he called her back, and the moment their eyes met, something shifted. Her professional cheerfulness melted into genuine warmth and trust, as if Adam had instantly become the most reliable, comforting presence in her life. Her demeanor transformed completely, and she leaned in with open friendliness, ready to talk. Adam smiled and invited her to sit for a chat. Rank 1 spell. Charm had been cast, and watching it unfold left both Edward and Lisa unsettled, having just witnessed for the first time the unnerving power of enchantment magic in action. Outside the tavern, Adam grumbled about the Black Pearl's policy against taking Caldera wine off the premises, though he quickly reasoned it was probably a clever business tactic to keep customers coming back. Lisa cut through his rambling to ask what would happen to the server once the charm spell wore off, and Adam reassured her it was harmless. The woman would simply feel confused about why she'd shared so much with a stranger, nothing more. When Lisa pressed further, Adam dramatically insisted on his moral integrity, only for Edward to mock him for ogling the server's chest minutes earlier, leading to some embarrassed bickering between the two boys, while Lisa remained lost in thought. Turning serious, Lisa revealed the information gathered was far worse than expected. Their original mission briefing had listed fewer than 10 victims, but the server's account put the real number at several dozen, marking one of the worst string of disappearances the city had seen in years. And now, the victims included prominent members of the upper class, including the missing son of the Black Pearl's own owner. The trio grasped the gravity of the situation. With victims now spanning the city's elite, the Count was almost certainly desperate and actively searching for the Academy's promised help. Adam suggested holding off a day to verify the intel through additional sources before acting, and the others agreed. He then proposed continuing their information gathering by visiting more taverns, prompting Edward's exasperated eye roll, though Adam brushed it off as efficient multitasking. Despite his lighthearted exterior, Adam remained quietly on edge, still troubled by the sense of being watched since first entering the city, and hoped to determine whether that unseen gaze was still tracking his movements. Meanwhile, across the city, Count Hannes sat brooding in his study at Tidal Manor, an opulent estate overlooking the sea. Despite being a rank 1 organ stage magus himself, he'd been powerless to stop the disappearances plaguing his territory and had sent a plea to Clover Academy for help over 2 months ago, receiving no response since a silence he bitterly resented. His frustration was interrupted when his butler rushed in, panicked, reporting that Emery Atkinson, a wealthy and influential magus who owned the Black Pearl among other businesses, was outside demanding an audience. With his own son now among the missing, Emery's arrival left Count Hannes no choice but to finally act. Steeling himself, he instructed his butler to let the man in. Emery Atkinson, the wealthy and anxious owner of the Black Pearl Tavern, made his way to Count Hannes's study alongside his old friend and mentor, Carl, a wise elderly magus. Emery's hands bled slightly from clenching his fists too tightly, consumed with worry over his missing son, Roland, a troublesome but beloved child whom he desperately searched for without success. Carl gently urged him to keep his temper in check before facing the Count, and when Emery asked if Roland might still be alive, Carl honestly admitted he didn't know, leaving Emery frustrated at the lack of reassurance. At the manor, the Count's terrified butler, visibly overwhelmed by the presence of 2 powerful magi, ushered them into the study before fleeing. Inside, Count Hannes greeted them warmly, but when he began offering condolences, Emery snapped, furiously insisting his son wasn't dead. The Count apologized and guided them to sit, pouring drinks as Emery silently seethed with unspoken resentment toward the Count's failure to protect his territory, though he ultimately held his tongue. Count Hannes explained that despite deploying his guard guards and hiring mercenaries to search the city, the only clue uncovered had been traces of dark magic, a deeply taboo and feared practice tied to negative energy and undead forces. Emery dismissed the mortal search efforts as futile if even the Magi present couldn't find answers, then suggested reaching out to Clover Academy, only to immediately second-guess himself, realizing any help would take at least a month to arrive far too long to save his son. Count Hannes revealed he'd already reached out to the academy over 2 months ago with no response, leaving them to rely solely on themselves. Carl reassured the group that with all 3 of Hannes City's resident Magi working together, they stood a real chance of tracking down the culprit. Resolved to act, Count Hannes announced he'd tripled the nightly patrols and instructed both men to prepare their material components, declaring that starting the next day, the 3 of them would personally join the investigation. Emery nodded with fierce determination, silently vowing to save his son no matter the cost. As their carriage rolled toward Tidal Manor under a sunset sky, Lisa admired the ocean view, prompting Adam to smugly claim he'd once been considered the most handsome boy in his village, only for Edward to mock him, asking if the village had been full of orcs. Their bickering escalated until Lisa firmly reminded them both to behave properly, given they were about to represent Clover Academy before the Count. At the manor gates, guards initially challenged them, but quickly recognized the 4-leaf clover insignia on their cloaks, and Lisa formally announced they'd come from Clover Academy to meet the Count. Meanwhile, Count Hannes, Emery, and Carl were mid-briefing with the guards over a city map marking key locations where victims had last been seen and organizing the night's patrol groups when the butler burst in, excitedly announcing that help from Clover Academy had finally arrived. Stunned, having largely given up hope given the Academy's distance and reputation for aloofness, the Count rushed downstairs with Emery and Carl close behind. Emery feeling a flicker of hope that trained Academy Magi might succeed where local efforts had failed. But upon reaching the entrance, all 3 were floored to find the promised help consisted of 3 teenagers, a composed, elegant girl in the center, a solemn, well-dressed boy to her right, and a slouching, disinterested youth in a pointed black hat leaning casually to her left. Count Hannes immediately soured on Adam's casual demeanor, and Lisa, noticing the same, jabbed him hard in the ribs to force him upright before introducing the group formally as Lisa, Adam, and Edward, sent by Clover Academy to assist with the crisis. Disbelief rippled through the Count and Carl at learning only 3 students had been sent, and before Lisa could finish her polite apology for the delay, Emery's restrained fury snapped. He stormed toward her, screaming that sending mere children to handle a crisis involving so many disappearances was an insult, demanding to know if the Academy even understood the gravity of the situation. Before he could continue his tirade, a cold voice cut through the air. Adam, clearly displeased at Emery's disrespect toward Lisa, fixed him with a chilling stare that sent an involuntary shiver down the man's spine. Is that a way to talk to a girl? A tense silence fell over the group after Adam's cold challenge. Count Hannes, caught completely off guard, hesitated to intervene as Emery stormed toward Adam, demanding to know what he'd just said. Unfazed, Adam mockingly repeated himself, openly calling out Emery for disrespecting Lisa, and pointed out that all 3 Magi present, Hannes and Carl included, had treated the children dismissively, despite Lisa's unwavering courtesy toward them. Neither man had a response, knowing Adam's accusation was fair. Pushed to his limit by Adam's relentless provocation, Emery found himself outmatched in the war of words. Seizing the moment, Adam coolly proposed a duel, catching everyone off guard, including the Count, who once again failed to intervene in time. Emery, seeing an opportunity to teach the brat a lesson without appearing to bully a child, accepted with cold satisfaction, warning Adam not to complain when he lost. Adam set the terms. If Emery lost, he'd have to sincerely apologize to Lisa. If Adam lost, he'd comply with whatever Emery demanded. As the 2 moved toward the garden to begin, Count Hannes tried to stop Lisa from letting things escalate further, but she calmly explained that if Adam didn't see this through, their team would never be taken seriously by the locals. She reassured both men with a smile that she wouldn't let Adam seriously harm Emery. Facing off in the garden, Emery offered to let Adam cast first, but Adam arrogantly dismissed the gesture, claiming he didn't even need a spell to win. Infuriated, but forcing himself to stay composed, Emery began casting Magic Missile, a rank 1 attack spell requiring all 3 components, flicking 5 small stones into the air while completing the necessary hand motions. But before he could finish, Adam vanished from sight using his enhanced speed, reappearing directly in front of Emery and seizing his casting hand before the spell could complete. With his other hand, Adam pressed his fingertips against Emery's chest, gathering a surge of mana into his palm. Coldly, he uttered the name of his technique, Hand of Doom. Count Hannes and Karl stood frozen in disbelief, unable to comprehend how Adam, a mere rank 1 Magus, had closed a 10-yard gap in the blink of an eye, a feat that should have been impossible even for Count Hannes himself, despite being 2 full stages ahead. Only Lisa and Edward remained unfazed, having already witnessed Adam's training firsthand throughout their journey, with Lisa quietly proud and Edward openly boasting about his friend's skill. Emery, meanwhile, was paralyzed with terror. What he'd expected to be an easy lesson for an arrogant child had instead revealed a genuinely dangerous opponent. As mana gathered and rotated ominously in Adam's palm, Emery felt a level of fear he'd never experienced, certain that if the attack landed, nothing would remain of him. Adam's overwhelming presence made him feel utterly insignificant until Lisa's calm voice cut through the tension, commanding Adam to stop. The mana instantly dissipated, and Adam casually taunted Emery to thank Lisa for saving his life before strolling away, leaving the man trembling on his knees, shaken to his core by how close he'd come to death. Recognizing they'd badly misjudged the trio, Count Hannes and Karl both formally apologized to Lisa for their earlier disrespect, and she graciously accepted, reaffirming their shared goal of resolving the crisis together. As the group headed inside, Karl chided Emery for letting his temper get the better of him yet again, helping him to his feet. Hours of planning followed in the Count's study, with Lisa's sharp insights earning genuine admiration from both Count Hannes and Karl as they mapped out strategies to catch the culprit. When dinner arrived, Adam and Edward dove into the food without a shred of table manners, and Lisa, despite her usual insistence on decorum, chose to let it slide, given how much they'd already contributed that day. The mood shifted when Emery entered the study. Ignoring the awkward silence, he walked straight to Lisa and sincerely apologized for his earlier outburst. She accepted graciously, but Emery insisted his behavior remained inexcusable regardless of his circumstances. He then turned to Adam, who was still mid-bite, and to everyone's shock, bowed respectfully and apologized to him, as well a remarkable gesture of humility from a man of his standing. Touched by the sincerity of it, Adam swallowed his food, extended his hand, and grinned, asking if they could be friends. Charmed by the boy's genuine innocence beneath the earlier bravado, Emery laughed and shook his hand, sealing their newfound friendship. The following days blurred into relentless patrols, as Count Hannes, Emery, and Karl worked alongside the city guards and the 3 academy students, narrowing their search to nighttime, given the growing suspicion that the culprit was some kind of undead creature, though its exact nature remained a mystery. Despite scouring the entire city, they came up empty, a frustrating stalemate that weighed heavily on everyone, especially Emery, who clung desperately to hope for his missing son. Taking a break from the search, the trio ventured to the Hannes Lighthouse, an 85-meter landmark marking the city's identity. Along the way, Edward grumbled about the detour, questioning why they weren't simply waiting for nightfall to resume patrolling, while Adam insisted they deserved a bit of sightseeing given how far they'd traveled. After presenting the Count's signed authorization to the lighthouse guard, they climbed to the gallery deck, greeted by a breathtaking panoramic view of the sea on one side and the city of sails on the other. Settling onto the railing with apple pies Adam had picked up along the way, the 3 quietly took in the scenery until Lisa gently asked what Adam had done before joining the academy. Curious himself, Edward listened closely, realizing how little he actually knew about his own roommate. Adam explained he'd worked whatever odd labor jobs he could find, cleaning stables, washing dishes, waiting tables, doing what was necessary to survive. Both Lisa and Edward were quietly stunned, though Adam brushed off any pity, insisting he wasn't ashamed of his past. When Edward asked about his parents, Adam revealed he'd been an orphan for as long as he could remember, retaining only the faintest memories of his early childhood with them. The mood turned somber, and Edward immediately regretted asking, but Adam reassured him with a genuine smile, saying his parents would surely be proud to see him become a Magus. Lisa, listening quietly, couldn't help but wonder if her own father would feel the same about her. Edward then asked how Adam had even discovered his talent for spellcasting in the first place. Adam's expression softened into nostalgia as he credited his life's greatest fortune to a wandering Magus who had once passed through his hometown, without whom he believed he'd still be stuck in the slums. When Lisa asked who this person was, Adam answered warmly. Her name was Anna. With the mood open and reflective, Adam turned the conversation toward Edward, asking him to share his own past. Edward revealed that, unlike Adam, his life had been comfortable and privileged, doted on heavily by his family, though as a child he'd surprisingly been thin and frail, a stark contrast to his current build, and had been bullied for it before Adam and Lisa became his first true friends. He kept quiet about his mother's declining health, unwilling to darken the mood further. When it came to Lisa's turn, she simply lowered her head and said she didn't want to talk about it. Respecting her wish, Adam gently reassured her that he and Edward would always be there for her no matter what, and Edward echoed the sentiment with equal sincerity. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lisa climbed down from the railing and turned away, hiding threatening tears as she redirected the group's focus back to their patrol duties before sunset. The three headed back into the city, their bond now stronger than ever. Elsewhere, hidden deep within a magically concealed cavern, a mysterious figure sat brooding on a throne of bones, seething over the arrival of the three young Magi who had disrupted his plans weeks earlier. He needed a steady supply of humans, both to sustain himself and to complete an unspecified ritual that took precedence above all else. Despite his fury, he redirected his focus toward an obsidian coffin standing behind his throne, treating it with an air of solemn reverence before moving deeper into the cavern. There, illuminated by glowing crystals embedded in the walls, the man, pale-skinned, red-eyed, dressed in fine dark silk, and radiating deceptive frailty despite immense hidden power, approached a massive cage holding nearly 100 captured residents of Hannes City, far exceeding even the highest estimates from Count Hannes and his allies. The captives appeared drugged and listless, yet unnaturally full of vitality, clearly altered by the man's doing. Addressing them coldly, he selected 15 captives one by one, sinking sharpened, beast-like fangs into their necks and injecting them with venom before discarding their bodies outside the cage. Moments later, the 15 began to stir, rising with pale skin and crimson eyes matching their masters, kneeling in unified submission and addressing him as Master. Pleased, he ordered his newly created spawns to sneak to the surface and gather fresh sacrifices, warning them to take their own lives immediately should their actions risk exposing the cavern's location. Without hesitation, the spawns accepted the order and vanished toward the surface, utterly devoted and fearless in their loyalty to their new master. A month had passed since the trio arrived in Hannes City, and while the strict curfew and increased patrols had significantly reduced disappearances, the Magi were no closer to locating where the victims were actually being held. Adam's days had settled into an exhausting routine, nightly patrols followed by only 6 hours of sleep before mornings spent practicing mindfulness and immersing himself in herbalism, research, often wishing his mental training could somehow substitute for real rest. Through weeks of trial and error, Adam had finally mastered the potion of aqua breathing and moved on to experimenting with other recipes from the expert's memories, carefully limiting himself to potions appropriate for his current rank. In his lab, he found himself puzzling over a curious dust byproduct from a recent experiment, sensing it held real tactical potential, particularly useful given the growing likelihood that their target was undead. Unable to work out the missing piece on his own, he decided to write a letter to Berger for guidance. Testing the whistle Berger had given him, Adam was confused when blowing it produced no sound at all until the space before him tore open and Blackie came hurtling out, tackling him straight to the ground with an onslaught of affectionate licks. After a joyful reunion, Adam handed Blackie the letter, along with a sample of his experimental dust, only for the puppy to snootily hold out until receiving his usual payment, a purple spirit world crystal, which he devoured with obvious delight before tearing open another portal and disappearing back into the spirit world. Amused as always by Blackie's effortless mastery over spatial rifts, Adam tidied his lab, changed into his black Magus robes and pointed hat, and headed downstairs to join Edward and Lisa for the night's patrol. As curfew set in, 6 city guards arrived to escort them, splitting into pairs for greater efficiency across separate routes. As Adam greeted his assigned guards, an unsettling premonition crept over him. His soul-enhanced intuition, sharpened ever since his time absorbing fragments within the White Lotus, was quietly sounding alarms. Unsure whether this sixth sense stemmed from his strengthened soul or something tied more directly to the Lotus itself, he chose to trust it regardless, warning his guards to stay alert. Looking up at the night sky, where the twin moons had vanished behind heavy clouds, he couldn't shake the feeling. Was tonight the night the culprit would finally show himself? The streets of Hannah's city felt unnervingly desolate that night, lit only by flickering lampposts destined to go dark without anyone to refuel them, the moonless sky adding to the oppressive atmosphere. The 2 guards accompanying Adam grew visibly uneasy, admitting they sensed something deeply wrong with the city that night, instinctively drawing closer to him for reassurance. Adam privately noted that even ordinary people could sense the sinister presence lurking somewhere nearby. To ease their nerves, he handed each guard 2 crystal vials, instructing them to throw the contents at anything dangerous they encountered, while keeping their distance, though internally, he mourned the loss of what were actually his freshly brewed valuable potions of explosion, resolving to make Count Hannes pay him back handsomely for the sacrifice. Before he could dwell further on his scheme, the sky lit up with a brilliant red signal flare, unmistakably an emergency alert. Adam immediately ordered the guards to follow at their own pace while he rushed ahead alone, leaping across rooftops toward the source of the signal. Shaken but resolved, the guards drew their swords, readied their potions, and charged after him. At the stone plaza outside Rhodes shipyard, chaos had already erupted. 2 pale, red-eyed vampire spawns had cornered Magus Carl and 2 of the Count's guards. Carl, wounded and poisoned, was unable to cast any spells, bitterly lamenting his uselessness. Despite being a bone stage Magus, his age had left him unable to react in time to the ambush. Identifying the attackers as vampire spawns, he watched helplessly as one spawn ordered the other to retreat with 2 unconscious captives, while he handled the remaining 3 himself, confident he could finish them before any reinforcements arrived. As the female spawn vanished into an alley with the captives, the male spawn charged at Carl and the guards with murderous intent, only to be thrown off balance mid-charge as the ground beneath him violently shook, courtesy of a tremor spell. Glancing up mid-fall, he caught sight of a black-robed, pointy-hatted figure who had appeared out of nowhere in front of the group. Before he could react further, the figure completed a spell and fired a blazing magic missile directly at him. The last thing the vampire spawn ever saw was blinding light before darkness swallowed him whole. Carl and the 2 guards had all but resigned themselves to death, knowing a vampire spawn's raw strength and regenerative undead body left them completely outmatched. Carl too incapacitated to fight, the guards too weak to stand a chance, and no reinforcements capable of arriving in time. Then, without warning, a figure materialized before them as if from nowhere, moving too fast for even Carl to sense. The black-robed figure stomped the ground, instantly forming a magic circle that triggered a localized tremor, while simultaneously completing a second spell at his fingertips, dual casting. Carl realized in shock. A magic missile tore through the vampire spawn's skull before it could react, ending the fight in seconds. Adam stared down at the twitching, headless corpse, his hand trembling not from fear, but from the weight of having just taken a life for the first time, undead or not. Turning to Carl, a flash of disdain crossed his mind at the sight of the injured Magus struggling against a mere vampire spawn, only for Adam to catch himself, unsettled by his own harsh judgment, and wryly blaming Lisa's influence for rubbing off on him. Tossing Carl a healing potion without a word, he sprinted off after the second spawn, leaving the old Magus staring after him in stunned disbelief, muttering that the boy was a monster. Meanwhile, the female vampire spawn raced through the streets, carrying her 2 unconscious captives, sensing the fight behind her had ended far too quickly for comfort, and pushing herself faster. A sudden gust of wind was the only warning before pressure slammed onto her shoulder, and her vision spun violently before everything went still. Disoriented, she found herself staring at the cobblestones, only to realize, with dawning horror, that the figure carrying the captives beside her was now headless, with Adam perched casually on its shoulders. Before she could process it further, he stomped her head into the ground without hesitation. Staring at the gruesome aftermath and his own bloodied hands, Adam steadied his resolve, reminding himself that the path of a Magus was inevitably paved with bloodshed and that he couldn't afford to waver. Gathering the two unconscious captives, a middle-aged man and a young girl, he made his way back to the plaza. There, Carl, already recovering thanks to the potent healing potion neutralizing the poison in his system, heard footsteps approaching and, still too weak to defend himself, frantically warned the guards of incoming danger. But his fear turned to disbelief when Adam emerged from the alley, having dispatched the second spawn and rescued both captives in under a minute. Adam gently laid the pair down, instructing the guards to watch over them, noting they seemed merely sedated rather than harmed. Before anyone could process the situation further, the night sky lit up again. 3 more emergency signals had just been fired. Count Hannes arrived at the scene of chaos already seething, having left his post at the administrative building the moment 3 emergency flares fired in succession. What greeted him was devastating. Half a dozen of his own guards slaughtered, with 3 vampire spawns standing amid the carnage, each clutching unconscious captives. The lead spawn ordered one of them to hand off their captives and help kill the Count, while a third fled with all the victims. Enraged, Hannes gave chase, only to overhear the remaining spawns, coordinating tactics to prevent him from casting spells, a level of tactical awareness he hadn't expected from what he'd assumed were mindless beasts. Undeterred, the Count infused mana into his broadsword, igniting rune-covered flames across its blade, and blitzed past both charging spawns with 2 lightning-fast strikes. Without even glancing back, he beheaded them both, their bodies incinerating into ash behind him. Consumed by fury, he continued the pursuit of the last spawn, determined to slaughter every undead creature he encountered that night. Elsewhere, Magus Emery struggled desperately against 2 vampire spawns alone, lacking any magical artifact and reduced to defending with mana-infused swordplay against their steel-hard claws. His guards already dead, and his mind consumed by anguished cries for his missing son, his emotional state left him vulnerable. One spawn easily dodged his wild swings and slammed a devastating punch into his chest, hurling him into a building and leaving him coughing blood on the ground. The spawn gloated, savoring the thought of pleasing his master with such a prize as he and his partner closed in. But before they could reach Emery, thick thorn vines erupted from the ground, ensnaring one spawn while the other narrowly dodged. A concentrated blast of poison energy then struck the trapped creature's head, dissolving it entirely despite the undead's natural poison resistance. As the surviving spawn reeled in disbelief, a white beast lunged from behind, tearing his throat out and reducing him to pulp with vicious claws. Lisa emerged, gently praising her familiar Enya for the kill, while affectionately warning her not to eat the remains. Sparing barely a contemptuous glance at the injured, floundering Emery, she immediately pressed onward toward the third fleeing spawn, prioritizing the rescue of the abducted victims above all else. Meanwhile, Edward and Aquila arrived at the third and final flare site, only to be met with a scene that left him utterly stunned. Edward arrived at the third flare site to find 2 city guards standing before a massive fire, weapons drawn against something writhing inside the flames. 2 vampire spawns, trapped and burning alive, screaming in agony as the guards kept them from escaping. Nearby lay 4 unconscious residents, safely recovered. Piecing it together, Edward realized the guards had successfully taken down 2 of the undead creatures themselves, watching in bemused disbelief as the pair continued jabbing at the dying spawns until they finally burned to ash. The guard who'd fired the flare sheepishly admitted he'd done so as a precaution, worried he'd wasted it unnecessarily, but Edward reassured him it had been the right call. Curious about the unusual fire, he learned the guards had used the potions of explosion Adam had given them earlier, throwing them at the spawns after carefully separating them from the captive civilians. Impressed, Edward praised both guards for their bravery, leaving them flattered by a Magus's recognition. As dawn broke over the city, Edward's expression darkened, grimly wondering how many had died and how many more had been taken that night. Back at the administrative building, the full group reconvened in heavy silence. A guard delivered grim news. 17 people had been abducted the previous night, spanning men, women, and children. The Count confirmed the culprit was a vampire Magus, the only being capable of creating spawns, revealing that 7 spawns had been killed in total, including 1 captured alive, thanks to Adam. When Lisa asked whether anyone had managed to track the spawn's retreat. The Count admitted his guards had lost them in the darkness, and Lisa confirmed she'd experienced the same failure chasing her own target, despite Enya's tracking abilities. The room's mood soured further as Emery and Carl sat in humiliated silence, both having contributed nothing of value the previous night, one incapacitated by his own carelessness, the other by his uncontrolled emotions, and both ultimately saved only by the intervention of the Academy students. When Edward asked whether the spawns might return that night, no one had an answer, leaving only quiet dread. Without a word, Adam abruptly rose and left the room. Concerned, Lisa followed after him, and Edward joined shortly after. Once they were gone, the Count turned his fury on Emery and Carl, scolding them harshly for becoming liabilities instead of assets, ordering them to make themselves useful going forward before storming out himself. Neither Magus had the will to respond, knowing the rebuke was deserved. Lisa and Edward searched the sprawling city for over half an hour with no luck, until Aquila finally spotted Adam from the air. Following the Griffin, they found him sitting alone atop the Hannes lighthouse. Sitting alone atop the lighthouse, Adam watched the city slowly stir awake. Oblivious to the horrors of the night before, only those who'd lost someone would ever know what had truly happened. When Edward and Lisa found him and quietly sat beside him, Edward gently asked if he was okay, and after a long silence, Adam finally admitted the truth. He'd killed someone with his own hands for the first time, and it didn't sit right with him. Lisa reassured him that it had been a matter of survival and that the creatures he'd fought were undead, the natural enemy of the living, nothing to feel guilty over. Adam accepted her words logically, recognizing that bloodshed was an inevitable part of the path he'd chosen, even as the reality of it remained difficult to fully process. He then confessed something else troubling him. Seeing Carl severely wounded by a mere vampire spawn had stirred an unexpected wave of contempt in him, a reaction toward weakness he'd never felt before and couldn't quite understand. Rather than sympathizing, Lisa and Edward both laughed, pointing out that this was simply arrogance Adam hadn't realized he possessed. Genuinely surprised, since he'd always considered himself humble, Adam sat with the revelation as Lisa offered a deeper perspective that it was the right of the strong to be prideful and aloof, but that pride should never come at the expense of consideration for others. Her tone carried a quiet sorrow, clearly echoing something her late father had once told her, though Adam chose not to press her further, simply thanking both his friends with genuine gratitude. Meanwhile, deep within the hidden cavern, the vampire Magus stood coldly before his 7 surviving spawns, unmoved by the loss of the 8th. When they begged for mercy, groveling in terror, he silenced them instantly by beheading and crushing the skull of one without hesitation, reminding the rest that they had no right to speak without permission. Assessing the night's results, 17 human captives gained for 8 spawns lost. He coldly declared the trade acceptable, indifferent to how many of his creations died as long as the abduction numbers kept pace, confident he could simply create more spawns at will. Bound completely to his will, since their transformation, the surviving spawns could only tremble in silent submission, utterly powerless to resist. Turning away from them, the vampire Magus approached the obsidian coffin behind his bone throne, his expression flickering briefly with unwillingness, helplessness, and rage, before settling into pure, reverent devotion. Resting his hand upon it, he murmured that the ritual would soon begin once the sacrifices reached their required number, and as the vision of the future he sought consumed him, he broke into maniacal laughter, reveling in the coming age of darkness he intended to unleash. The vampire spawn attacks continued relentlessly over the following days, striking every couple of days and abducting over a dozen residents each time, with the Count's guards paying the price in blood, since mortal soldiers stood little chance against undead creatures. Despite saving many, the cost had been steep, and the captured vampire spawn's suicide had denied them any useful intelligence. Increasingly desperate, the Count considered appealing to reclusive, wandering Magi in his territory, though he had no guarantee they'd answer his call, let alone arrive in time. With few options left, he continued to lean heavily on the Clover Academy students. On a day off from mindfulness practice, Adam headed to Rhodes Shipyard, owned by Magus Carl, not for leisure, but to check on the old Magus's declining health, having learned from the Count that Carl's condition had worsened despite the healing potion Adam had given him after their first battle. Walking through the bustling bazaar district, Adam noted how normal life continued undisturbed. quietly admiring the Count's skill in suppressing panic by keeping the abductions out of public knowledge, though he wondered privately how the Count managed the grieving families behind the scenes. At the shipyard, Karl greeted him personally at the gate, apologizing for not visiting the manor himself and clearly looking unwell. He explained that the potion hadn't worked as expected and admitted he'd only recently learned of Adam's herbalism skills through Lisa, expressing genuine astonishment that someone so young had achieved such mastery. Guided through the impressive shipyard to Karl's luxurious office, Adam performed a diagnosis, channeling a thread of mana through the old man's body to assess his condition. After a minute of careful analysis, Adam identified two likely explanations for the potion's failure. Either Karl's body had built up resistance from years of using similar potions, or his aging immune system was simply too weak to properly benefit from the healing magic. Karl accepted the second explanation with a bitter smile, acknowledging the toll his advancing age had taken on a body no longer capable of what it once was. Adam fell quiet, recognizing the harsh truth all Magi eventually faced, that without continued advancement, aging and death were inevitable, a fate especially cruel for someone of modest talent like Karl. Wanting to offer some hope, Adam revealed he had a way to restore Karl to fighting shape quickly, thrilling the old Magus who desperately wanted a chance to prove himself against the undead and shed the humiliation of being seen as a liability. But just as Karl's hopes soared, Adam's expression shifted into a familiar, mischievous smirk. The treatment, he warned, was going to be very expensive. Adam carefully worked through the delicate final stage of brewing another potion of explosion, precisely calibrating the mana infused into ground blazing crystals. Too little and the powder lost potency, too much and it would detonate in his hands. Despite the danger, he remained calm, his years of absorbed expert knowledge combined with genuine practice, making the process almost routine at this point, if monotonous after days of repetition. Once the mixture turned the right shade of orange and finished simmering, he extinguished the flame beneath the cauldron, relieved to be done, though the thought of the money piling up kept him grinning. To speed things along, he cast Magus Hand, summoning dozens of spectral floating hands that efficiently gathered vials, filled them with the finished potion, and packed them into a wooden chest, an incredibly convenient, low-cost spell despite its limited range, duration, and carrying capacity. Once finished, he had one of his mercenaries, Amir, deliver the chest to the Count's administrative building under guard. Since the Count had witnessed firsthand how effective Adam's potions of explosion were against the vampire spawns, he'd commissioned Adam to brew as many as possible, paying well above market rate. Tallying up his earnings from 6 chests of 30 potions, each at 16 gold coins apiece, Adam gleefully calculated he'd made nearly 3,000 gold pieces more than he'd ever earned back in Moon City. He briefly tried to compose himself with a self-righteous remark about a Magus not being motivated by wealth, immediately undercut by his own uncontrollable grin. Remembering something else, Adam pulled out Berger's reply letter, delivered earlier by Blackie, regarding the mysterious dust he'd been trying to develop. Berger's insights impressed him, offering a perspective Adam hadn't considered despite his vast inherited knowledge, and he began mentally adjusting his approach based on the old gnome's suggestions. But mid-thought, Adam suddenly froze, his expression turning ice-cold as he sensed something. In an instant, he leapt out the window and took off across the rooftops in pursuit, furious that whoever had been watching him hadn't stopped despite his earlier vigilance. He chased the presence through the city until landing in a crowded street, startling passers-by, but by then, the trail had gone cold, and whoever had been spying on him had vanished without a trace. This wasn't the first time he'd felt watched since arriving in the city. He'd initially suspected the Count or his men, then considered the vampire and his spawns, but ruled that out too, since the undead wouldn't dare operate in broad daylight. Staring into the empty street, Adam's expression darkened with unease. Just who was it? As the nightly battles against vampire spawns continued, the guards, armed with Adam's potions of explosion, kept killing them one after another, yet their numbers only seemed to grow rather than dwindle, leaving everyone increasingly demoralized. The Count could no longer keep the abductions secret from the public, and the city had transformed under the weight of collective fear, with residents extinguishing their lights after curfew, terrified of drawing the undead into their homes, praying the guards and Magi could keep them safe. That night, Edward and Aquila intervened just in time to stop 2 vampire spawns from abducting residents in the Bazaar district. Splitting the fight, Edward assigned Aquila to one spawn while facing the other himself, infusing his longsword with crackling blue lightning positioning before closing the distance in a flash and cutting his opponent clean in half, reducing the creature to ash. Aquila made quick work of the second spawn, and after praising his familiar, Edward turned toward the sound of another explosion, ready to help elsewhere. Meanwhile, in the eastern vineyards, Magus, Emery, and 2 guards faced 3 vampire spawns, 2 of whom the guards tragically recognized as a former neighbor and friend. Sensing their hesitation, Emery reminded them coldly that these creatures were no longer the people they once knew, merely mindless slaves to their vampire creator. Steeling themselves with anguished cries, the guards charged one spawn with swords and explosive potions, while the remaining 2 rushed Emery. Far more composed than during his first encounter with the undead, Emery unleashed a barrage of magic missiles, redirecting them mid-flight to relentlessly tear through both spawns until nothing remained. Elsewhere, Adam stood alone amid a battlefield of dismembered vampire spawn corpses, the sheer brutality of the scene reflecting the fury he'd unleashed. Despite his victory, his posture radiated exhaustion and defeat, rather than triumph. No matter how many spawns he destroyed, more would rise again the very next night, an endless, bloody cycle stretching on for weeks with no end in sight. As dawn broke and sunlight touched his blood-soaked face, something shifted in his gaze, resolve replacing despair. Clenching his stained fists, he finally made up his mind. There was no other choice left. The mood in the administrative building was somber following another brutal night, but the harsh truth had finally sunk in for everyone. The vampire spawns they'd been killing week after week were the abducted residents of Hana City themselves. What had once been an uncomfortable possibility became undeniable once guards were forced to kill their own friends, family, and neighbors. One young guard, having just killed his best friend, tearfully asked the Count how long this nightmare would continue, but Hannes had no honest answer to give. Weeks of investigation had turned up nothing. No clues in the vampire spawn's corpses, no hidden passages, nothing in the extensively searched sewer network beneath the city, leaving them completely stumped on the vampire Magus's hideout. Into the heavy silence, Adam spoke up, revealing he had a plan to locate the vampire's location. The room turned to him in shock and desperate hope. When Count Hannes pressed for confirmation, Adam casually revealed his idea. He would act as bait. The reaction was immediate and explosive. Edward and Lisa shot to their feet in furious refusal, both convinced the plan was reckless and insane. Lisa tore into him with pointed questions. Did he even know how many spawns the vampire had created, how powerful he truly was, or what would happen if he turned out to be a rank 2 Magus? Though her words stung, Adam privately acknowledged she'd raised the exact concerns he'd already wrestled with himself before settling on this course of action. Rather than arguing further, he asked to step outside with his teammates to discuss it privately, leaving the room in a stunned silence. In their absence, Emery and Carl marveled at Adam's apparent willingness to sacrifice himself for the city, with Carl breaking down in tears, admitting he'd completely misjudged the boy as merely greedy and cunning. Count Hannes, meanwhile, sat torn between his instinct to protect an outsider risking his life for his people and the desperate need for any real lead on the vampire's location. When the trio returned, the Count was startled to find Edward and Lisa's earlier fury replaced with calm, even optimistic expressions clearly. Something had shifted during their private conversation. Taking a seat directly across from the Count, Adam laced his fingers together, rested his chin on them, and with a confident smirk began laying out the plan. At the Black Pearl Tavern, Adam sat by the window, putting on a convincing act, appearing thoroughly drunk, with several empty wine gourds scattered before him as the streets outside emptied ahead of curfew. When a nervous waiter urged him to leave, Adam feigned belligerent drunkenness to buy time, insisting on one more gourd before finally complying. The moment the waiter turned away, Adam's eyes sharpened with clarity as he secretly downed a vial hidden in his robes, the potion of the mundane man, designed to completely mask a Magus's mana signature, making him appear as an ordinary, powerless human to anyone perceptive enough to sense such things. Checking the small pouch at his waist to confirm everything was in place, Adam accepted his final drink from the returning waiter, paid generously after being called out for shorting the tip, and was dragged really out of the tavern with a warning to hurry home before curfew. Playing his drunken role to the hilt, Adam loudly ranted about conspiracies and corrupt nobles as he stumbled away, leaving the waiter both amused and genuinely concerned for his safety. Unaware the entire performance was deliberate, stumbling through the empty streets, Adam repeatedly fell, smearing dirt across his face and clothes until he was nearly unrecognizable, wandering aimlessly and loudly complaining about being lost. From a nearby rooftop, two vampire spawns watched him with contempt, one instructing the other to grab him along with one more victim before returning to their hideout, deeming a larger haul too cumbersome to manage. The spawn dropped down and approached Adam openly, no longer bothering to conceal himself. When Adam drunkenly demanded to know who he was, the spawn responded with a swift knife-hand strike to his neck, easily knocking out the seemingly incapacitated youth and slinging him over his shoulder. Once unconscious, or so it appeared, Adam's eyes cracked open just enough to survey his surroundings without drawing attention, relieved to confirm they were still within city limits. Spotting another captured woman held in the spawn's other arm, he stayed perfectly still, resisting the urge to intervene prematurely. Instead, he discreetly slipped a tiny fingernail-sized stone from his waist pouch and let it fall silently to the ground, where it dissolved into liquid and blended seamlessly into the surroundings, leaving no trace. With his plan quietly set in motion, Adam allowed himself a faint smirk, mentally passing the baton. The rest was now up to Magus Carl. The night played out as usual, with vampire spawns continuing their abductions, but this time Count Hannes's forces deliberately held back, careful not to interfere with the spawn carrying Adam, needing him to reach the hideout undetected. Only the city's upper echelons knew the true plan, and while the Count agonized over the guards who still died that night, revealing the strategy risked tipping off the vampire Magus, a sacrifice he felt forced to accept for the bigger picture. At dawn, the gathered leadership learned that Phase 1 had succeeded, sparking genuine excitement after more than a month of fruitless searching. Count Hannes announced they'd move to attack the vampire's hideout by noon, giving everyone 6 hours to rest after the exhausting night. Amid the enthusiasm, Emery voiced a quiet concern that despite everything Adam had accomplished, he was still just a 16-year-old boy, and they risked losing sight of that. Edward and Lisa immediately reassured the room of Adam's strength, though Lisa was quick to point out that the real burden now rested on their own side. If they failed to follow through, Adam would be stranded permanently. All eyes turned to Carl, whose role in Phase 2 was now critical. Recalling how Adam had personally restored his health, Carl steeled himself with fierce resolve, vowing not to let the boy down, and formally accepted the responsibility before the group. With that, Count Hannes called everyone to assemble in the city square by noon for the final assault. As the guards gathered publicly for the first time, word spread quickly among the residents about what was happening. In one poignant moment, a young boy asked a guard if they were going to rescue his missing parents, and though the guard couldn't promise anything certain, he vowed to try his best, moving both the boy and his grieving grandmother to tears. Similar scenes of quiet hope rippled through the crowd as the city, worn down by weeks of fear, finally dared to believe rescue might be possible. At the center of the square, Count Hannes turned to Carl and gave the signal to begin. Steadying himself, Carl cast Guiding Mark, summoning an ethereal hand that pointed the way southeast. Following its lead through the city streets, with guards and Magi trailing behind and residents parting to let them pass, the trail eventually led to a specific spot on the ground. Carl slammed his palm down, channeling mana into the earth, and the same circular pattern Adam had left behind with his tracking stone glowed to life beneath his hand. They'd found the trail. Following the trail of stones Adam had discreetly dropped throughout his abduction, Magus Carl repeatedly cast his tracking spell to guide the group deeper into the city. Curious, Edward asked what school the floating hand spell belonged to, and Lisa explained it was from the rare school of divination, a discipline so uncommon that neither of them had ever encountered a practitioner before, including Carl himself, who admitted he'd simply stumbled upon the spell during his travels rather than specializing in it. When Edward pressed Lisa on how the spell actually worked, she explained that Carl had personally marked the stones he'd given Adam, allowing him to divine their exact location, since divination required some form of established connection to the target, with stronger bonds, making the process easier. This clarified for Edward why Carl hadn't simply divined the vampire's hideout outright from the start. The group trekked across nearly half the city, taking numerous detours that revealed just how careful the vampire spawns had been in concealing their movements. Despite mounting exhaustion, Carl refused every offer to rest, driven by his determination not to fail Adam, who was counting on them. Meanwhile, deep within the hidden cavern, more than 20 vampire spawns worked under the vampire Magus's direction, carving an elaborate ritual diagram resembling a pentagram nested within a pentagon. all enclosed by a circle, an advanced magic circle nearing completion. The Magus estimated only 1 or 2 more nights of abductions would provide enough sacrifices to finally begin the ritual he'd been preparing for months. Inside the massive holding cage, Adam sat fully alert among nearly 100 comatose captives, having secretly counteracted the sedative drug beforehand. Having studied blood samples from previously rescued victims, he'd developed an antidote in advance, grateful once again for the herbalism knowledge he'd absorbed from the White Lotus. Watching the ritual preparations unfold from a distance, Adam grimly pieced together the horrifying truth all these captives were meant as sacrifices for whatever dark ritual the vampire Magus intended to perform. Though the ritual's exact purpose remained unclear, his instincts screamed danger, and he clenched his fists as unease settled deep in his chest. Back in the city, Carl confirmed they'd reached the final tracked location, only to find a plain wall staring back at them, seemingly a dead end. Despair rippled through the group as Emery voiced the unthinkable possibility that Adam might have made a mistake, though Edward instinctively defended his friend, insisting it couldn't be true, even without proof to back his claim. Just as hopelessness threatened to take hold, Lisa's voice cut through the silence. She detected faint mana fluctuations emanating from the wall itself, something easy to overlook but unmistakable once she focused. Walking toward it, she pressed her palm against the stone. Her hand passed straight through. Excitement rippled through the guards as Lisa's hand passed through the seemingly solid wall, finally revealing what had eluded them for weeks. But while the guards celebrated, the Magi grew visibly tense. Count Hannes identified the phenomenon as space magic, ruling out illusion since the wall proved solid at its edges. Lisa somberly explained the implications. Crafting such a structure required immense power, meaning their opponent was likely a rank 3 Magus. At minimum, a revelation that sent waves of fear through the group, especially given that Count Hannes himself, the city's strongest Magus, was only rank 1. But Lisa quickly complicated the theory, pointing out that a true rank 3 Magus wouldn't need to send underlings to abduct victims one by one when he could simply seize control of the city outright. She proposed 2 explanations. Either the vampire was severely injured and relying on his spawns out of necessity, or he was using runic formations to amplify his power beyond his actual rank, borrowing strength from nature itself. Either way, the group's odds might be better than they'd initially feared, though Emery cautioned that the enemy could still very well be a formidable rank 2 Magus regardless. Lisa acknowledged the risk, but refused to let it change their course. Turning back was never an option, especially for Emery, who remained resolute in his need to find his son. Sensing the group's hesitation, Count Hannes turned to Lisa and Edward, correctly guessing they had some kind of contingency plan, given how quickly their earlier objections to Adam's bait strategy had turned to confidence after their private discussion. Lisa reassured him that Adam was far too cautious to risk his life without an exit strategy, and that she trusted him completely. Convinced, the Count rallied the guards and led the charge through the wall himself, with the rest of the Magi following, Lisa entering last, quietly unsettled by an ominous feeling she couldn't quite shake off. Passing through, the group was engulfed in total darkness, forced forward through what felt like a narrow corridor with no alternative path. Lisa pressed on, despite her unease, until she felt a strange sensation like breaking the surface of water and emerged into a massive tunnel. But what truly stunned her wasn't the tunnel itself, but the complete absence of color surrounding them. Everything, including her own companions and herself, appeared drained entirely into shades of black and white. They had entered a world without color. The moment they entered, Lisa was consumed by overwhelming despair, staring in horror at her own trembling, colorless hands. Turning to check on the others, she found the situation far worse than her own city guards collapsed on the ground, and even Count Hannes, Carl, and Emery reduced to their knees, utterly terrified. Then she spotted Edward rushing toward her, completely unaffected, catching her before she could fall. Struggling against the crushing resurgence of painful memories flooding her mind, Lisa managed to gasp out an instruction: cast Aegis. Understanding immediately, Edward laid her down gently and produced a white crystal and vial of water from his pouch, activating Sacred Aegis. A burst of holy light spread outward, instantly snapping everyone out of their despair like waking from a suffocating nightmare. But the relief was short-lived. The strange environment quickly drained the light of its color, neutralizing the spell's radiance, though its effect had already been enough to pull the group back from the brink. Shaken, Count Hannes got to his feet and demanded to know what this place was then turned his disbelief toward Edward, baffled that he alone seemed completely unaffected. Edward, confused himself, admitted the only thing off was that everything looked black and white to him, leaving Emery stunned that someone could witness such crushing despair without feeling a thing. Lisa cut through the confusion, warning that if her suspicions were correct, they were in serious trouble. Carl, trembling, asked if this could be the Shadowmuir, and Lisa confirmed her fear. Count Hannes reacted with visible dread, prompting Emery to ask what exactly the Shadowmuir was. Carl explained the old legend. The world was said to be held together by a sacred world tree, one of whose roots extended into a sunless realm known as the Shadowmuir, the dark echo of the world itself. Lisa, familiar with the legend from her studies at Clover Academy's Savant Tower Library, had always dismissed it as myth until now, standing in a place that matched the description so closely. Before she could dwell further, Edward called out, pointing down the tunnel. He and Aquila wandered a few yards ahead, and Lisa immediately worried about his recklessness until she saw color suddenly return to his body at a certain point. Testing it, Edward walked back and forth, watching the color flicker on and off as he crossed some invisible boundary, bursting into bewildered laughter at the strange phenomenon. The revelation brought Lisa a measure of relief. This clearly wasn't the true Shadowmuir after all. But as she stared out at the colorless world stretching before them, a new, more pressing question took hold. If not the Shadowmuir, then what exactly was this place? Inside the cavern, the vampire Magus paused mid-ritual, his ears twitching at a faint disturbance in the mana. Dismissing his initial doubt as paranoia, he quickly reconsidered, unwilling to risk anything so close to completion. He summoned a bat familiar, casting shared vision to link their sight, and sent it to scout the tunnel, all while eyeing the caged sacrifices with cold calculation should his fears prove true. Meanwhile, the group pressed deeper into the tunnel, with Count Hannes stunned to discover such a passage existed beneath his own city without his knowledge, wondering if it predated his ancestors' rule entirely. Edward speculated they might not even still be beneath Hannes City, given the shadowy space they'd passed through carried properties of space magic, effectively teleporting them elsewhere. Carl, ever curious about the mysteries of magic, pressed Lisa on whether the strange place truly connected to the Shadowmuir, but she admitted uncertainty the Shadow Zone had only lasted a few meters, making it impossible to confirm. She noted she'd report the discovery to her professors at the academy, both for answers and because leaving such a dangerous, unguarded location unchecked posed serious risks, a suggestion that visibly relieved Count Hannes, who welcomed academy involvement, given how far this now exceeded his own capabilities. Suddenly, alert to a faint sound ahead, Count Hannes reacted instantly, hurling a mana-infused dagger that whizzed past Edward's startled head and struck something down the tunnel. Investigating, the group found a dead bat pierced by the blade, confirmation that the vampire now knew of their approach. With the element of surprise lost, Count Hannes decided their best option was to push forward regardless, and after confirming with Lisa, led the charge deeper into the tunnel. Back in the cavern, the vampire Magus's eye returned to normal, his expression twisting into fury as he raged at the intrusion, his surge of killing intent nearly overwhelming the spawns around him. Suspecting betrayal among his own creations, he barked orders anyway, dispatching 3 spawns to retrieve all the sacrifices from the cage immediately, while commanding the rest to rush out and buy him time even at the cost of their lives. Despite visible fear, the spawns accepted without hesitation, utterly devoted to their master's will, and charged toward the tunnel entrance. Inside the cage, Adam watched everything unfold in silence, a satisfied smirk spreading across his face. About damn time. As the group pushed deeper into the tunnel, the sound of approaching footsteps signaled the vampire spawn's arrival. Count Hannes prepared to fight, but one of his loyal guards stopped him, urging him to conserve his strength for the true threat ahead. The guard's quiet declaration that the city's safety depended on the Count surviving moved Hannes deeply, revealing genuine courage beneath the guard's visible fear. Agreeing to the plan, the Count entrusted the guards with holding off the spawns while he and the Magi pushed forward, and the guards readied their swords and potions of explosion, with Carl expressing gratitude for Adam's foresight in brewing so many. As the horde of red-eyed spawns closed in, Count Hannes enlisted Edward to help carve a path through them. Together, their swords blazing with fire and lightning respectively, the 2 Magi tore through the vampire horde in a devastating combined technique, reducing dozens of spawns to ash and charred remains in seconds. Impressed by Edward's performance, the Count offered a rare compliment, and Lisa watched in quiet astonishment, privately marveling that Edward's growth seemed to be outpacing even Adam's, especially remembering how he'd remained completely unaffected by the crushing despair of the Shadow Zone earlier, though she set the thought aside for now. As the Magi advanced through the cleared path, the surviving badly wounded spawns tried to give chase despite their injuries, only to be met by the city guards unleashing volley after volley of potions of explosion, followed by a brutal, decisive charge that finished off what remained of the undead threat. Back in the cavern, the vampire Magus heard the distant explosions and grew visibly anxious, urging his remaining spawns to hurry in arranging the human sacrifices across the ritual formation. His gaze drifted uneasily toward the obsidian coffin behind his throne, and a strange, unfamiliar voice echoed in his mind, steadying his resolve into grim determination. Then something caught his attention. One of the sacrificed humans had a heartbeat far too strong and steady for someone properly drugged. Confused, since all captives should have had their heart rates suppressed to bare minimum, the vampire approached the body directly, studying it closely. He noticed the faintest twitch behind closed eyelids and a bead of sweat rolling down the human's forehead. Realization struck him. This one was conscious. Adam's eyes snapped open, meeting the vampire's stunned gaze with a sheepish grin. Oops, you got me. Reeling from confusion over Adam's consciousness and undetectable mana, the vampire Magus quickly arrived at a chilling suspicion and lashed out with a lightning-fast punch. Adam barely dodged it, and the vampire, refusing to risk damaging the ritual formation, halted his fist just above the ground with terrifying precision. Coldly, he demanded to know if Adam had led the Magi here, and Adam's mocking, non-committal shrug only fueled the vampire's fury. Ordering his remaining spawns to hurry and finish the ritual preparations, the vampire advanced on Adam himself. Adam reached instinctively for his holding pouch, only to realize with dawning horror that he'd handed over his robes, gauntlets, and pouch to Edward before being abducted, leaving him with nothing but plain commoner clothes, a precaution meant to avoid detection that had now left him completely unarmed. That split-second distraction was all the vampire needed to close the distance and land a brutal sidekick to Adam's abdomen, sending him crashing into the cavern wall. Confident the attack had been lethal, the vampire turned to resume the ritual, only to freeze in disbelief as Adam slowly rose to his feet, clearly alive and furious. Struggling to comprehend how a mere human could survive a blow from his enhanced vampiric strength, the vampire quickly refocused, transforming his hands into razor-sharp claws and casting umbral chains, summoning shadowy tendrils from Adam's own shadow to bind him. But before the chains could make contact, Adam vanished entirely, reappearing directly in front of the stunned vampire, who could barely track his movement. With cold, focused killing intent, Adam unleashed a devastating 1-inch punch infused with mana, Hand of Doom, one hit directly at the vampire's chest. Though the vampire barely managed to cross his arms in defense, the sheer force shattered his forearms and drove clean through his guard, sending a visible shockwave rippling outward as his clothes tore apart. Coughing blood, he was hurled across the cavern and slammed into the far wall with bone-crushing force. Adam lowered his smoking fist, mildly annoyed the vampire had managed to block it at all. Eyeing the lodged, battered creature with a satisfied smirk, he decided he'd finally found the perfect test subject to refine his techniques on. Adam winced at his own damaged fist, the skin peeling from the strain of using techniques his body wasn't yet fully conditioned to handle. Without the aid of proper gauntlets equipment, he desperately wished Edward would hurry up and deliver. Shaking off the pain, he turned his attention to the 3 terrified vampire spawns, along with the unconscious sacrifices laid out across the ritual formation, and fury overtook him as he approached the spawns with unforgiving intent. Ignoring the first spawn's desperate pleas of innocence, Adam crushed his skull with a single grip, moving on to swipe the second spawn's throat clean through with barely a thought. As the last spawn begged for mercy, insisting he'd been forced into his actions, Adam coldly acknowledged the truth of his words, only to dismiss them entirely, raising his fist to finish the job regardless. Before the blow could land, the vampire Magus struck back with blinding speed, slamming into Adam and cracking his ribs, pinning him to the ground with a foot to his chest. Humiliated and furious, Adam struggled against the pressure, only to be brutally stomped in the head, the force cracking the ground itself in a wide radius. Impressed despite himself by the resilience of Adam's skull, the vampire ordered the surviving spawn to finish preparing the sacrifices, while his own shattered forearms and chest began rapidly regenerating. Glancing at the mangled remains of his two dead spawns, the vampire sneered at Adam's brutality, then shifted his tone entirely. Rather than killing the troublesome human who'd disrupted his plans, he decided it might be more satisfying to turn Adam into his own spawn instead, though not before taming him first for all the trouble he'd caused. With cruel amusement, he continued stomping Adam's face into the ground, mana-infused blow after blow, savoring every moment of dominance, as Adam's face was left bloodied and battered. Just as the vampire reveled in his cruelty, two blazing streaks of light closed in on him from either side, one wreathed in fire, the other crackling with lightning. When the Magi finally burst into the cavern, they were met with horror over 100 unconscious residents arranged across the ritual formation, two headless spawn corpses nearby, and the vampire Magus gleefully stomping Adam into the ground. Emery and Carl froze in shock, unaccustomed to such brutality, while Count Hannes, Edward, and Lisa steadied themselves and split into action, Lisa charging the last spawn while the Count and Edward went for the vampire directly. The vampire welcomed them with cold amusement, effortlessly catching both incoming blades bare-handed despite them being magic artifacts, then twisting his body to fling both Magi across the cavern in a single motion. In that same instant, Aquila swooped in and snatched Adam away to safety. Undeterred, the vampire immediately turned his attention to Lisa, unleashing hail of blood, forcing her to retreat from a barrage of deadly blood thorns just before she could reach the spawn. Having single-handedly repelled 3 Magi in mere seconds, the vampire mocked the group's rude greeting before returning his focus to the nearly finished ritual. Unbothered, as the survivors regrouped around Adam, too shaken to intervene further, Edward rushed to Adam's side, stunned to find him seemingly in tears, though Adam furiously denied crying, blaming his sweating eyes on his broken nose. Lisa asked bluntly if he could still fight, and Adam confidently confirmed he could, insisting he handle the vampire alone. When Count Hannes objected, arguing they'd stand a better chance united, Adam revealed the real issue. He could sense something dangerous lurking in the cavern's darkened ceiling, something none of the others could perceive, a fact that visibly startled the vampire himself, who noted Adam's unusually strong spiritual senses. Getting to his feet, Adam asked Edward for his gear, and Edward handed over his holding pouch and a pair of rank 1 magic gauntlets, his first time actually wearing them in combat. Equipped and ready, Adam instructed the others to focus purely on defense and endurance, rather than trying to kill everything themselves, promising that all they needed to do was survive until he took down the vampire. Before he could explain further, the vampire finished a quick set of hand signs, smirking cruelly as he told them simply to see for themselves. Countless pairs of blood-red eyes ignited across the cavern's ceiling. The vampire bats descended in a screeching horde, shattering whatever composure remained among the Magi. Carl fell to his knees, identifying them as vampire bats, creatures known to drain victims completely dry, while Emery, staring at what looked like hundreds, if not 1,000 of them, spiraled into despair, convinced they were doomed. Edward, remembering Adam's parting instructions to huddle and defend, watched him charge off toward the vampire and turned to Lisa for a plan. She admitted she had one, but it would require everyone's full cooperation, including Emery and Carl, still frozen in fear. Count Hannes shook the 2 Magi back to their senses with a furious reminder of what they stood to lose: Emery's missing son, Carl's newborn granddaughter waiting at home, reigniting their will to fight. Lisa quickly laid out her plan, and the group positioned themselves accordingly. Even the Count admitted their survival hinged entirely on Adam defeating the vampire, doubting whether someone 2 stages below him could actually pull it off. But Lisa and Edward answered together, without hesitation, he would win. As the storm of bats descended, the 5 Magi began weaving a combined spell, sacrificing the necessary components together. Meanwhile, Adam closed in on the vampire, mana surging through his gauntlets, determined to cut him off before the ritual could be completed. For the first time, the vampire felt genuine unease at Adam's approach, no longer able to dismiss his earlier hit as mere luck. Enraged at being challenged so brazenly by a mere human and unwilling to fight near the ritual formation, he charged forward to meet him. Their fists collided in a shockwave that tore through the air, sending Adam flying while the vampire only stumbled back a few steps. Yet even that retreat infuriated him further, hardening his resolve to kill rather than convert the boy. Coughing blood, Adam rose again, using the exchange to study his opponent's fighting patterns, determined to adapt. Round after round, their fists clashed with escalating force, and gradually, Adam stopped being thrown back entirely, holding his ground despite his mounting injuries. Desperate to finish him off, the vampire lunged with a claw aimed at Adam's skull, but Adam smoothly parried it, using the fluid motion of phantom dance, redirecting the force before slamming an elbow into the vampire's face, his first clean hit since the initial surprise attack. Following through with a brutal roundhouse kick, he sent the vampire flying, jaw dislocated, forcing the creature to acknowledge that his anger was clouding his judgment and could get him killed if he wasn't careful. Steadying himself, as his jaw snapped back into place from rapid regeneration, the vampire searched for Adam, only to find him completely gone, undetectable even to his heightened senses. Then, mana fluctuations flared behind him. Accompanied by overwhelming killing intent, Adam had deactivated his hide spell right as he struck, driving a mana-charged, twisting claw strike into the vampire's back. Hand of Doom, coiling palm strike. While the Magi held their defensive dome against the relentless swarm of vampire bats, cracks slowly spread through its multiple layers of earth, ice, and thorn vines. Carl, nearly out of mana after expending so much tracking Adam's trail earlier, grew anxious about how much longer they could hold on, and Lisa admitted she had no clear answer, until a massive explosion rocked the ground outside, cracking the dome further and sending the group into panic, with Edward silently worrying about Adam. In that same moment, Adam had landed a devastating blow, obliterating most of the vampire's upper body as it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Catching his breath, he turned toward the surviving vampire spawn, who stood frozen in terror after witnessing his master's brutal death. Sacrificing material components, Adam prepared to finish him off with a taunting, "Any last words?" only to suddenly feel a hand burst through his own chest from behind, gripping his heart. The vampire, very much alive and regenerating at visible speed, gloated that destroying his heart or brain was the only true way to kill him, having deceived Adam into believing he'd won. But as Adam gasped his final words, calling out, "Master, why?" the vampire froze in confusion, only to look down and find a gauntlet-clad hand piercing through his own chest instead. The spawn he'd just killed had actually been Adam, using an illusion to swap places. The real Adam stood behind him, thanking him for confirming the trick before crushing his heart for good, finally ending the vampire's life permanently. Collapsing to his knees from exhaustion, Adam watched the vampire bats scatter aimlessly now that their master was dead, flying back toward the ceiling. Relief was short-lived. However, an inexplicable unease gnawed at him, his intuition screaming that whoever had been secretly watching him throughout the mission might finally make their move. With his mana reserves critically depleted, he activated Sphere of Resonance and began frantically clearing the unconscious victims off the ritual formation, sensing something deeply wrong with it. The dome shattered moments later, and the group emerged just as Edward and Lisa spotted the dead vampire and rushed toward Adam in celebration, only to find him in a state of urgent panic, ordering everyone to help clear the formation immediately. Sensing his seriousness despite their confusion, they complied. Then, an ancient, bone-chilling sigh reverberated through the cavern, crushing everyone to their knees under sheer terror. Adam screamed for everyone to flee the formation, but panic had frozen them in place. He forcibly threw Edward and Lisa clear, then dragged Count Hannes and Emery to safety just as the formation ignited with a sinister red glow. Realizing Carl and two others remained trapped inside, he rushed back in, grabbing them just as blinding light erupted from the formation, hurling the three to safety at the last possible second before he himself was engulfed. Moments later, Adam forced his way out, collapsing to the ground, his body withered and drained of vitality. The ritual completed itself regardless, draining the vampire Magus and his three spawns until nothing remained but empty husks. The crimson energy surging across the cavern floor toward the ancient coffin behind the throne, bathing it in light. As the glow finally faded and silence returned, the grinding screech of metal shattered the stillness. The coffin's lid slid open, and a pale, withered hand reached out. A towering 2.5-meter figure emerged from the coffin, pale, atrophied, with clawed limbs and unfurling bat-like wings. Stretching after what was clearly a long slumber, he surveyed the cavern until his gaze settled on the dead vampire Magus, remarking with cold indifference that his creation had failed him, though it had at least served its purpose. Calling forth the swarm of vampire bats, he absorbed them into a dark robe covering his body, declaring himself awakened Estor Octavian, vowing to finally form his mana core no matter the cost. But his triumph was tempered by frustration. He'd barely recovered a fraction of his true strength, and his cold gaze fixed on Adam, blaming him directly for ruining what should have been a much greater restoration. Adam, utterly spent from forcing his way out of the ritual formation, could do nothing but stare in terror as the ancient vampire approached. The rest of the Magi remained frozen solid, overwhelmed by a level of dread they'd never before experienced. Estor crouched down, yanking Adam up by the hair, coldly declaring that death would be too merciful. He intended to enslave and torture the boy for eternity, his fangs elongating as he prepared to bite. Just as all hope seemed lost, Adam managed one final act of defiance, hurling a handful of experimental light-infused dust into the vampire's face. The resulting flash of mana-infused light anathema to undead creatures forced Estor to recoil and loosen his grip, dropping Adam to the ground. Though the centuries-old vampire wasn't truly harmed, the surprise attack caught him thoroughly off guard. As his vision cleared and he moved to dismiss the petty trick, Estor froze at the sight of a small black puppy nuzzling Adam's face. Blackie, whose sudden, inexplicable presence set off alarm bells in the ancient vampire's mind. Weak and bleeding, Adam simply smiled and told Blackie to handle the rest. Growling protectively, Blackie glared at Estor, who felt an unexpected chill despite his pride refusing to back down, right before the puppy began transforming into something far larger and more terrifying. Recognition and horror dawned on Estor's face as he began to identify the creature, but before he could finish speaking, Blackie casually swatted him into a fine bloody mist with a single wave of his paw. The surviving Magi were left utterly stunned, having just watched an ancient vampire capable of paralyzing them with mere presence get effortlessly annihilated by what they'd assumed was just an adorable dog. Reverting to his usual form, Blackie affectionately fussed over Adam, who weakly instructed him to retrieve healing potions from his pouch. The puppy complied, pouring the contents directly into Adam's mouth, restoring some color to his withered body. Overwhelmed with relief, Edward and Lisa rushed to embrace him, both quietly sobbing at how close they'd come to losing him, and Adam reassured them everything was fine now. Moments later, the city guards arrived, reporting the successful defeat of the remaining vampire spawns, and Count Hannes led them to sweep the cavern for any lingering dangers, while the others tended to their own recovery. Emery reunited with his rescued son, and Carl having simply collapsed from exhaustion. 10 minutes later, the Count returned, breathless with excitement, revealing they'd discovered a hidden chamber behind the throne. It was filled with treasure. 2 weeks after the ancient vampire's defeat, life in Hannes City had returned to normal, with the abducted residents reunited with their families and the oppressive curfew finally lifted, sparking days of continuous celebration across the city. The treasure discovered in the hidden chamber had been divided fairly. Magic texts, artifacts, herbs, and ores went to the 3 academy students, while all recovered gold went to the Count, Emery, and Carl, with some set aside to compensate grieving families. Adam had loudly protested the split, willing to trade away rare artifacts for pure gold, but ultimately relented after Lisa and Edward talked him down. On their final day in the city, the trio gathered for a farewell banquet with the Count, Emery, and Carl. Emery generously gifted Adam an entire carriage's worth of Caldera wine, delighting the drunken youth to no end, while Carl comically offered his dozen unmarried granddaughters as potential brides, an offer Adam, thoroughly intoxicated, seemed dangerously close to accepting before Edward hastily intervened and redirected the conversation. Count Hannes asked Lisa when the Academy's professors would arrive to investigate the mysterious Shadow Wall's potential connection to the Shadow Muir, and she assured him they'd likely arrive within a day or two, given the Academy's access to flying steeds. The banquet ended early, as the Count and the 2 Magi excused themselves for urgent matters, leaving Adam mildly offended they wouldn't personally see the group off. Lisa brushed off his complaining and sent him to pack, prompting Adam to instantly sober himself using the White Lotus before heading upstairs. While organizing his share of the loot, Adam admired a black cape offering strong protection against dark-type spells and adaptive climate control, begrudgingly acknowledging its elegance, despite mocking himself for sounding like Lisa. He also equipped a ring of light fall designed to cushion falls automatically, alongside various rare magic texts, ancient herbs, and unique ore for future gauntlets, though the vampire's most valuable possession, his grimoire, was never recovered. After packing everything into chests, Adam activated a newly acquired storage earring capable of holding 25 cubic meters of space, easily swallowing all his belongings and leaving him gleefully ecstatic over its immense value. As the traveling party made their way out of the city, they were struck by the eerily empty streets of the usually bustling bazaar district, until turning a corner revealed the reason. Massive crowds had gathered to send them off, cheering wildly and hailing them as heroes. Overwhelmed and slightly embarrassed by the unexpected fanfare, the three kids waved to the crowd, with Adam eventually showing off by performing backflips on horseback and casting flashy spells to entertain onlookers. At the city gates, Count Hannes, Emery, Karl, and the city's leadership stood waiting alongside the assembled guards, bowing deeply in gratitude as the party approached. Hannes personally shook each of their hands, thanking them tearfully for saving the city before finally sending them off. They had arrived in Hannes City as anonymous strangers. They left as its heroes. A week into their journey back, near the borders of the Fabio kingdom, the trio made an early camp. Lounging on a boulder with wine in hand, Adam teased Lisa after she reluctantly admitted she wanted him to teach her how to fight, forcing her prideful request out with visible embarrassment. Both she and Edward had been humbled by their uselessness during the battle against the vampire, especially Lisa, whose A-grade talent hadn't translated into real combat ability when it mattered most. Determined not to be dead weight again, she swallowed her pride and asked Adam properly, please included, much to his amusement. Adam agreed to teach them the basics of hand-to-hand combat, though he warned there was a shortcut to real improvement, beating the lessons into them directly, which he did with gleeful enthusiasm, despite their protests. By nightfall, both Edward and Lisa sat bruised and bandaged by the campfire, glaring daggers at a completely unbothered Adam, who sipped his wine while dismissing their suffering with a cheerful "no pain, no gain." Edward fumed openly, cursing Adam as a demon, while Lisa endured in silence, privately marveling at just how vast the skill gap between them and Adam truly was. Despite ganging up on him together, neither had managed to land a single hit. When she questioned whether Adam was simply enjoying beating them for fun, he brushed her off, insisting she trust the process and that she'd eventually grow skilled enough to dodge, even counter, his attacks. Reluctantly, she admitted to herself he had a point. Adam eventually stumbled off into the woods, claiming he needed to relieve himself after drinking too much, though Lisa quietly wondered when he'd ever actually gotten drunk enough to need to. Singing an off-key, nonsensical tune while continuing to drink, he wandered far from camp until he reached the shore of a secluded lake, pausing to admire the reflection of the twin moons on the water's surface. Unbeknownst to him, a shadowy figure had been tailing him for months, finally seizing this moment of apparent vulnerability. Coating a dagger in poison, the assassin crept up silently behind Adam and thrust the blade toward his heart. Just before the strike could land, a cold voice cut through the night. "So you finally showed up." Thanks to Sphere of Resonance already active, Adam sensed the attacker the instant he entered range, calmly sidestepping the dagger and grabbing the assassin's wrist before shattering his elbow with a brutal uppercut. As the man screamed in shock, realizing too late that Adam's drunken act had been entirely staged, Adam ripped the broken bone from his arm and used it to pin him to the ground through the shoulder. Demanding to know who had sent him, Adam twisted the man's ruined arm when he refused to answer, escalating to tearing his forearm clean off when silence persisted. Pressing the assassin's own poisoned dagger to his throat, Adam screamed for answers, but rather than talk, the assassin bit down on a hidden capsule and died convulsing on the spot, taking his secret with him. Startled by the man's willingness to die rather than betray his employer, Adam recognized the implications. Whoever hired him commanded serious resources and loyalty, though he could only speculate at one possible suspect, uncertain if it was even plausible. Sensing another presence, Adam hurled the dagger into the darkness, and a second assassin emerged, having barely blocked the throw. This man noted with confusion that intelligence had pegged Adam as merely a muscle stage Magus, unaware their intel had actually been accurate. Yet, Adam simply fought far beyond his rank. Despite having sent 2 organ-stage assassins, the mission had failed catastrophically. Approaching in silent fury, Adam unnerved the assassin with his abnormal spiritual pressure, though the man steadied himself and cloaked his body in shadow, warning that Adam had merely gotten lucky this time. Before he could finish the threat, Adam closed the distance instantly with a palm strike, narrowly dodged, the sheer force of the near miss visibly disturbing the surrounding trees. Enraged at having lived in constant paranoia for 2 months because of these assailants, Adam pressed forward mercilessly, mana gathering around his fists as he vowed to kill the man rather than risk another suicide before questioning. The assassin, wiser than his fallen comrade, dodged Adam's follow-up strikes with practiced precision, first the palm thrust, then a spinning heel kick, narrowly avoiding both. But Adam seamlessly transitioned into a flying roundhouse kick, catching the assassin off guard mid-spellcasting and forcing him to abandon his incantation just to block, the impact still powerful enough to send him crashing backward. As the assassin struggled to rise, Adam advanced on him with unrestrained fury, determined to make him regret ever coming after him. The assassin staggered up from Adam's kick, stunned to find his jaw dislocated from what should have been a simple strike, only to realize with dawning horror that the true danger lay in the sheer weight and ferocity of Adam's mana, transformed by the astral tyrant manual into something heavy and domineering. Terrified and certain he was outmatched, the assassin deployed smoke bombs to cover his escape, fleeing toward Adam's camp with a desperate plan to take one of his friends hostage and buy time to fetch reinforcements, specifically a rank 2 Magus. But Adam caught up instantly, unleashing a barrage of tens of magic missiles through the fog. The assassin, shocked at the sheer number far beyond what even skilled dual casting should allow, barely managed to dodge them all, though the effort cost him precious time. Adam closed the gap and struck with a sidekick, then vanished into gray smoke via dingy illusion, reappearing to land a devastating flying knee to the assassin's face. Desperate, the assassin threw knives and finally resolved to fight rather than flee, but Adam disarmed him effortlessly and unleashed a punishing combo gut punch, slap, roundhouse kick, sending him crashing into a mountainside hard enough to carve a crater. Not satisfied, Adam closed in again before the assassin even hit the ground, unleashing a relentless flurry of strikes until the man lost consciousness, his life barely clinging on. Still consumed by rage, Adam gathered a massive concentration of mana between his palms, forming what resembled a singularity, and unleashed his final technique, Hand of Doom, billowing strike, obliterating the assassin entirely, leaving nothing behind but bloodstains on the mountain wall. Exhausted and bleeding from having used the technique without his gauntlets, Adam confirmed the White Lotus had absorbed the assassin's soul before silently walking away, finally able to release months of pent-up fury and constant vigilance. A month and a half later, the party finally arrived within sight of Moon City. Edward and Lisa were overjoyed to be home, but Lisa noticed something Edward had missed. Adam had been quietly, subtly different for weeks, though he deflected every attempt she made to ask about it. Choosing not to push him further, she hoped he'd sort it out on his own. As they entered the bustling city streets, nostalgia washed over them, but Lisa reminded the group they still needed to file their mission report at the academy. Before she could finish, Adam suddenly spotted someone in the crowd, dismounted abruptly, and excused himself with a vague explanation before disappearing, leaving Lisa exasperated as she and Edward continued on without him. Elsewhere, Jeffrey strolled through the city with Kevin and a few other students, gleefully confirming with Kevin that their hired professionals should have handled Adam by now. Relief washed over Jeffrey, who had lived in constant paranoia since wronging Adam, fearing retaliation, but his joy was short-lived. A familiar, cheerful voice called out to him, and Adam approached with a wide grin, wrapping him in a warm hug before whispering coldly into his ear. "I know what you did." Jeffrey froze in terror, instinctively looking to Kevin for help, only to find him equally stunned. Following his gaze, Adam's smile turned icy as recognition dawned. "So it was you." Beyond the Southern Federation lay the treacherous Murky Mountains, a barrier so dangerous that even rank 3 Magi typically avoided it, leaving flying dirigibles and fantastical beasts as the only viable means of crossing. On this day, a magnificent creature known as an Ithakari, a legendary owl-headed beast with a 15-meter wingspan native to the Baja High Forest, soared over the peaks, carrying 3 elven passengers toward Moon City. At the front sat a refined, silver-haired elven teacher, while his 2 two teenage students, twins Danelli and Atiel, sat behind him, eagerly anticipating their first glimpse of the city. Atiel, having read that Moon City was built in emulation of the legendary elven city of Faepor, was thrilled at the prospect, while her brother skeptically dismissed the comparison, never having visited himself. Their teacher smiled and ordered the Ithacari to increase speed, sending them rocketing forward with a sonic boom. Landing outside the city, the Ithacari shrank down into an ordinary-looking owl, perching casually on the teacher's shoulder as the trio joined the line at the gates. When a guard demanded the standard entry fee for outsiders, Danelli bristled indignantly at being made to wait and pay, but his teacher calmly settled the fee without complaint, prompting Atiel to scold her brother for causing a scene, arguing that if their teacher wasn't bothered, neither should he be. Once inside, the twins marveled at the multicultural harmony of Moon City's streets, having only ever lived among elves in their forest home, with occasional visiting merchants offering their only prior exposure to other races. Their teacher, a frequent visitor to the city, asked whether it lived up to the legends of Faepore. Danelli grudgingly conceded it did, while Atiel gushed with genuine admiration, surprised to find the Southern Federation far more developed than she'd expected. Their teacher explained that thanks to Clover Academy and the capable governance of the Nightingale royal family, Moon City stood as an exception, rivaling even mid-tier cities of the more advanced Akkadian Empire to the north. Guiding them through the bustling harbor market, the teacher's expression softened with nostalgia as he led them toward an old friend he hadn't seen in years. 10 minutes later, they arrived at a shop marked by a wooden sign reading "Herbs and More." Atiel asked if this friend was a herbalist, and her teacher confirmed proudly that he was among the very best, urging the twins to show proper respect. Straightening themselves, they stepped inside, greeted by a soothing medicinal aroma, only to be jolted by a loud, obnoxious snore. Following the sound to the seating area, they found a disheveled, soot-covered young man sprawled unconscious on the couch, drooling into a small puddle beneath him, his clothes singed and burned. All three could only think the same thing. Why was there a homeless man sleeping in the shop? Atiel stared in disbelief at the sleeping youth, wondering aloud if he'd broken in, while her teacher shared similar doubts, knowing full well no one would dare intrude on Berger's territory given his reputation. Studying the boy more closely, Elrod noted his toned build, scarred palms, and more surprisingly, that he was already a bone stage Magus despite appearing to be around the same age as the twins. Curious whether Berger had finally taken on an apprentice, he decided to investigate directly, shouting a greeting into the sleeping youth's ear. Adam jolted awake, tumbling off the couch mid-insult before catching himself upon spotting the elves, quickly swallowing his irritation and adopting a more casual, if still unpolished, demeanor. His lack of formality visibly irritated Danelli, while Atiel simply stared in bewildered disbelief. When Elrod explained he was there to see the store's owner as a personal friend, Adam grew skeptical. Berger, as far as he knew, didn't have friends, but politely asked for his name anyway. Amused, Elrod gave his name, and Adam headed upstairs to relay the message. Berger's initial dismissive response to tell the visitor to get lost vanished instantly once he heard the name Elrod, prompting him to rush downstairs immediately, stunning Adam, who'd never seen the old gnome move with such urgency for anyone. The reunion between Berger and Elrod was warm, revealing they hadn't seen each other in over 50 years, and to Adam's utter shock, Berger actually smiled something Adam had never witnessed in over 2 years of knowing him. Berger's good mood evaporated the instant he turned to Adam, however, scolding him harshly for showing up covered in soot and burn marks from a failed experiment without bothering to clean up first. Mortified upon realizing his disheveled state in front of the giggling twins, Adam fled upstairs to fix himself up. Once he'd gone, Elrod asked if Berger had finally taken on an apprentice, and Berger confirmed it, more or less. Since advancing to his second year at the academy, Adam had accepted a position as Berger's research assistant and shopkeeper, gaining free access to lab space and ingredients in exchange for helping run the store, and occasionally sharing herbalism knowledge supposedly passed down from the wandering Magus who'd once taught him. Adam, privately amused by the arrangement, had no qualms fabricating contributions from a teacher who, conveniently, was long dead and in no position to object. Elrod remarked warmly on Adam's work ethic, and Berger agreed, praising him as both a genius herbalist and diligent worker, though he lamented the boy's persistent lack of manners, drawing amused teasing from Elrod, surprised to hear such an admission from his notoriously gruff friend. Turning to the twins, Berger asked if they were Elrod's Elrod's apprentices, and after their respectful introductions as Denali and Atl Ambermind, Burger gave a rare nod of approval, which Elrod knew meant they genuinely impressed him. Adam returned downstairs, cleaned up and composed, carrying tea for the guests. The transformation stunned Denali and Atl, not because he'd suddenly become handsome, but because his entire bearing had shifted from disheveled beggar to dignified Magus, leaving them struggling to reconcile the two versions of him. Elrod, tasting the tea, was pleasantly surprised by its quality, and Adam proudly revealed he'd grown the leaves himself. Burger then dismissed Adam, tasking him with giving the twins a city tour. Atl eagerly agreed, while Donnelly remained visibly annoyed at being paired off with someone he found irritating. With the kids gone, Burger and Elrod caught up properly, eventually turning their conversation to their respective apprentices. Elrod praised Adam's talent and unusually strong spiritual power, and Burger confirmed he'd simply been born with an exceptional soul. Elrod then broached a more serious topic, whether Burger intended to introduce Adam to the Brotherhood. Burger considered it carefully, acknowledging Adam's greed and roughness around the edges, but affirming his fundamentally good character, deciding he'd extend the offer once Adam was older, leaving the choice entirely up to him. Elrod agreed that a talented young Magus like Adam would eventually need to cross the murky mountains to reach his full potential. Since the Southern Federation simply couldn't offer the same opportunities as the Akkadian Empire, the same question arose regarding Denali, and Elrod assured Burger it would happen in due time, both agreeing on the clear benefits the organization offered, promising young Magi. Burger then asked after old acquaintances, and Elrod answered that some had retired, while others still stood guard over the realms of men, prompting Burger to quietly recite words he once lived by. "We are the Lord Guardians of the Realms," before falling into a somber silence, clearly still carrying old grief from some past incident he chose not to elaborate on. When Elrod gently asked if he ever planned to return, Burger only shrugged noncommittally, steering the conversation elsewhere by asking what brought Elrod to this side of the continent. Elrod explained he was taking the twins on an extended tour following their coming-of-age ceremony, prompting Burger to jokingly note how extravagant that was compared to the usual practice of young Baja High Forest natives simply exploring nearby lands. Elrod mentioned he'd be staying in Moon City for the foreseeable future, and Burger hinted at an unspecified event opening later in the year that could offer the twins valuable experience, promising to explain further the next day. Before parting, Burger also gifted Elrod a gourd of wine Adam had personally brewed, humorously named Adam's Tears for how deeply moving its flavor supposedly was, sending both old friends into laughter. As Elrod finally took his leave, he paused and turned back, offering a heartfelt reminder that the Twilight Brotherhood would never abandon one of its own, whatever Burger might need. Watching his old friend walk away, Burger allowed himself a quiet, knowing smile. "I know." As Adam guided the twins through the market near the harbor, Atl cheerfully revealed they hailed from the Baja High Forest, home to countless elven tribes and magical beasts, a fact that genuinely surprised Adam since he hadn't expected Burger's visitors to hail from beyond the murky mountains. Curious about the Akkadian Empire and its reputation as a land of endless opportunity for aspiring Magi, Adam couldn't hide his longing, though he still had 2 more years left before graduating Clover Academy's 5-year program, having only just advanced to his 3rd year. Denali scoffed at Adam's admiration for the Empire, insisting nothing built by humans could rival the glory of nature despite admitting he'd never actually been there, prompting Adam to needle him about clearly enjoying Moon City anyway, which only flustered the prideful elf further. Atl found their bickering amusing, quietly deciding Adam was rough around the edges but genuinely funny. Adam brought them to the Academy's grand entrance, proudly introducing it as the finest magic school in the Southern Federation, impressing even the skeptical Denali. When he tried to walk straight in, Adam stopped him, explaining the Guardian formation would bar entry without a guest token, something Adam promised to secure the next day. Denali grumbled at the inconvenience, and their frustration only deepened when Atl spotted the towering Savant Tower in the distance, home to the region's greatest collection of magical knowledge, only to learn visiting hours were closing, and they still lacked access anyway. Accustomed to the elven value of unrestricted freedom, Denali complained loudly about all the rules, while Atl deflated at having to wait until the day after next. To make it up to them, Adam impulsively led the twins on a run across the city to a hill in the southeastern South Ward, climbing a massive tree to reach its highest branches, despite Denali's exasperated protests. Once they reached the top, however, the view silenced all complaints. The entirety of Moon City stretched out before them, its lights beginning to flicker on as dusk settled in, drawing genuine awe from both twins, who'd never witnessed anything like it in their forest home. As the Aure River glowed with the colors of the setting sun, Adam pulled out wine and cups from his storage earring, sharing his homemade brew with the twins. By the time the sun fully set and the twin moons rose, illuminating the sky, the legendary lunar bridge lit up in all its splendor, leaving Denali and Atiel utterly mesmerized. Sipping his wine, Adam smiled warmly. Welcome to Moon City. In a combat theory class held outdoors on the academy grounds, a burly, imposing professor quizzed his third-year students on why the academy withheld magic combat training until students reached a certain level. Everyone instinctively turned to Lisa, the class's usual answer provider, but before she could speak, Adam eagerly beat her to it, shocking the class, who knew him only as the sleepy troublemaker, though Edward and Lisa weren't surprised at all, well aware of his genuine passion for combat. Adam confidently explained that a Magus's body remained too weak in the early stages of rank 1 to safely perform magic combat techniques, since the body needed time to be strengthened through mana nourishment, only becoming truly efficient once reaching the bone stage. The professor, visibly pleased, confirmed his answer was correct, having already developed respect for Adam after witnessing his duel with Lisa in their first year and reading reports of his combat prowess during their team mission. As the professor continued explaining the risks of premature magic combat training, Adam privately reflected on how many times he himself had injured his hands using the Astral Tyrant manual, though its unique nature, constantly reinforcing the user's body as a top-tier technique, had spared him the worst consequences other students might face. The professor's lecture grew more passionate as he echoed Headmistress Godfrey's philosophy that Magi were warriors as much as scholars, urging the students to balance their studies with physical combat readiness. When he asked why Magi bothered training in combat at all when spellcasting existed, Adam once again eagerly volunteered, explaining that since spells required uninterrupted casting of their components, an enemy could disrupt the process entirely, making magic combat essential both for defense and, as the professor added, for delivering attacks with power rivaling actual spells. The class concluded with practical drills pairing students to practice both casting and interrupting spells, reinforcing the lesson's importance. As the final class of the day ended, students dispersed to head home, since second years and above no longer resided on campus. Edward, now noticeably taller and more muscular after a year of training, asked if they were still heading to Mystic Lane as planned, and Adam confirmed, though he had a detour first, needing to retrieve the elven twins who'd been pestering him non-stop since the day before, bored out of their minds. Edward agreed to grab Jonathan and meet at their usual spot, and the group split off, with Edward and Lisa heading toward Mystic Lane, a mysterious location restricted solely to Clover Academy's Magi. Adam led the elven twins through the perpetually bustling Moon City harbor, brushing off Adiel's complaints about the smell and grime, until they reached a modest pub called Drunken Siren. Inside, Adam greeted the bartender, Choji, who recognized him instantly and welcomed the twins as his guests before Adam paid a gold coin and led them through a back door into a quiet alley. What looked like a dead end turned out to be a hidden passage. After Adam pressed a sequence of bricks and wove a series of hand signs, the wall rumbled open into an archway, leaving Denali and Adiel stunned. Beyond it lay Mystic Lane, a magical hidden neighborhood exclusive to Clover Academy students, faculty, and their guests, filled with crooked but sturdy medieval buildings, floating candles, swirling enchanted clouds, and Magi mingling alongside their familiars. Adam explained that this secret enclave, rumored to have been built by the Academy's very first headmaster, remained completely invisible from outside the city. The twins marveled at the shops lining the street restaurants, cafes, clothing stores, bookshops, and student-run stalls, with Adiel bouncing around excitedly, eager to explore everything at once. Before introducing them to his friends, Adam made a business stop at McMiller's Apothecary, a cauldron-shaped shop run by a fifth-year student named Mac, who greeted him with enthusiastic delight, nicknaming him his Golden Goose. Adam unveiled a chest full of potions from his storage earring: healing potions, strength potions, antidotes, explosion, and freezing potions, before dramatically introducing his newest creation, a potion called Rising Dragon, cheekily marketed as a 5-hour male performance enhancer. Mac's eyes lit up at the profit potential among the city's older Magi, and the two quickly struck a lucrative deal, leaving Denali and Adiel watching the exchange with baffled expressions. Adam explained that while he earned less per potion selling to Mac compared to Burger, his ingredient costs here were also significantly lower, since the apothecary catered specifically to academy students, making it a mutually profitable, trusted business relationship that Burger had no issue with either. When Denali asked if Adam was truly a herbalist, Adam grinned mischievously and offered him a friends and family discount on anything he might need, causing Denali to shudder slightly at his overly eager salesmanship. As they continued on, a familiar voice called out to Adam from a street-side restaurant shaped like a giant mushroom. Spotting his friends waving him over, Adam happily led the twins toward the gathering. Adam led the twins to the Shroom Curtain, a mushroom-shaped restaurant on Mystic Lane, and his usual hangout spot, where Edward, Lisa, and Jonathan were already seated. Jonathan couldn't help but comment on Atiel's looks, earning a warning glare from Edward about the twins' connection to Burger's close friend. After introductions, the group settled in for food and drinks, with Lisa quickly bonding with Atiel, while Denali maintained his aloof exterior, though clearly warming up despite himself. When Denali questioned Adam's habit of drinking, lecturing him on the importance of a clear mind for spellcasting, Adam brushed him off, explaining that mana use was forbidden within city limits, anyway conveniently omitting that the White Lotus let him sober up instantly, regardless. He offered Denali a gourd of his homemade wine, and despite his initial reluctance, the elf's ears betrayed his interest, ultimately admitting the drink was okay while clearly enjoying it. Conversation turned to the twins' background, with Atiel explaining that elven children traditionally couldn't leave the Baja High Forest until completing their coming-of-age ceremony, tied to notions of survival and strength rather than clear tradition. She revealed their next destination was the Akkadian Empire, where their teacher planned to visit old friends before returning home, a prospect that thrilled Lisa, who had long dreamed of visiting the Empire herself. The conversation shifted to the prestigious Tower of Daybreak, a top magical institution in the Righteous faction, and Edward proudly announced his sister Elaine had been accepted there after graduating the previous year, with plans to follow in her footsteps after his own graduation. Watching the exchange, Adam noticed a flicker of complicated emotion cross Lisa's face at the mention of Edward's post-graduation plans, quickly masked behind a practiced smile. Curious, but uninterested in prying, he dismissed it internally, recalling Burger's gruff warnings about staying away from romantic entanglements, amused as ever by the mystery of what heartbreak might have shaped the old gnome's outlook. Checking his pocket watch, Adam announced it was time to go, exchanging a confident nod with Edward, who seemed to already know what was coming. When Denali asked where they were headed, Adam's expression shifted into a familiar, mischievous grin. To make some money, of course. After settling the bill, the group headed to Drunken Ring, a pub that doubled as an unofficial fighting and gambling den for academy students, an open secret the professors quietly tolerated. The entry manager lit up at the sight of Adam, disappointed he wouldn't be fighting himself, but thrilled to learn Edward would participate instead, promising to make the night especially interesting. True to his standing, Adam and his friends walked in without paying, a privilege earned after past incidents and his association with Burger's shop, whose reputation as the region's finest herbalist commanded respect throughout the city. Downstairs, the group found the fighting ring in full swing, students brawling, while a rowdy crowd cheered and gambled around them. Denali openly sneered at the barbarity of it all, prompting Adam to explain its purpose. It gave students a controlled outlet to settle disputes without resorting to lethal violence, while also sharpening their combat skills. Lisa added that the pub had originally started as an extracurricular fight club founded by an academy alumnus, which had since evolved into a full-fledged, profitable enterprise blending training and entertainment. Though Denali remained skeptical, he couldn't help but notice the fighter's skill level was genuinely impressive compared to elves his own age back home, especially given the strict rule against using mana, spells, or weapons, leaving pure, unarmed combat as the only method allowed. When Atiel asked if Adam planned to fight, he brushed it off, claiming none of the competitors stood a real chance against him, a claim Denali dismissed as pure arrogance, assuming even a bone stage magus like Adam couldn't realistically overpower opponents potentially several stages is higher, mana restrictions or not. The announcer soon called the evening's main event. Fourth-year student Rick Richards, a muscular showman who reveled in the crowd's attention, against his challenger, third-year Edward Turner. Adam playfully warned Edward that losing would earn him another round of training, causing Edward to nervously recall the brutal beatings disguised as lessons he'd endured over the past year. Lisa's simple encouragement brought a blush to Edward's face, and he confidently accepted the challenge before stepping into the ring. As the match prepared to begin, Adam made his way to the betting counter, slapping down a heavy pouch of gold with a wide grin. 1,000 gold pieces on Edward Turner. Despite the significant height difference, Edward remained calm as Rick sized him up, mocking him with playful threats before the fight began. The referee laid down the rules, and once both fighters stepped back to their marks, the match commenced, with Rick charging in like a bull. Edward evaded Rick's opening hook with ease and countered with a rib jab, only to find it had barely registered. Rick casually revealed he was an organ stage Magus, his body already deeply fortified by mana, making Edward's blows essentially meaningless in terms of damage. Undeterred, Edward continued dodging every subsequent attack while chipping away at his opponent through relentless movement, infuriating the much stronger Rick, who grew increasingly frustrated at being unable to land a single hit despite his physical advantage. When Rick finally overcommitted to a furious right hook, Edward seized the opening, parrying the strike and driving his elbow directly into Rick's throat, stunning him. The crowd erupted at the first real hit of the match, and Edward capitalized immediately, unleashing a rapid combination gut punch, knee strike, palm strikes, side kick, landing nearly a dozen blows in seconds, sending the audience into a frenzy over the underdog's stunning performance. Watching from the private viewing area, Adam offered a simple nod of approval, while Donnelly, utterly captivated, marveled at the fluidity of Edward's technique, flexible and evasive on defense, then explosively aggressive on offense, striking with the unpredictable adaptability of water. Sensing the perfect opening, Edward finished the exchange with a spinning heel kick straight to Rick's chin, dropping him to his knees as the crowd erupted in ecstatic cheers. Basking in the crowd's adoration, Edward raised his fists in triumph only for the celebration to cut short as a massive shadow loomed over him. Turning too late, he found Rick already back on his feet, tackling him to the ground. Edward barely managed to twist his body enough to avoid landing on his back completely exposed, but Rick wasted no time capitalizing on his advantage, raising his fist and slamming it down onto Edward's face. My turn. Adam sighed and facepalmed as the fight's momentum flipped, watching Rick mount Edward and rain down punches while everyone else sat in stunned silence. Edward managed to raise his arms to block, cracking his forearms in the process, but eventually his defenses gave out entirely, leaving his face exposed to a brutal barrage that broke his nose and left him bathed in blood. Lisa, horrified, glanced at Adam's unbothered demeanor and questioned his lack of concern, while Atiel voiced her own disappointment at his apparent indifference. Adam brushed off their reactions, insisting Edward wasn't going to die, but the girls remained visibly tense as the beating continued. Elsewhere in the crowd, Kevin Gracie watched with quiet satisfaction, having kept his distance from Adam's group ever since learning Adam knew about the assassination attempt. Wary of Adam's connections both to Edward's powerful family and to Berger, the region's foremost herbalist, Kevin had paused his schemes but hadn't abandoned them, patiently waiting for an opportunity to eliminate Adam without consequence, referencing some mysterious event tied to his family's records that only opened once every 30 years. Sensing Kevin's gaze, Adam turned and met his eyes with a cold, threatening smile, causing Kevin to look away and internally seethe with wounded pride, his simmering hatred extending toward Lisa as well, though he forced himself back into composed patience. Back in the ring, Rick, now genuinely impressed by Edward's resilience despite the pummeling, offered him a chance to give up only for Edward to spit blood in his face in defiance. Enraged, Rick swung again, but Edward suddenly dodged, seized his arm, and wrapped his legs around Rick's neck in a triangle choke, having deliberately baited him into overcommitting. The crowd erupted as Edward, bloodied and grinning maniacally, tightened the hold, taunting that Rick's beating felt like nothing compared to a certain someone else's training methods. He held the choke until Rick lost consciousness, securing the win as the referee called the match. The crowd exploded into wild cheers over the incredible reversal, and Edward stood triumphantly in the ring, drenched in blood and riding an adrenaline high. Adam, visibly relaxed, patting his chest in relief, and Atiel began to soften toward him, assuming he'd genuinely been worried about his friend all along. Then Adam spoke. "Phew, I almost lost 1,000 gold coins. That was close."